James had previously held senior positions in various MNCs, such as the country manager of Singapore for as well as the Asian head for Public Sector. He also has proven track record in building and exponentially growing businesses in his various senior roles in IBM, HP, and Dell. James graduated with a Bachelor of Engineering degree, second class honors with the National University of Singapore, and an MBA with the University of Surrey, United Kingdom. Here, let's give him a really round of applause. Next.
Mr. We would like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Meyer Bernabe from Ombudsman. Thank you very much, sir, for coming and good morning. Baka ma-disarrange natin.
Hindi na nga po sa akin.
Nag-oo ka man, nakita ko yung kung mo sa chat eh. That's bored.
Sabi ko, okay lang, basta may manuscript. Ang pinadala mo manuscript, yung program, manuscript.
Ganyan sila. Ikot ka muna, be. Sayang yung mga makukuha. Kahit kumukunan kita. In a few minutes, we're about to start those activities, so we request everyone to settle down as our preparation for becoming a well presided for this morning. So again, may we request everyone to settle down for the preparation for the start of this activity. You may just do so, the visiting of those proponents later. There's a time for that, sirs and ma'am. So kindly settle down. Thank you very much.
May feedback ano gawa ko siya ng FB Live. Ha? Yung gusto may chocolate pa.
May chocolate. Mamaya na. Matamis. Ang sakit kaya nila. Hindi ko pa
Ha?
nilagnat kaya ako.
Lalat na lang. Kailangan lang ng nawas. Nasa lahat sila? Mamaya, mamaya.
Natural cooling sources and combined with centralized condensing technology, revolutionizing the traditional
We would like to acknowledge from Philippine Coast Guard Commander Marlene Romino, Jason S. Espiritu, Coast Guard Naval Officer Conrad and Coast Guard Naval Officer Josa. Okay, thank you very much, sirs and ma'am, for coming. May I request everyone to kindly settle down as we are going to start this event. And we would like to acknowledge the presence of our Deputy Commander, Josalita Pilapella, Staff Corps. Low matches.
Hello, mic test. Hello, mic. Hello, mic test. Hello, hello. Hello, mic test. 1, 2.
Then I request everyone to settle down as we need to start the program. We might visit those other proposals we have later for the weekend time that we will have. So talagang sasamahan tayo sa katapusan ng ating event na to. So can we settle down po muna, sirs and ma'am? Wala pa rin. Start with our program. We will request everyone to
Sino magpe-prayer?
Check 1, 2, 3.
open
Hey,
it
no.
for
Hello, hello. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3.
Good morning, everyone. Start our program. Is everyone to please stand? National anthem.
That even when we have done what you have asked, the results are so much greater than we have ever could have imagined. Even in failed attempts, you blow us away with your faithfulness and provide what we need. Our prayer today is that your will be done through this event. Take what we have prepared and multiply our efforts as only you can. Steer our intentions to align with your righteous will. Remind us of your faithful provision when our efforts fail us or fall short. May all glory go up to you when we reach the finish line and climb over the benchmarks. Blanket us with your peace today, Father. Keep us physically safe and guard our hearts and minds from pride and selfishness. Keep love at the forefront of our minds today, and the guiding lights for all we set out to accomplish and celebrate. In Jesus' name, amen.
please be seated. So good morning, everyone. Good morning, partner. And today, we wanted to welcome all our participants and all the people around here for the CIS Service AFP Technology Update.
Yes, partner. So without much further ado, may we request Colonel Joselito P. Lofena, Philippine Air Force General Staff Corps, our Deputy Commander of CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines for the welcome remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, an electrifying morning to all of us. Before we begin, please allow me to thank every one of you for coming today. To our ICT partners, our friends, our esteemed lecturers, our invited attendees from the government, private and civilian sectors, of course, our AFP Signal family, and personnel from our home court here in CEISSAFP, you are all being welcome with great pleasure. Additionally, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to everyone who assisted us in organizing this event. Without you, we could have accomplished this. In line with the week-long celebration of the 24th CEISSAFP founding anniversary, it is my pleasure to meet and welcome all of you here at CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines Technology Update Forum 2022 with the theme Bringing AFP Together Through Technology. Since the establishment of this service in 1954, which was then called Signal Service Group, CEISSAFP has evolved. Relatively, it has adapted to new organizational trends and demands. From purely communications and electronics, this service made significant adjustments to technological advancements. Notable in its adaptation to ICT solutions and cyberspace technology to develop information system for the armed forces of the Philippines and protect the network where these systems are being run. Indeed, technology alters who we are. In the world we live in, digital versions of ourselves in cyberspace coexist side by side with the real world. These days, we have greater number of online groups and friends that we have in real life. We have lived in a world where data is equivalent to oil and free Wi-Fi is more in demand than food. We live with a great need of technology nowadays, even when we don't utilize it. The internet is no longer a single global network to which we connect. Instead, it has connected the entire planet. So let us take this opportunity to identify, assess, and eventually implement technological advancements that we can support the future development. Not only our major services and units of the AFP, but also other departments and agencies in our beloved nation. In the words of the great mathematician and physicist Sir Isaac Newton, may quote, "If I have been able to see further, it was only because I stood on the shoulders of giants." I believe this Technology Update Forum presents a fantastic stance for us who stand on the shoulders of technology giants and experts present here today. Let us seize the opportunity to improve relations with other government organizations, civilian stakeholders, and our ICT partners in the commercial sector so that we can see further into the future of digital technology. So I wish a very successful and productive Technology Update Forum 2022 By the way, there will be raffle prizes for key listeners and attendees. So be motivated to stay as in tune. Maraming salamat. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Colonel Lapena, sir, for that very warm welcome remarks. Partner, just a few months or maybe around 2 months ago, we did just a cybersecurity summit here at CEISSAFP. And it's good to know that we're having again another updates about technology.
Yes, partner. So yung natutunan natin yung previous cybersecurity summit natin, ma-update pa lalo at ma-enhance pa yung mga capabilities na natutunan natin or naging natin during that discussion or lecture.
That's great, partner. So without much further ado, this event, let's have our first topic for this morning. And allow me to introduce first, rather than that, let's have first the safety briefing to the Chief of Governance Sales and Management Office of the Lieutenant Commander S.A. Mendoza for the leeway.
Good morning, everyone. Again, welcome to CEIS Service AFP. And we are glad for your joining to our Technology Update Forum today. I know we are excited to hear our esteemed speakers, but before that, be it known that, that your safety is our first priority. And in order to accomplish this goal, it is essential that you are familiar with our emergency procedures in order to respond appropriately during an emergency. So in the event of emergency, and if we are required to evacuate the building, there are 3 nearest emergency exits at the building. So please take a quick look. There's one at your left, at the right, and one at the back. So thank you. Now for general safety briefing, please direct your attention to the screen.
Shown is the designated area of the following: restrooms at the social hall and ISG facility, water station, first aid station at HHSG lobby, trash bin, power source and Wi-Fi at Bay parking area at motor pool at CEISSAFP. Health and safety protocol, wearing of face mask at all times, frequent hand washing, and social distancing of at least 1 meter apart from the next person. Safety and security. For safety, emergency and medical first responders marshals are available around the area. CCTVs and security personnel monitor the equipment and booths. Emergency and security management. We have emergency response teams as first responders to address any eventualities such as fires, earthquake, and medical emergencies. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. So we also remind our attendees via online platforms on Facebook, YouTube, and Zoom BTC. Hello there, we are live streaming. So please observe online meeting etiquettes and be safe wherever you are. Again, thank you, and let us watch for each other's safety. Good morning.
So thank you very much again, Lieutenant Commander Sir and I, for at least really reminding everyone about the safety of everyone. And that's actually remind us, partner, so let's ask for the indulgence of everyone, not to have our face mask right now. But we are COVID-free naman po, mga sirs and ma'am. So don't be worried using our face mask. So kaya kanina excited talaga ako, partner, kasi nga, hindi ko naman yung si Ma'am. That's the way of boosting our energy for this morning for this technology update. Tama-tama ba, partner? So, isang tumulong ako ang ating first presenter. So, hindi natin ipintipan, pakilala natin siya. So, before we acknowledge po sa the person who's acting with us right now is no other than Mr. Johnson. Thank you very much for being with us right now. Thank you very much. So our first presenter, our first lecture is faculty of the Sales University since 2015. point of consistency to company resource planning, Robotics and Mechatronics and Robotics Society of the Philippines since 2019 to the present. That's okay. That's only the part of technology update, right? Okay. Moving forward, as I mentioned, she is the Vice President of the Robotics and Mechatronics and Robotics Society of the Philippines since 2019 up to the present. She is a consultant in the project of advanced mechatronics, robotics, and industrial automation laboratory project. She is the international conference of automation, mechatronics, and robotics. And the president and one of the directors since 2022 of the professional robotics. One of them, let's welcome Engineer Nelson Zagi. A big round of applause for her, please.
So, hello everyone. Good morning.
Morning.
I earlier asked the permission to take mask off, so I'm also COVID free. No worries. I'm really delighted and happy to be here in the event that are all technology enthusiasts. And thank you so much for inviting me. So today I'm going to talk about robotics and technology. So if my presentation is ready, and also if it's okay, I can have the clicker to change the slides. That's great. Thank you so much. Okay, so today we're going to talk about have a topic about robotic technologies. I'm going to tap on I'm actually saying important robotic technology that can benefit also military and officers as well. And so maybe I can also assist. Can I assist? Yes, that's very good. So let us start first with defining the term robot and robotics. What do we call robot and what is robotic technology? So the term robot actually got permanence back in 1790. Can we have previous slide? Yeah, very good. It got permanence back in 1950 when Carl Keppel in Russian University was the birth of a supreme race that is similar to a human. So yes. Okay. There are different meanings for robot. We're going to first define it, and then we'll get to the technologies that are using this robot and robotic technologies. We can define the robot as a force through intelligence. We can also define it as some automatic device that can perform functions normally ascribed to the human or machine or a form of human. A robot is also a programmable, multifunctional manipulator designed to move materials, parts, tools, and anything that is difficult and repetitive for humans to do, robots can do. But what is the goal of robotic? Yeah, that's right. Thank you. The goal of robotic is actually to mimic natural world as closely as possible. And robotic technology is actually considered as a new field. It's only about 50 years that we have this robotic technologies. And with the growing development in the field of mechatronics, mathematics modeling, robotics has also come a long way. From the iron pieces that could only move few inches, now we have robots that can jump from high-rise building, perform critical surgery tasks, or do complicated military operations. Robotic itself is coming from three different fields. We have a mechanical engineering involved in the designing of a robotic system. We have electronic engineering and we have software engineering. And that's actually the reason that I like this field, to study in this field, to do the projects in this field. I'm also a computer engineer and I have my PhD in electronic engineering, so I feel very close to this field. We have mechanical engineers involved in the field of mechatronics, in the field of robotics, since they are in charge of designing mechanical linkage, all the manipulators, movements of the robot. And we also need electrical engineer and electronic engineers to deal with the sensors, to design microcontrollers, and to interface with the environment. And a robot cannot be complete without the help of a software engineer or computer engineer, where they program a robot, design algorithms, give it artificial intelligence, and give it a speed to work. There are different types of robots. Today, we're going to just review 4 of them and see some of the applications and projects that can be done in this field. First one that I'm going to talk through today are mobile robots. The second topic we are going to cover are collaborative robots, or as short what we know cobots. And the third one would be exoskeletal robotics, which is relatively useful in robotics as well. And then we will wrap it up with unmanned vehicles or drones that have a wide variety of application and military purposes as well. So, for the robots, we call a robot any robot that can move, probably with a purpose. Actually, definitely need to have a purpose to move some objects around, to in the warehouses, in the industry situation. So this kind of robots usually have different types of different configurations for the view, and they can perform various multiple tasks. Mostly these robots are also intelligent. They can be used in the warehouses, that can be also used in the rescue operations. And here you can see a robot, which is from educational series of the robot. That is equipped with a gripper. It can detect objects, just move them from one point and another point. Here we have a shooting mechanism for so this is a self-balanced robot, and that's really good for the where you can go outside and just move through the obstacles. Here's another legged robot that is designed to go through the stairs, to just jump on the obstacles. So do not know these are all considered as mobile robots. And here, let's take a look at some of the components that is in the mobile robot. Here you can see a robot antenna to communicate. If it's control robot, we can communicate with some controllers at the station. There are also UV tracks. There are GPS for localization and mapping of the robot, so we can get the exact location of that robot. There are some flippers. There are some sensors depending on the use of the robot, and there are some integrated batteries. But what are these technologies that empowers the robotic and mobile robots field to be specific? First, the robot needs to have a vision. This vision is coming from various sensors. We can give vision to a robot just like a human vision by camera, or we can use an ultrasound sensor, which is from the family of proximity sensor. So these sensors are working with the radio signals. They just transmit some signal. If it hits an object, then it will receive the echo. So These sensors can be used in different applications of robotics to detect the object in front of them, have obstacle avoiding, avoid collision, and they can also predict exact distance to an object. Other sensors that can be used in robots, and most specifically mobile robots, are infrared sensors, which are again from proximity sensors. So this kind of sensors are also working on infrared light, and they can just emit the light and just listen to its feedback to detect the distance to an object and avoid collision. Another sensor that can be used in mobile robots for finding its environment is light detecting and ranging or LiDAR sensor. The sensor is widely used also in drones to find the mapping. They can provide the mapping of the environment. So imagine if you are in the one room for the very first time. The first thing you are going to do is just to roam around, see what's the exit door, what are the exit doors, identify different rooms in one environment. That is the same thing that this LiDAR technology do. It just emits lights. So when we are designing a robot, first we let our robot to go to an environment for the first time, and we call that mapping. We use an algorithm to write a program with that, and the name of the algorithm is just SLAM, or simultaneous localization and mapping. And this will give you a map of the room for the first time. And for the second time, you can just give tasks to your robot and ask your robot to go from one direction, one location to another location, and the robot will do that for you using this technology. So speaking of the mobile robots, here is a project that we have run during the pandemic. This is the prototype of a mobile robot that can be used in hospital for disinfection purpose, and it has some UV light to emit for just sterilizing the environment. So this robot is equipped with a camera to give you the visual aspect. And it has also LiDAR technology, so you can set it to go to the room patient, for example, 32. And the robot can exactly find the location and go because it's using LiDAR and mapping and localization system. It has also ultrasound sensor at all 4 sides of the robot to avoid collision to any obstacle that is under the way. So that was a project that we have done during the pandemic for disinfecting the hospitals and some common areas. There is another technology that we use for robots, which is called a vision technology or camera. So in camera, when we use camera itself, if you integrate it on the robot, we really cannot interpret the environment. We need to have image processing and machine learning technology in order for a robot to understand its environment, understand the objects through image processing technologies. There are certain techniques that we need to do when we are dealing with video processing or image processing. The first technique would be feature extraction from the picture. So by feature extraction, we mean just pull up all the features like colors, edges, and other specification of the image. And after we extracted the features with various algorithms and techniques, next would be to process that through a classification, what we call classification or machine learning, when we are giving various features of a system to an algorithm, and we ask it to classify it as a plant or as a flag. And that process is called classification. You can see in this picture on the left side, an image processing output, and what we can see it in computer when we are extracting features and classifying into different tags. There are other applications for mobile robots. We can have them as food service delivery assistants. We can have them as assistant to the elders in hospitals. We can use them for rescue operations, both in military and also in the medical field. We can use them as a guide in the airport or any other places. We can use them as cleaning or disinfecting, which was a project I earlier explained. Total mobile robotic. Actually, last Friday I was at the Navy or Naval Research and Technology Development System Development Center, where we conducted training for the mobile robots, how to use them, to start the fundamental of the mobile robots, and just give them some research idea for future. Another robots that I'm going to discuss for today are collaborative robots. So when we say collaborative robots, it means a robot should be able to work on the same environment with human without causing any harm to the human. So for short, we can say also cobots or co-robots. This collaborative robots is a type of robot which is just physically interacting with the human in a shared work space. But what's the difference between traditional robots? Here we can see a robot arm and a collaborative robot. Traditionally, in manufacturer processes, we usually have a caged room which can separate the robot arm or a traditional robot from human, because that might hurt people during their process. And they need programmers to program them. But what about the collaborative robot? Collaborative robots are just designed to work on the same work environment as you, just like your colleague. And they are equipped with artificial intelligence and sensors that will stop working if it might cause any harm to people. And they are there to assist you and to help you through the project that cannot be fully automated. We can see two manufacturing lines here. At the right side, we can see the automobile manufacturing line, which are still using traditional robots. So we don't say collaborative robots are going to replace traditional robots. It's not like that. They are there for different purposes to assist human for the task that cannot be fully automated. But if a task can be fully automated, then there is no need for a collaborative robot. We can just have a traditional robot and just dedicate a work environment and a space for that. And the reason that I want to talk for today about the collaborative robots are they are there for also sustainable development as well, because they use less resources as they need less space to operate, and they are going to save also energy. So they are there to help us achieve sustainable development goals as well. Collaborative robots are experiencing the rapid market growing in the sector of robotic, which would be millions of dollars in the next 10 years. There are some reasons for that, for growing technologies in the collaborative robotic field. First is because of decreasing the cost of the robot recently due to the manufacture process of all those parts. The second one is because of the advances in the edge computing technologies. You might be familiar with the edge computing, but I'm going to just explain a little bit about this technology and why it's important and how it can help to grow the collaborative robot technologies. Another reason for collaborative robots to grow very much for the past years because there is no programming also required for these collaborative robots. So talking about the edge technologies, we have this Internet of Things, we have the Internet technology where the data can be just processed through a network. This edge technology is going to just establish a data set, establish an analyzing system on the edge part of the manufacturing processes. So instead of having a central server room for process all the activities, we're going to establish just a server for each device. Then they will analyze the data locally and send it through the network to the internet for furthermore analysis or reports. So here we have the edge computing, And one step, if we come look at this diagram, we have edge cloud in general, and that will lead to the cloud computing. So if you're familiar with the concept of a cloud computing, edge computing is just a subset of cloud computing, where we do the computing and calculation on the edge of the systems. There's another new concept in the field of robotics, which is called Internet of Robotic Things. They are going to embed the intelligence into robotic devices. They are going to distribute the intelligence by data analysis, and they are giving the intelligence through the determining of the actions of the robots. So why does robotic need Internet of Things or IoT? For a robotic system to operate and function well, they need to have an awareness about the environment. So Internet of Things is there to provide those awareness and provide the robot with enough data so they can operate properly and precisely. Also, Internet of Things with the field of robotics, and the reason for that is robotic technology is just gathering the data, interacting with the environment, and for Internet of Things to fully operate, they also need the information from robotics technology. And where this is the collaborative robots coming in hand. So there are some limitations for Internet of Things that edge computing can address. One of those is the bandwidth. The bandwidth is just the rate of the data that you can send through the time. And we all know that the bandwidths have limitation, although the data can be transferred by the speed of light, but the bandwidths are also limited. And if you want to increase the bandwidth of a network, that might be very costly and sometimes even not enough. So for the systems that need decision making, like a self-driving car, we cannot rely on the internet, and we're able to implement the edge computing for that purpose to be able to make decision fast, which is the latency coming from the delay that we might get to transferring the data, and also they are safe, and for the system that with high security and precision, they are mostly recommended. There are other applications for the edge computing technologies. Here I can mention about the manufacturing. They provide the workplace safety, improve the healthcare system. Also, they can be used in transportation and retail processes. Just like any other system, the edge computing has also its disadvantages, like the data lifetime cycle. We can mention about the security, which the cybersecurity team can come and provide a solution in this field. We have connectivity, and we have limited capability, as we cannot operate for the full system and run several edge computing system for manufacturing processes. So we talk about decreasing the cost of the robot, advance in edge computing for collaborative robot. Yes, next one would be new computer programming needed for the collaborative robot. They can just mimic the human interaction. So imagine they have a robot arm as a collaborative robot. They can just for the first time, in order to program it, they can just move the arm in a particular direction to pick an item and place it into the box. The robot can have enough sensor to be able to mimic what you have done. So the programming usually is done by the operator, and there is no need for a specialist to program it from the scratch. They are designed, collaborative robots are designed to work alongside the human rather than their own space. So as I mentioned earlier, there is no need for a cage room for them to operate. They can just work in the same room as we are working and collaborative with us. And cobots have safe and a smart behavior. So these are the robots equipped with many sensors that can make decisions based on the new situations of the environment, unless the traditional robots that are just programmed and set to perform a task repetitive over and over again. These robots are able to make decisions and change their behavior based on the environment and new situation that was not defined for them before. Instead of relying on a programmer to tell them what to do, cobots are teachable and we can teach them to do new tasks and activities. Collaborative robot has another key important technology, which are called the gripper. How they can just grab something, which is called the gripper technology. So this International Federation of Robotics, or IFR, stated that one of the most challenging prospect for all robotic is just continuous retooling, which is required during the manufacturing process. So these new gripper technologies, which are soft gripper, as you can see, it's just designed to move and pick some items that are very soft and flexible. We have a vacuum gripper that is good for just moving around some metal sheet or even the paper sheets in the manufacturing. We have the pneumatic gripper. We have the hydraulic gripper. We have a servo electronic gripper. We have a magnet gripper, and also we have non-contact gripper in industry. Another key important technologies in robotic is artificial intelligence and machine learning. So recent advancement in artificial intelligence have enabled these collaborative robots and also mobile robots to precisely execute tasks in a dynamically changing workspace that enables operations to run more smoothly, efficiently, and increase the productivities. Next project that I'm going to discuss here is the autonomous farming system, which is using FLAN feature extraction with a robotic arm. This is one of the projects that we have done, and it's already published. You can just search for that in the AIP publication. So this is a robot for autonomous farming, or what we call also a smart farming. So in this robot, we have designed a crane over the farm with a robotic arm with a gripper, and we are just using a servo motor gripper type. So the goal of this smart farming is to do the automation for farming from the seeding up to harvesting. So it has just some dropping sensors for seeding. It has an AI vision, so it can just divide the farm field into different fields and just plant different things like a carrot in the farm field. And then it will also run through the farm over the time, like daily, and capture some pictures. Through the image processing technology and computer vision, we are going to just extract some features of the ready to harvest carrots in this project. Here you can see this system is able also to detect some weeds and carrots. If there is a weed, it can just surpass the weed. And if it's a carrot, by image processing and feature extraction techniques, it's able to determine the color of the crown and do the harvesting autonomously. So it means there is no need for a farmer to even attend to the farm. This robot, or this crane over the robot, is a smart farming system, can automatically generate a report to the farmer through the internet, through the web application that we develop. It can also check the humidity of the soil. It can do the watering, it can do the pesticides, and everything would be autonomous using this technology for the farming system. This is just a block diagram. I don't want to just bother you going through all the process. I'm going to quickly just explain what we did here. We had a training sample, over 1,000 pictures we have collected for training our machine learning system. We had a pre-processing system. We had a feature extraction using Flang algorithm. We have trained our model and finally classified to a wheat, to a carrot, ready to harvest, and different stage of the farming. And through that process, we can already identify different farm features. And here is a picture of our prototype during the implementation. So the third topic for today that I want to cover, that is also the field of my interest, just like others. Others are also interesting for me as well. I hope it's for you too. But here we are going to talk about a relatively new technology in robotic, which is exoskeleton robotic, that has a wide application in military services as well. But what is this exoskeleton robotic? Exoskeleton can also be used to increase the strength and enhance by distributing the force generated by an individual over a larger area. This decreases the fatigue, provide more power that could never be done alone by a person. So you can, with this exoskeleton technology, you would be able to carry heavy boxes and with the less force on your muscles. If you have heard about the cyborg concept, some scientists, cyborg concept means just integrate some exoskeleton parts into the human body to give it more strength. That might seem like a science fiction, like an Iron Man, but it's actually came to the reality. We have these systems already implemented for different rehabilitation purposes, for military use. And there is no more science fiction about it. It just came to reality, and it's so fascinating. These are three important applications for that. We can use them for paint spraying, for welding, for assembling line of materials. You can see in this video, the worker is using the exoskeleton technology, so it would be able to carry heavier boxes with less pressure on the muscles, so that would be less fatigue. They can work better, efficiently, and they can work more. So, so by carrying the supply, they can be also used as a rescue people in dangerous places, or they can be there for you to just provide the information about the environment. Because they are not only devices to help you to just carry heavier boxes, but they also have integrated sensors that can give some vital information about the body of the soldier, like the blood pressure. Some other vital sensors are actually embedded. So you can get a real-time information about the location, about the health of the soldier or the worker that is wearing this device, and they can just generate a report. So the US Department of Defense has already shown interest in this technology by investing millions of dollars into the research on exoskeleton suit that can help soldiers carry heavy loads over a long distance. Furthermore, it also enables communication through the voice command, through the sensors that are embedded, and gestures also. It just reduces the heat loss during the nighttime operation by generating also electricity from the body heat through the embedded thermoelectronic devices. So they are pretty smart devices. There are other use for these kind of systems, like we can use them for rehabilitation, and they can be used as assistant devices in the surgery room or in a medical field. Here we can see an exoskeleton robotic arm, a robotic leg that is used for rehabilitation purposes in some medical facilities. This is actually a paper that I presented recently in an international conference, which is about the soft robotic exomuscular. That is also an exoskeleton system. This glove is working with brain-computer interface technology and system. I'm going to give you also a brief explanation about what's the neurofeedback and brain control computer interface, because we really cannot separate them from the field of robotics, and they are all interrelated. So to give you just an introduction about these fields, neurofeedback, our brain emit electronic activities and electronic signals together with our muscles as well. So through some devices, which are amplifiers, we can enhance those signals and just convert them into some motor imagery tasks. A stroke is also classified as the third most reason for disability worldwide. And this early neural rehabilitation can help the patients to just regain their strength. That can be through the hand or that can be through the leg. So with this system, this is actually a project that we have done. In this project, there is an exomuscular glove with some embedded sensors and embedded parts and joints. So through this system, we get the brain signals and we say when the person who has limp hand and cannot really grab things due to some problem, that can be an accident, that can be due to a stroke or any other reason. So with this robotic technology, we get the brain signals and we ask the patient to just think about grabbing something. And those brain signals through our system will be classified as the grab or release task. Here you can see the pneumatic design of this soft robotic exoskeleton for each finger and the for palm of the hand, which is all connected to the linear motorized unit or LMU. So to walk you through the steps of the project, we ask the patient to think about different tasks that can be grabbing this, grabbing a microphone, or releasing, place it from one location to another location. So the person doesn't have enough muscle strength to do that. Through the neurofeedback and some machine learning process, we just let the machine to do that. So we have a robotic hand that will assist the person to grab some objects that can be a heavy box, that can be a glass of water, and just move it from one place to another place. And here is the prototype during the sample taking. You can see some videos during the sample taking for these technologies for training of our model. So here we are asking the person to grab its hand for training the model first, and then later we let the patient to wear that. Here is actually another process. So to avoid any human interaction, we just place the robotic glove on a foam stand. So it won't be any human interaction for the testing of the system. And one person is just doing the fist, the exoskeleton robotic hand can also do the fist and grab action. So here is another sample of testing. These are 64-channel brain signals that we are receiving for the process of neurofeedback in this project. And this is a final testing on the hand itself. So it can work only by thinking about moving objects around, and the exoskeleton technology can just do that. So the last topic I'm going to cover for today would be some drone technologies or unmanned aerial vehicle. First, let's define what is drone. The drone term was first used by the US military for the first time, just like many other technologies that are coming from the military, because the military is usually investing on the science and research, and we have a very great projects coming from them, like drone technologies that is vastly used for different applications nowadays. So unmanned aerial vehicle, or what we know for short as UAVs, we can say they are flying robots. They are using robotic technologies. They are co-opted from military, and they are a kind of sophiastic helicopters as well. And they are giving us an expanded consciousness through the air. There are different types of these drone technologies depending on their size. We have very small drone, which are good for some missions as well, because they are hardly noticeable in the room. We have a small drones that you can see here. They are usually the size of my palm. We have a medium-sized drone, which is widely used for surveillance purposes, for delivering the packages even, and flying over the city. And we have also large drones for firefighting operations and carrying some boxes, delivering rescue operations. Depend on the ranging of the drone, we have also some category. We have a very close range, which can go up to 5 kilometers. Most of the drones for hobby are from this category, very close range. We have close range also, which can fly up to 6 hours, and they can go up to 50 kilometers. We have a short range drone that can go up to 150 kilometers away from the controller and the station. And we have a mid-range drone that can go up to 6,050 kilometers that is vastly used in military operations. But depending on the structure of the drone itself, we have different categories for them. Here in this picture, you can see a single rotor drone. That is so much like a helicopter. It's actually getting the idea from helicopter. And this is a single rotor drone on the top. They have a strong structure. They can perform very well under any weather condition. And next one is fixed wing drones. So the fixed wing drone technology is also vastly used in farming and agriculture purposes for pesticide, herbicide. So the difference here is they are gliding through the air. And since they don't need to fight gravity, they don't have propellers to go horizontally, they can just glide through the air. It means they need less battery, and they have longer life batteries, so they can go farther, more distance, and they are perfect for some operations such as pesticide and herbicide in the farms. There is another category for the drone that I'm going to talk more about this category. I'm going to just present for you 2 projects that we have done in this category, which is multi-rotors. These multi-rotors, they have different rotors that can be 3 rotors. We can have 4 rotor, which we call it also a quadcopter. We can have hexacopter, and even we can have 10 rotors connected to our drone. There are different actually kind of applications for robot. Here you can see at the left side an solar inspection drone, which can just fly over the solar panel fields and detect if there is any inspection pointed on the map, so the technician can just go there and efficiently fix the parts that are not working. They can be used also as taxi, as we have already some projects done. They can be used for the crowd management systems. So when there is a crowd and population just gathered in some area, the drone can be used to manage the crowd and give you a critical reports about the crowd. Next project that I'm going to present here is also have been published in Slovakian journals with the Scopus Index. This project is about firefighting UAV with shooting mechanism of fire extinguisher ball for smart city applications. So this picture is actually Manila Hotel Philippines few years back when it was a fire incident on a high-rise building. And we all know the challenges of a smart city and urban area, more on urban area. When we have high-rise building, we also have traffic in a street, like a lot of traffic, heavy traffic. That makes difficult for the firefighting operations to be done efficiently. Also, not to mention the high-rising ladders that they need to carry in order to put out the fire. So these are the challenges that we are facing for big cities and urban area. So in order to avoid such a this incident happen, and we can see a high-rise building all on fire, there are several technologies that can be used. Here is an unmanned aerial system that is connected with the cable to the fire station on the ground, so it can just fly and it can put out the fire. There is another technology that can be used for putting out the fire in the wide area like a forest. This drone technology is also using the gliding wings, so it means it can go through the air. But the problem with this kind of drones are they cannot stay on one location. Suppose it's a building, it wants to put out the fire from the building. They cannot stabilize and fight gravity and stay on a stable position. They just need to move around in order to be stable on air. So we have come with a solution of shooting mechanism for fire extinguisher bulb. These are fire extinguisher bulb. They get activated in the presence of heat. So we use this technology and we just add it to a hexacopter drone. These are some of the objectives of the study that we have done. Like we have designed an octocopter. We have integrated a night vision so it can perfectly work during the night as well and just identifying the fire. It is using a remote control of 2.4 hertz radio frequency signal to regulate the drone's movement. And it is designed and developed with the efficient shooting mechanism, which I'm going to here show it better. So you can see here, we have the shooting mechanism that was designed for this purpose. It can drop the fire extinguisher ball or it can target it to a floor that is on fire and just shoot the fire extinguisher ball directly to that location. Our drone is equipped with the GPS to be able to navigate to a specific location and just give an exact location. We have here the propellers, we have here the support, the battery, and this is the bottom view of the drone and our shooting mechanism for fire extinguisher ball. This is where we tested. We have tested our drone in Quezon City. We have actually tested, we didn't set anything on fire. We have tested the fire extinguisher ball outside the city. But for in city, we have tested in the terms of finding its location, flying efficiently through the high-rise building. And it was just successfully tested. Another drone project and UAV project that we have done, and I want to just share with you for today, is a pesticide herbicide UAV with adjustable spraying and surveillance camera. So we have this design. The idea came from the rice traces in Ifugao region of the Philippines, where it's very hard for the farmer to reach to the topper hierarchical rice traces in order for every day for them to pesticide, water them, herbicide. That is a very challenging task. So we have talked with the farmers of Ifugao region, and they help us to form the idea for a drone that can perform this task. So this drone is designed and developed specifically with adjustable angle of the sprayer, so that can be implemented and used in the rice traces, because it has an adjustable angle, so it can just target to 60-degree angle or 90-degree angle for doing the operation. We have worked on the stabilization system of this drone, since it's going to water from an angle of 60-degree or sometimes 120-degree. That made it challenging, and we have come over the challenge by designing this system. Another specification of this drone is it is foldable. It can, all these propellers, this quadcopter, they can be folded as a backpack. So the farmer can just carrying it on their back. They can go through the rice races. They can just fly it and have a surveillance of the area first and most of all, and then do the spraying. That can be water spraying. It can carry up to 15 kilogram load each time in each flight. So here we can see the nozzle of the sprayer, the landing gear that we designed, the tank, the camera, the GPS antenna, and other components of the drone. And this is our prototype and actual design, which we have designed specifically for it to be foldable and easy to carry by the farmers over the field. So this is also a published paper. And you can just check it out on AIP publication journal. This is our software where the farmers or the operator can just see the location of the drone, and it has also a system to come back to its location. So in a case that is out of battery or the signals of the controllers are lost, the drone would be navigated to its origin place that it just flew from, returning home to the safely return to the home. And here are just some testing that we have done and the improvements. So we have discussed here with the farmers, and we just measure the time. If they want to just do the watering or spraying the farm field by the workers of 100 square meter, that will give the manual process 20 minutes. But this drone can just do that in 1.1 minutes. So that's a lot of improvement. And also not to mention that the farmer or the worker doesn't need to get exposed to the pesticide and herbicide, which are not very good for their health. So the drone can do that for them. This is our current project that we have in our hand, and we are working on that right now, but I wanted to also share that with you. Next project in the drone field that we have is design and development of unmanned aerial vehicle for rescue kit delivery. The idea actually came from many disasters that might happen, like a flood, like an earthquake. And during these disasters, usually the access, the key point roads or the access to some villages and remote areas might be disconnected through some disaster, or there might be some remote area that we need to deliver some rescue kits on time. And we need to communicate with the people who are there, and the communication might be lost due to the flood or any other natural disaster. So the goal of this drone, the goal of designing this drone is for us to be able to send them the survival kit, deliver some medicine, any other thing that can be put in the box, as well as communicate with the people who are there. So it has also embedded communication system where we can communicate with the people who are there through the microphone and the speaker. This is the key factor of key features of this drone. We have here, we can have a box delivery. It will just carry a box and it will drop it to the area that we are targeting on the map. And it has audio, speaker, microphone, a GPS, a camera. So we can just have a surveillance and observe the area. And we can communicate with the people through the microphone that is embedded, because in many situations, even the communication, the mobile signals are disconnected. So this rescue drone is there to help for communicating with the victims of the area, and also drop some boxes to that area so they can just receive some immediate responses and anything, medications or rescue survival kits. This is our prototype that is under development. This is a project that we are working right now on it, and we hope that we can launch that by the month of March, God willing, next year. So I'm going to just wrap up and close my speech by this very popular sentence that I love about technology. Train of technology is moving fast, so ride with it and do not jump in front of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Nasser and Riza Nazar Zadi, for sharing the knowledge about robotics. Partner, napakaganda. It's the topic that has been discussed is really so fruitful and meaningful, especially nowadays that there's a lot of things that should be done through robotics.
Yes, sure.
So by the way, there is still time for a question and answer.
Yes.
By the way, so Engineer Nizan, as I listened to your discussion a while ago, you have talked about collaborative robots, right? And you have mentioned that there's no need for programming. Is it tantamount or synonymous of saying that there is no place for error for that kind of robots?
That is correct. Absolutely no place for the error. And we can assure that actually humans' error are much more than the collaborative robots in terms of operating in manufacturer process. So they are pretty safe.
Thank you very much. And I think there's another question, a follow-up question from Lieutenant Commander Bilbao.
Good morning, ma'am. I've learned that you have worked and is still working extensively for the development of robotics in the country. So can you at least brief us on the current state on the research and development of robotics in the country? And can you, well, sort of describe what picture it would be, let's say, for the next 5 years? And because relative to that, because you mentioned a lot of times that the application of drones in military operations, or in case of the PNP, for law enforcement, perhaps. Now, what will be your recommendation as we move forward on the development of robotics in the country? Thank you.
So to answer that question, first, we know that many technologies are actually coming from the armed forces, military, and government of the countries. It means they are investing in this field and they are working on cutting edge technology. Robotic is also a cutting edge technology, and it's relatively new but very fast growing. I can say that it's the fastest growing industry right now in this century. So the countries are also investing, and that might not be obvious now, but 5 years from now, the difference between countries who are invested in this field to others would be pretty obvious. And where we are standing here in the Philippines, I can see there are a lot of investment in this field in the Philippines as we are also moving toward Industry 4.0. I've been engaged in some projects of MIRDC DOST where we are also working on this field of advanced mechatronic and robotics technology, bringing it to the manufacturing processes, militaries, and other sectors. And I can see that from very early age of elementary, this robotic technology is getting implemented. We are in the process of coping up with the technology and improving it as we move forward. But I can say that Philippines is also in a good direction as they started the STEM program from elementary. So they can familiarize the students with the field of science, engineering, technology, and we can encourage more people to go and take robotic engineering fields, trainings, and courses in the future as well. So 5 years within now, we can have robotic professional to step into this field and bring more innovations. So any questions? I'm ready to answer.
Thank you very much for answering that query of our Lieutenant Commander Bilbo. Is there any questions from the group? I think there's none. So with that, we would like to thank you. Or rather, I think Lieutenant Commander Serenay does have.
Ma'am, a while ago, you told me that you're connected to TESDA. Can you expound further your connection with our agency, ma'am, government agency?
Yes.
And what opportunities can we get being connected with TESDA? Thank you.
Testo actually, if you're familiar, they have a very long process on accrediting course matter in every field. So for mechatronic and robotic, to be most specific, here together with the MTC, which is Mechatronic Technology Center, and ProBoat, we are having some robotic courses accredited. We have robotic level 2 and robotic level 3, which are non-TR, and you can take the training there. There are actually 10 days training for the field of robotic. We have fundamental of robotic, where we start with the concept of mobile robots, up to level 3 of robotics, which is in the intermediate, and they will learn to work with the different algorithms, the grippers, the collaborative robot, as I mentioned earlier. And so we have some accredited courses accrediting through the TESTA program as well that can be provided through MTC and our company, which is specialized in the field of robotic, ProBoat.
Thank you very much. In line with that question that Lieutenant Commander Serenay was able to throw to you, so I think you're specifically talking about the mechatronics that is being offered by TESDA. Am I correct with that?
In addition to that, we have robotic level 2 and 3, Internet of Things level 2 and 3 for coming 2023. So mechatronic training is already available, and robotic training would be available in early next year.
Okay, so with that, how would it really be significantly related to the CIS or the Signal Family Service of the Armed Forces of the Philippines? Or what could be the correlation of robotics and mechatronics to the CIS or the Signal or the Communication Electronics Information System Service of the Armed Forces of the Philippines?
Yes, correct. Earlier, I discussed about cutting-edge technologies like cloud computing, Internet of Things. We really cannot distinguish and put a line between these technologies because robotic cannot be complete without having some cybersecurity system, some Internet of Things, and also Internet of Things cannot be complete without having some interaction with the sensors and robotics things. When we say robotic, we really don't mean just a robot with legs and arms to move around. We call that specifically mobile robot. But the robotic field is relatively the study of robotic engineering, anything that is working with the sensor, interacting with the environment. That's a very comprehensive and complete study, which we can provide. And this is completely relative to the field of cybersecurity and Internet of Things as well.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Is there any questions from the group? So if there's none, so we would like to thank you, Engineer Nastaran. And with that, allow us to, may we request Commander Matinong to hand over this plaque of appreciation to Engineer Nastaran, and allow me to read the citation on the plaque of appreciation. Headquarters, Communication, Electronics, and Information System Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Camp General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. The plaque of appreciation is hereby given to Engineer Nastaran Reza Nazar Zadi in recognition of her valuable service as guest lecturer during the CIS Service AFP Technology Update Forum 2022. Given this 15th day of November 2022 at Headquarters, Communication, Electronics, and Information System Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Camp General Emilio Ginaldo, Quezon City. Signed, Marcos Y. Imperio, Captain, Philippine Navy General Staff Corps Commander of CIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and thank you very much, Commander Matinong.
Partner, it's really fascinating to talk about robotics, di ba? Timing na ngayon. Dapat, as we update the CIS service, really maybe our higher ups should think about entering to robotics as well.
Oh, parang I just remembered I've encountered robotics when I was in high school. So, na-update yung knowledge ko with regards to robotics when I listened to the lecture of Ma'am Engineer.
Okay. Once again, thank you very much, Engineer Nastaran, for sharing your knowledge and time talking about robotics. So, hindi na natin patatagalin ulit, partner. So, please do the honor to introduce our second speaker for this morning.
Okay, for our next lecturer and speaker, he is currently the APAC business leader for the Kala Group, a global cybersecurity company founded by ex-military intelligence personnel of the elite Israel's Unit 82,000. He has many years of experience in cyberspace security, dealing with IR that includes hackers, negotiation and attribution, cyber threat intel, threat hunting, and DFIR. He had previously held senior positions in various MNSCs, such as the country manager of Singapore for Akamai, as well as the ASEAN head for public sector. He also has proven a track record in building exponentially growing businesses in his various senior roles in IBM, HP, and Dell. He graduated with a Bachelor of Engineering degree, a second-class honors with the National University of Singapore, and an MBA with the University of Surrey, United Kingdom. Allow me to present our next presenter speaker, Mr. James Wong from Connex of Kala Group. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Hi, good morning. That was a really exciting topic on robotics. I hope I can keep your interest alive in my speech. So I'm going to talk a topic about something that's close to you guys as in the military operations. So I'm not talking about Army operations, Navy, or the Air Force. I'm going to speak on the fourth dimension in a modern military warfare, and this is cyber warfare. So knowing that you guys are very busy and a lot to catch up among your colleagues in the table, I'm going to shorten my presentation to give you back half an hour. So I'm going to compress and speed up my presentation so as to give you back more time. So my name is James. I'm the Asia Pacific business leader for the Kala Group. The Kala Group is a global cybersecurity company founded in 2009 with HQ in Israel. We have global offices in the US, UK, Japan, and Singapore. Our founding members and a large part of our technical team were formerly from the Israel Elite Military Intelligence Unit, known as Unit 8200. So what this means is that we are not just a group of technology people knowing how to develop cybersecurity. We have the operational domain knowledge to know what it takes to fight cybercrime and take down cyber criminals. So the Kala Group essentially comprises two companies, Kala, which is a targeted cyber intelligence solution company, and UltraRate, which provides validated cyber intelligence. This just to give you a snapshot of a select group of international customers. They're all iconic brand names, and needless to say, there are many more that are not shown here. And in particular, you will not get to see any government or government agencies logo up here because we have very strict governance about sensitivity when it comes to the government customers. So the Keller Group, we have developed the industry's first and only platform to combine cyber threat intelligence with validated attack to provide a defend forward capability for our customers. And I'd like to emphasize on the word defend forward. Defend forward changes the paradigm in the way we do cybersecurity defense today. So I'd like to quote the US Department of Defense, who defines defend forward as a concept that is developed in response to the escalating pace and sophistication of nation-state sponsored adversaries. So defend forward means three things. It means defend with an offensive mindset. It means defending proactively to disrupt or stop malicious cyber activities at the early stages. And thirdly, it means increasing the cost for adversaries. This is how we take the fight to the attacker and reverse the adversary asymmetric advantage. So what is the adversary asymmetric advantage? It simply means it's far easier to be an attacker than to be a defender. Right? A bunch of script kiddies, meaning people who do not have very expert knowledge in cyber attack or techniques, they can simply go to the dark web, purchase some compromised account, and straight away they can get into your organization. So defend forward means reversing the asymmetric advantage that the bad guys have been enjoying all the while, turn the table around to our advantage as defenders. So why are we talking about defend forward right now? There are a few impetus to the need to embrace this security posture. First of which is the automation and monetization has changed in the cyberspace over the last 3 years. Let me explain more about that, right? In the dark web, there are many sorts of illegal marketplaces. There are some that are selling organized bots that are deployed by threat actors to infect your machines and steal your credentials. That every time you log into your website, into your bank account, into your company intranet account, it captures your username and password. And even the session cookies, so that that can be used to bypass the 2FA. Other than bot markets, there are ransomware markets, there are initial access, all sorts of markets and shops that are readily available for anyone to go in and buy something, right? Secondly, the widespread use of cryptocurrencies. Today, the blockchain technology with cryptocurrency riding on it has made it so easy and so deniable to trace back to the person who sell the weapons, because they can hide behind layers and layers of proxies. Typically, how this is transacted in a dark web is when a hacker wants you to pay them money through ransomware, through selling some weapons or whatever, they go through a middleman, right? The middleman is typically the owner of the forum where they advertise their sale. And the middleman in turn use several layers of new accounts, many more layers of proxies for the money to be transacted before you eventually get to the real threat actor. So the layer of obfuscation makes it very safe for threat actor to sell things and monetize. And the last point is the ability to attack from any point. So no longer does a threat actor need to develop the full chain of attack from start to end. They can simply go to the dark web, shop for their weapon, and deploy it, and that's it. Make things very easy. Second reason, the entire threat environment has changed today. That is, if you talk about attack surface, no longer are your organization running your applications and services on-premise, right? You have, you consume services from the cloud. You have IT devices, IoT devices. You use third-party suppliers like SolarWinds, Okta, Zoom. Does it sound familiar? So when any one of those third-party service provider that you use comes under attack, automatically your organization have a high probability of being impacted. So the attack surface have changed entirely in today's technology world. Secondly, talking about the attackers' challenges, which was what I alluded to earlier, is no longer necessary for any hacker to be very clever, very intelligent, in the knowledge of cyber attacks, right? The kind of things that they can buy from the dark web is so readily available, and they can just pick and choose, mix and match, and choose their attack factors. And lastly, the way to make money, cryptocurrencies and all that, again, similar to the point I said earlier, it's so easy to collect money and while completely remaining anonymous in the dark web. So being proactive is not enough. And this is also partly because of the multi-layers of cybersecurity solutions that all companies have in place, spending millions and millions of dollars protecting themselves. But how do you know that all these technologies are seamlessly integrated and there's no crack between technologies that any threat actor can leverage and come into your system? So to embrace a defend forward security paradigm, you need to act like a hacker. That's not enough. You got to be better than a hacker. And finally, you have to put in place technology, system, and processes to embrace a defend forward posture. In fact, the concept of defend forward is not new because centuries ago, a famous Chinese general have already talked about it in his famous book, The Art of War. And he says, to know your enemy, you must become your enemy. So it's the same concept in the military warfare as it is in the cyber warfare. So let's talk about the Keller Group solution portfolio to explain how we can help you move towards a defend forward security posture. So to the left is the Keller solution for CTI platform, Cyber Threat Intel, which provides threat detection and analysis. And to the right, the UltraRate company provides you the defend forward platform, giving you active threat gathering and continuous validation. Let's start with Keller, delve into it to let you know, appreciate what it does. So if you look at the evolution of this threat intel market, for a long time until today, threat intel companies have been gathering intelligence from the open web, dark web, information about IOCs, compromised accounts and all that. These are all data-centric way of gathering intelligence. Sometime in 2017, 2018, there emerged a group of players known as attack surface management, where they look at vulnerabilities around your assets, domains or subdomains, right? And this, in a way, without the context of the threat intelligence, so they only give you a asset-centric view of the threats and vulnerability around the assets. We believe that to be a good threat intel company, you need to combine both, a combination of both, to give you a business-centric view of the threats of your assets, to tell you what is the business impact if you do not remediate the vulnerability that is detected. So this is precisely what Keller does in combining both cybercrime threat intelligence and external attack surface management, right? To give you the ultimate combination for cybercrime prevention. Now let's take a look at the dark web and to see how all these things are put together. So in the dark web, there exists a lot of harmful things, illegal stuff, bad people doing all sorts of things. You have a ransomware group, automated shops, illicit markets, and then underground forums, communities, and all that. It's a mixed bag of all sorts of bad things and bad people, right? But among the chaos in the dark web, with all the bad things happening, there is one unifying force that links all of them together. And this is what I call the root of all evil, money. They all work for money. And for money, they work so cohesively, they cooperate, and they become stronger as a bunch of bad guys, right? So as a threat intelligence company, what we do is we gain access to all the places where they transact, they communicate, they trade, and all that. Now, this is not a simple matter. It requires a lot of knowledge And it also requires art and a trade craft in knowing how to get access to some of the very difficult places, because these bad guys do the kind of vetting that is far more complex and more complete that you and I do in a good part of our work in terms of security vetting and admitting you to the group. So Kela, based on our knowledge and experience in this field, we basically extract all the information from all these places and put it all into our security data lake. So from this data lake, through big data analytics and AI, we provide to our customer a secure, actionable intelligence that is contextualized cybercrime intelligence, noise-free, and the cybercrime based on external surveys. So quickly delving into the solution modules found in the CTI platform, essentially it comprises 3 modules. First, external attack surface management. Second, cybercrime investigations. And last but not least, the risk assessment integration module. And let's quickly look into each of them. Under the external attack surface management module, it monitors the cybercrime sources for essential organization assets. This is the module that provides you different layers of cyber intelligence that are tactical, technical, operational, and strategic. For those who are familiar, it will be things like the CVEs, the TTPs, compromised account, leaked credentials, and so on and so forth. This module also monitors the organization entire attack surface and maps your network and domains for exposure of exposed databases, open ports, misconfigurations, etc., etc. As part of the managed service, right? Our expert team, professional services, our analysts speak more than 2,000 languages. And they are the team that when you get hacked, a hacker publish your database for sale, be it government or commercial, that's where you engage us, our specialists, to engage with the hacker as an undercover bad guy, right? Because we have the credentials and we know how to communicate with them. And we will do the whole 9 yards in validating, firstly, doing research about the threat actor, who he is, what has he done in the past, has he go by other name, has he appeared in other markets, and the data, whether is it real or he's just repurposed from previous leaks, etc., etc. And we can even make purchases through cryptocurrency and all that, and do everything for you as our customer, pretending to be one of the bad guys, so that they won't know who they're dealing with and definitely not dealing with you, right? So this is all covered under this module. For cybersecurity investigation, is a solution module that basically empowers your analysts to do deep research and investigation into the dark web. Getting the information from our secured data lake that contain tens of years of intelligence that we gathered since inception, right? This is like the Google of the dark web, where you can search for anything that you want to find, maybe about tractors, about the TTPs, about specific CVEs, or anything at all, securely from our data lake without you having to access those dangerous sites directly. And the last module, risk assessment integration. This is a subset of the external attack surface, a light version, if you like, that gives you a snapshot risk level in real time of your organization as it monitors millions of leak records to identify breaches that impact your organization. So there you go, a platform, one platform that has got multiple use cases like cybercrime intelligence, external attack surface, fraud prevention, brand protection, third-party intelligence, etc., right? Depending on your use case, depending on your needs, combined with our professional services, the possibilities are limitless in help defending your organization. So what's our competitive edge? First, we provide really actionable and contextual intelligence about your organizations. So cutting away a lot of noises, right? We have a unique security data lake, very much so because of our deep intelligence experience having our DNA with the ex-military unit 8200, right? The entire system is completely automated and provide you with secure and anonymous access. Again, without you having to get into those deep and dark places, which some of which you have no access because of their very, very tight control measures to prevent people from getting in. So that ends the CALA brief. I move on to the next platform, UltraRate. So UltraRate, when we started, we call it a validated cyber intelligence platform. But just recently, in July this year, Gartner published a report talking about continuous threat exposure management. So Gartner defines CTEM as a set of processes and capabilities that allow enterprises to continuously, consistently evaluate the accessibility, exposure, exploitability of your digital assets and physical assets. So the UltraRate solution platform fulfills all the functional description of CTEM defined by Gartner. What is UltraRate? And this is a very important slide that describes everything about UltraRate, right? It is a SaaS platform for carrying out adversary-centric threat activities by emulating the way real-world threat actors work, from the way they recce to the way they gain access to your network. And it does so by automatically collecting intelligence on the surface data and dark web, applying the same TTPs as a threat actor, and providing a full picture of your organization's network. So it's a very long description, but let me summarize in 3 important points. Firstly, it is cloud-based, so it's agentless. I don't need any deployment in your network. It is completely, almost instantly, I can straight away monitor you. Secondly, all the unique intelligence that I spoke about from our experience in the threat intelligence world, all the rich and contextual intelligence is built in as part of the system, right? And finally, UltraRate only provides you with validated attack vectors, no noise, no guesses, right? So essentially, you look upon it as UltraRate as a legion of threat actors. They constantly look for ways to penetrate your network, but we do it much faster and better than any individual threat actor out there, so that we can de-weaponize the harmful threat even before any threat actor can make use of it, which is exactly matching into the definition of defend forward, right? So UltraRate enables you to become your own enemy, so that then you know how potentially any enemy could come at you. Okay. So I'm going to sort of like give an overview of the functional block diagram of UltraRate, which essentially is a combination of 3 technologies: external attack surface management, cyber enrichment, which is the CTI part of it, and the last breach and attack simulation, right? And this provides an end-to-end automated adversary emulation. So I want to emphasize on the word emulation. It is really emulating a threat actor. It is not simulating. It is not testing and trying and guessing what will threat actor do, right? This is really telling you what and how threat actor can do in real, no guesswork, right? So I'm just going to explain the process in a very quick manner, how it does it at a high level. If you want more details, you can come to the booth and I'm happy to share with you. So it starts with digital asset discovery, right? In this step 1, the system automatically discover all your digital assets, your IPs, domains, subdomains, email, VPN, routers, everything, it map it out to define your organization assets. At this stage, you'll be surprised to find out that it may produce a result to show you something that you may not know existed, that you own the asset, right? So, so this is the step where in itself already provide you some intelligence about your own digital assets. Step 2, it maps vulnerabilities that are known that are applicable to the assets that are already exposed to some threats in the dark web, right? So by step 2, for those assets that have no vulnerabilities such as compromised account or leaked credential, it will be mapped to those assets to give you a view. And step 3 is the most important step, hunting for vectors. From the list of assets with vulnerabilities, UltraRate will find exploits, or even in some cases, develop exploits to test whether that vulnerability is usable or not, right? So for those that matches that exploit that is usable, then it becomes a vector. So a vector means something that is ready to be used and attack your organization. You go through some enrichment to validate further the exploits, and then you have two choices, either to simulate how the attack will look like if you were to activate the vector, or you can immediately use it to gain initial access to your network to prove that it is alive, active, and able to be used. Of course, from a defense point of view, you do not really need to penetrate your own network. You just need to follow the remediation steps and quickly close out the exposed threat, so that even when a threat actor found the same weapon, it's no longer usable, right? So that, in essence, is the meaning of defend forward. So like I promised you, I have gone very fast so as to give you back some time. This is the second last slide. And I would like to end off with a real life use case that happened very recently to a government organization, right? So many months ago, and of course I can't mention names, there's a black hat hacker attack a country in our region, in our ASEAN region, right? And obtain database containing the PII of tens of millions of the citizens in the dark web. So it's a typical case where hacker publish information for sale, right? In this case, 3 million, tens of millions citizen PII. How much, you know? And this is a daily affair, you know. When people conduct ransomware, etc., they publish for sale, right? So this customer, this government organization, is one of our threat intel customers. So I mentioned earlier, we sprung into action. Our analysts deep dive into it, study the threat actor, validate the data, negotiate the threat actor, etc. And in some cases, like in this case, we provide all the evidences to the local police and to Interpol for them to take further action if they choose to do so, right? Now, we didn't stop there, right? We just didn't stop there. We used the UltraRate to sort of like dig deeper into the case. We want to find out, how did the hacker get into that government organization? Number one. Number two, we want to find out whether any other assets, other domains or whatever that the government has that is penetrable, but not yet penetrated yet, right? And so when we run the UltraRate, many interesting results came out. First and foremost, we found out by what means, through which domain the threat actor got into the system and stole the database containing millions of PII information. So we found that out. Secondly, we found 2 or 3 other domains that are exposed. And not only are they exposed, threat actors have already gone in there extracting data. And we caught them red-handed doing what they do. They were changing codes, they were replacing codes. And one of them even used that server for cryptocurrency mining, putting his Monero or crypto wallet in there. So all this information we captured. So that becomes very concerning for the government organization, because these are the ongoing activity that have not been published in the dark web. So imagine case number 1 and case number 2 and 3 not published. And this is a huge government organization, and it will be such a national shame or international shame if the next threat actor publish another one and another one and another one, right? So that was what we are able to evaluate to the government agency through all this discovery, and obviously they immediately remediated and all the threats were closed up, and therefore you never get to read in a newspaper for case number 2 and case number 3, right? So this real life use case really give a very clear example of how the combination of the Keller Group technology is able to continuously, on a daily basis, keep you protected and secure, because it is doing exactly what we all need to do today. That is being offensive in your defensive mindset, right? Being proactive to go after the threat actors and make it very costly for them to come and attack you, right? So in summary, the main benefits is that the ultra rate platform is all-in-one combination of technologies, is for you to immediately remediate and investigate on the threats. It is 1000% from an attacker point of view, not defender, not defense, is attacker point of view. Everything looking through the eyes of attacker. And of course, we have a unique intelligence and very high value security data lake. So with that, I have given you back half an hour. That's the end of my presentation, and open for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wong, for sharing about defend forward, right? So
Defend
really,
forward.
we right now we really have to always think about being always move forward rather than being on the backward of this very threatening cyber security. So I think there are other questions so far. Is there any questions with the group? How about your partner? There's something that comes in your mind that you wanted to ask Mr. Wong? How about from the group, from the NICA, from the Coast Guard, from Ombudsman, or from our partner from the PNP? Do you have any questions? The CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines. Do you have any query or questions that you have in mind? Hearing none from the group. So I think moving forward, it's just a timing. Again, to thank our lecturer or our speaker for this morning by giving him the gratitude, by giving him a certain, or rather plaque of appreciation. And may we request again one from our officers, no other than Lieutenant Commander Esther Landong Serenay, to hand over this plaque of appreciation. And again, allow me to read the citation. Headquarters, Communication, Electronics, and Information System Service Armed Forces of the Philippines, Camp General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. Plaque of appreciation is hereby given to Connex Philippines Incorporated and the presence of Mr. Wong in recognition of their valuable participation during the CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines Technology Update Forum 2022. Signed, Marcus Y. Imperio, Captain, Philippine Navy, General Staff Corps, Commander, CEIS Service, AFP.
Again, thank you very much, sir, for sharing your knowledge and expertise to us. Your information, sir, is very useful when it comes to our cybersecurity features and cyber attacks, as well as the cyber threats.
So, medyo ready na ba yung ating parapol from the cybersecurity group? Yung mga nag-register, para medyo mabuhay-buhayin lalo uli yung ating mga participants. Cybersecurity group, facilitator over there, meron na po ba tayo for the registration so that medyo pakiligin natin yung ating mga participants. We do have a raffle for here. Pwede na ba? Can we? Wala pa. So, para nagising-gising lang po kayo mga kasama. So, just sit back and relax and listen attentively with our speakers. Hindi ko na patatagalin. Allow me to introduce our third speaker for this morning. Our third speaker is driven by a mindset for continuous improvement. She is an advocate who aims to create an industry alliance that will positively impact humanity through research, innovation, and adoption of technology. With over 12 years of diverse experience in providing innovative and security solutions, she has been making her mark in the industry by spearheading the game-changing projects for both government agencies and private companies, with a penchant for creating new ideas with a sustainable purposes. She is passionate in formulating solutions that bring value to a company. Using her knowledge and skills as an industrial engineer, she is prolific in developing and implementing multidisciplinary plans that aims to maximize business process and manpower efficiency, promote productivity, and reduce operating costs. Her role at One Berry Technologies as head of business development for public sector and being the founder of Integra System Philippines speaks of her strong technical and strategic background in planning, directing, leading, and managing business processes, providing proposals for digital transformation initiatives in both security and infosec sectors. Recently, she completed her Master's of Science in Innovation and Business at Asian Institute of Management. Join me in welcoming who would actually discuss in Visoron, no other than Engineer Rita F. Nicodemus. A big round of applause for her, please.
Okay. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Yan. So first of all, I would like to congratulate CEISSAFP for your 24th founding anniversary. And thank you for having us this morning. We would also like to thank our partner, valued partner, Revolve, for having us this morning to introduce and share to you, of course, the first and last line of our cyber defense. Yan. So, ang araw na ito ay isang selebrasyon ng teknolohiya, hindi po ba? So, napakaganda lahat tayo magsama-sama with the brilliant minds here in one room to celebrate technology. Right? But we have that one common doubt in our mind, right? As the more we connect things in the internet, the more that we build IoT, or Internet of Things, the more that we have that drive to connect our services and system in the internet, we have that fear in mind. Are we truly safe? How confident we are? How confident we produce that data, we ingest those data, and we process so that we can consume those data. Right? So I also appreciated this event in celebration of other technologies partners here. No, this is like a sharing session. So together we can have that confidence and trust in our legacy systems, especially for our mission critical systems. So in the expense of time, we have presented here a short video because a picture can tell 1,000 stories, but a video can tell more. Okay, so to have a look and feel about our technology here. Okay, this is a video. All right.
$1 trillion. That was the cost of global cybercrime in 2020. And with cyber threats expected to increase exponentially in the years ahead, how well are you really protected? Introducing the Visoron Cyber Defense Platform, your first and last line of cyber defense. The core of Visoron is C3X, which features 3 mission-critical technologies. Firstly, the solution is designed to operate without an IP or a MAC address, which renders it invisible to hackers, because you can't attack what you can't see. With full automatic threat detection and mitigation, Visoron's platform thoroughly screens packets entering and leaving the network. scanning for potential threats on a very minute level, with cyber threat intelligence provided from highly reputable international sources, as well as intelligence collected from our own network of honeypots. Most importantly, all this is done in real time, ensuring your network performance remains unaffected. Where old-school reactive defense solutions focus on manual detection after the network perimeter has already been breached, Invisiron provides proactive defense, preventing would-be attackers from even laying foot into your system. Win the cyber war at the front line with Invisiron.
And so the remaining slides will present to you why we are considered as the first and last line of defense. But just to give you a little bit of how it is easy, okay, to deploy, plug, play, and protect your network environment against cyber threats and attacks. So we're showing here how to unbox our actual product, right? So this will be sitting in your network environment. By later on, if you have some questions about how this will affect your network environment, we will address those questions. So we will plug, right? We will deploy, configure. So this is just a 1-minute video. So meaning that we can also train you how you can protect your network environment against ever-changing cyber attacks and cyber threats, right? So that's the dilemma here. It's constantly changing, right? So we want to give you a peace of mind. So here we're showing you that our technology has a forensic report in your hand. So the device will be sitting in your network within your premise and you have the access in your hand. Okay, so you will have a glance of the actual real-time, okay, cyber attacks and threats coming into your network. Okay, but the thing is, this is invisible to cyber attacks. That's why our technology is called Invisiron. So the attackers cannot attack what they don't see. Okay, so later on, I will share more about the technical features of our technology. So this, we are showing you if there's a specific threat, especially if it is medium or critical, you may want to know, you may want to inspect further, right? You may want to know the origin, okay, and the impact if this threat will penetrate your network. And of course, our cyber engineers here, you wanted to put up a complete report, right? On your efforts on how you protect your network and how you mitigated this attack. So all of these features are actually packaged together in our solution and technology. So here, you can do further inspection and research using our forensic report capability. So we have the detection, mitigation, and reporting feature. Okay, so some of that, we can analyze the attacker IP, we can analyze the local IP, the URL or domain of its a root or source, and the rule ID analysis as well. Okay, showing you how we can do a further analysis on our attacker IP. So where it came from, right? So this is something that you would like to know. So later on, you yourself, right, you can have a holistic report of the overall wellness and protection of your network. So bakit po lagi natin tinatawag na network? Kasi ito po yung pinaka-avenue lagi. Ito po yung tinatawag na highway or sometimes skyway ng ating mga attackers, right? So this is their convenient way to have access to those valuable data which is actually sitting in your computers or servers. Right? So I think that the video was paused. Okay, so a little bit introduction about our organization, right? So Invisiron, we are established in the year 2016. So myself, actually, I'm working in, our HQ is in Singapore. Bakit po ba namin na-encounter itong technology na to? Because our headquarter has encountered an attack. So it was scanned by CSA in Singapore and we were flagged.
right? So we have to do a further preventive measure to avoid that from happening again. But of course, what are the pains that we have encountered before? We don't have those cyber engineers. And to find those talents right now, it is quite challenging, right? So we came across this technology and our organization acquired this technology because we believe on how it can alleviate your pains in looking after the ever-changing, ever-evolving cyber attacks, right? So these are the dilemma. I want to anchor my presentation with the pains, challenges on how to look after your confidence and trust in the integrity of your system. Tama po? Lahat po tayo nakaka-relate dito, no? Ang gaganda ng mga technology, but we don't want those technology to put into waste. That's why we wanted to build the integrity, trust, and confidence in our legacy system. So I believe some of us are relating here that the fear of cyber threat. So it's happening right now. And also the common fear and trouble, right? Some of the technology that we're encountering are actually obsolete and not effective against modern day cyber attacks. And these modern day cyber attacks, ladies and gentlemen, these are automated already. It's fully automated, right? There is nobody sitting there and attacking your network diligently. These are all computerized. So how can you beat a computerized attack? You have to beat it with a computer with artificial intelligence. It learns by itself, right? So as it learn and discover modern day cyber attacks, it will learn, okay, analyze and protect your network. So that is what we are anchoring here. So now common pains. Okay, for some of you, definitely nakaka-relate tayo dito. Number one, yung SOC ko is unable to identify threats and attacks, right? Second, I don't have any protection against data exfiltration, right? Ransomware. Do you have 100% protection against ransomware? Though there is no 100% protection, but we have technology like this to deny, mitigate, and delay the attack, right? So the top span or plus your CM solutions is reactive and does not mitigate threats fully automatic. Okay, fourth dilemma here, maybe you have a protection, but it is producing excessive false alarms or false alert, right? Fifth dilemma or pain here, we are not able to block most attacks from happening and it takes a long time to mitigate. Okay? And the last dilemma, ito po, lahat po tayo nakaka-encounter dito. Cybersecurity engineers are needed but limited supply. Tama po? Okay. We have that intention. We have that objective. I want to protect my network. I want to protect my network, my data, and my mission-critical services. But these are my pains. Right? So we are anchoring from these pains. These are our inspiration para maihain sa inyo yung technology na meron po kami ngayon. So later on, lahat ng pains na yan i-address natin. Another example of an obsolete cyber defense here. This is what it looks like. It is good rather than having nothing. Right? What I'm saying is there are modern cyber defense technology already available. So it is easy. You can just plug, play, and you will be protected. So just a comparison about our technology, right? Aside from the ease of use and then being invisible to attackers, let us just do a simple comparison in this slide. But in the expense of time, I will go through one by one, but I just wanted to highlight okay, the advantages having a proactive cyber defense solution. So first, we use modern technologies, okay, like the other technology showcasing in this event. We do automatic detection and mitigation. Real-time po yun. No? If we have a ransomware 10.1.0, later on, mamaya sa hapon, magre-release na yung mga automatic attackers ng ransomware 10.1.1. Right? So, diba? So, yung automated way na yon, kailangan mapapantayan natin yon with a computer that ultra-fast processing speed to react and protect your environment. Real-time po, real-time. Without having the man in the middle, without having a physical cybersecurity engineer. So the device itself will automatically learn and protect your network. Okay? We operate in stealth mode, invisible to attackers. This is what we wanted to highlight. Our device is stackless, IP-less. So meaning, ito po yung comparison sa aming na-deploy na dito sa Pilipinas, no? Okay, Invisiron, bago yung technology nyo na-deploy sa aming server, kinakatok yung server namin. Kinakatok ng mga cyber attackers with the threats. Pumapasok, nakakalabas. Parang freeway. Sige lang, katok, pasok. Kuha ng files, i-inspect yung server. Ano yung mga services dito? Nakikita yung doorknob ng pinto. But when we deployed your Invisiron, nakikitang may attack. Kinakatok, pero nawala yung doorknob. Hindi nila makita. They cannot further penetrate. And then, our Invisiron being invisible, protecting your network, they will do mitigation. They will drop the packet. Those vulnerable packet. Detection, drop. Protect your network environment. So ngayon, pumasok. Meron tayong two-way, bidirectional, deep packet inspection. So later on, we will be sharing more of that. So that's a real-life testimonial from our client in a microfinance industry. Kasi syempre po, pag alam natin microfinance industry, nandun yung valuable data, di po ba? So especially sa ating organization po dito, we're looking after mission-critical information. Next, inline deployment. Ang ating hardware ay dinedeploy in between ng yung modem, okay, provided by your internet service provider, our Invisiron, and then your firewall and your server. So meaning, yung services mo nagagamit pa rin, tumatakbo pa rin yung website mo, yung mga application nyo nagagamit nyo pa rin, pero continuously na nagtatrabaho si Invisiron to scan the packets and scan the overall protection of your network. Right? We implement multiple security engines and we can detect and mitigate even the most sophisticated attacks. Okay, so I'll be sharing more of that shortly. So this is the technology. It is in your hand. It's not sitting in our office. It's not sitting, overseas or somewhere else. It will be in your office. You have full control. You have full access and you have full control of your data. Di po ba minsan nakakita tayo ng mga memes sa internet? What is the most effective cyber security protection? Get offline. Pull out the cable. Di po ba? So ito po na meron tayong produkto ngayon na based on your network design and environment, we will get consulted and we will advise you what is the most suitable product to protect your network environment and to protect your asset. Okay, so we have the Sentry S1000, S4000, and Sentry S6000. Take note na meron tayong distributed denial of service protection. If you have a server that is hosting mga website and application and you want to make sure that you are protected, we have that product as well. Okay, so here, this is what I mean by the deep packet inspection using a bidirectional approach. So sometimes when we have a scanning, pag pumasok tayo, physical security, comparison, analogy, yung mag-open ng bag, i-check, i-inspect kung ano yung bag, right? So sometimes this is my analogy when I explain deep packet inspection. Papasok ng mall, paano pag may kinuha sa mall? May inspection bang palabas? Usually wala po. Right? But when we talk about virtual security, cybersecurity, our Invisiron will do bidirectional two-way deep packet inspection. I-inspect ang integrity ng packet na yon. Okay? Are you harmful? Right? Are you malicious? Yes, no? Okay, yes. Detect, drop, but you're not harmful. I will allow you. I will allow this packet to go in. But then, pagkalabas, bumigat siya. May dala-dala na pala siyang files. Di ba? Kasi ransomware pala siya, nagpanggap pala siya na healthy packet. Right? So this is just a scenario. Our Invisiron will detect it. It will not allow. It will detect and drop the packet. Okay, so that's the beauty of our bidirectional deep packet inspection. And take note, okay, there's no man in the middle. This is being done in a fully automated and real-time manner. Okay, so aside from being invisible, real-time detection and mitigation, this is plus to that, we have 7 engines na kasama na po yan sa technology. Okay, to make sure that your network will have an integrity and protection against cyber defense and attacks. So just to name a few, we have domain reputation list, SSL against malicious SSL certificates, DGA, very important po yan. Diyan po napapaloob ang ating ransomware, which is kalimitan, yan po yung cyber attack na na-experience ng ating industry ngayon. IP address reputation list, TOR endpoints, URL reputation list, and deep packet inspection. Yung in-explain ko po kanina, which was done in a bi-directional manner. And as a result, ladies and gentlemen, this is a multitude of cyber attacks that can be mitigated. So later on, we have a booth outside with Revolve. So we would like to hear comments and questions from you on how we can assist you and protect your network, your assets, and your servers against these threats and attacks. Okay? Why stealth mode? I think sa industriya natin, minsan pag mission critical, maganda mag-operate in a very stealth mode. Right? Especially pag pinoprotectionan nyo naman ang inyong valuable data and asset, right? So ang ating Inviseron technology, we do not use TCP or stack, so meaning we are stackless. We don't have IP address or MAC address being exposed. So yung router, your server, yung firewall, you have IP identities, you have MAC addresses. Our Inviseron does not have. So kung wala kang IP or identification over the internet, you cannot be subjected for cyber attacks, right? So next, network packets flow through the security device without any network layer processing. Okay, we believe that if they can't see us, they cannot attack us. Ang plus po dito, pag dineploy natin yung ating Inviseron device sa ating network, hindi maaapektuhan ng inyong network bandwidth. O, hindi bibigat, hindi babagal ang inyong internet, at hindi babagal ang inyong mga services and application na naka-install sa inyong mga server. Right? So it's being done in a very lightweight manner. Okay? So that's what I've shared earlier. Right. So just in the year 2021, right, about ransomwares, and now we have more advanced ransomware attack. But don't worry, our Inviseron with artificial intelligence and later on with the CTI sources na i-share namin sa inyo, automatic niya yung natututunan at automatic niyang ina-update ang inyong device to protect against those cyber attacks like ransomware. Okay? Okay, so earlier on, our speaker shared about this, so about the dark web, about other sources of how it is the source, okay, of some malicious applications, malicious sources, threats being introduced into your network, right, and into your environment. Okay, just a clarification lang po. We are not a firewall. We still believe in the beauty and functionality of a firewall. It has been there for many, many years, but we believe with the advanced modern cyber attacks, we need to complement, we need to supplement your firewall. So like in our health, di po ba? Dahil nag-evolve na rin yung mga threats in our health, same as it goes to our network health. Hindi na basic vitamins or basic protection ang sapat lang. Kailangan natin ng supplementary protection, right? Which is easy to deploy with modern technology features. So we are not a firewall, okay? We are a modern day first and last line defense. So we are installed after your modem, before your firewall. So your firewall still works as it is, and your modem as well. So, but we are doing the protection, detection, and mitigation, okay, without affecting the performance of those devices. So now, some of you are very familiar with the CTI or cyber threat intelligence. So earlier, nakapag-share po ako na automated na nag-e-evolve yung ating mga cyber threats, right? But paano naman yung ating mga protection devices? So nagiging intelihente itong mga devices na ito because of this source, cyber threat intelligence. So this is a collection of threat intelligence all over the world. So we have reputable sources of threat intelligence and our very own Philippines honeypot. So from us, with Enviseron, we have built our Philippines honeypot, meaning specifically just for the Philippines attacks and cyber protection. And pwede nating aralin po doon kung sino yung nag-penetrate at nagtatangkang mag-attack sa inyong mga network, right? So we have sources of cyber intelligence, we have CTI infrastructure, we have the deep packet inspection rules, and having the device in your network, in your access, you have the access to the CTI as well. So if you have a team, a technology team, you can do the inspection at pwede po kayo mag-forensic study of who are those that have attacked your network. Okay, so as what we have shared in the video earlier, so deploy, configure, protection, right? Same as it goes with our GUI, GUI natin ito ng Enviseron and the Threat Commander. Once we have configured using the GUI of Enviseron, you are protected already. You can actually start your monitoring and you can do forensic. Okay? And is a plus. We have also our mobile application available for you as well. So you can monitor the overall health status of your network environment and systems on the go. Okay, as long as you are connected to internet. So mache-check po ninyo kung ano yung mga low, medium, and critical threats na nag-attack sa network ninyo. At syempre, i-mitigate yan ng ating Enviseron. Right? So this is a screenshot or snapshot of our threat commander. When we deploy the technology, this is what you will appreciate. Okay, kasi ating Enviseron box nasa server yun eh. But what you can see from your command center, right? Is this one, your threat commander. So it will constantly, real-time manner will display those cyber threats. Yeah, for you to see, okay, this is an attack in my network and the Enviseron detected and drop it. Detect, drop, detect, drop. Oops, merong medium, may critical na na-detect at na-drop ni Enviseron. I want to further do a forensic study. You can do that as well. Okay, so here's just a snapshot of our honeypot specifically for Philippines network through our organization, which we can also build for you, right? You can have your very own honeypot so that makikita ninyo yung characteristics and patterns of those cyber attackers and then what are those threats and malwares na ginagamit nila to penetrate your network. So this is just a screenshot of that. Okay, further information about our honeypot report. Okay, so some of you, you're very familiar. Okay, about the ASN generated from our honeypot, right? Right, so what we're showing you is actually the possibility of having your own honeypot. Right, so we will mimic or we will have a mirror version of your network environment as if na successful yung penetration ng ating mga cyber attackers. Pero hindi, nandun sila sa ating honeypot server. And you can do further forensic study and inspection of those threats. Right? So, in summary, right? So this is our full suite of proprietary cyber defense solution for large enterprises and government agencies like you, right? But then again, there are beautiful technology, but I believe that we have identified our good fit in your network, how we can supplement your network health cyber defense protection. So first, of course, we have our Enviseron device, okay, in the middle. But before that, The device will not work without the artificial intelligence and the intelligence itself. Remember na ever evolving and changing and updating, mas tumatalino, mas nagiging automated ang ating mga cyber attackers and cyber threats. That's why we need those three, right, sources. From global third-party validated sources, we have our honeypots in Asia. Especially, we also have our honeypot in the Philippines. So dadagdag yan sa intelligence ng ating Enviseron, right? So where our customer decoy networks using Enviseron honeypots as well, building the overall intelligence together with Enviseron CTI curated using our 7 engines. With this intelligence na loaded sa ating Enviseron devices, madideliver natin ang inyong Enviseron Threat Command Center capability. Right? So what you wanted to know is actually yung critical alert triggered when endpoints get infected. Right? So if you have actually cyber engineers, cyber network engineers in your team, they can still do their job, but they will do the forensic study. One click of button in a month, kindly extract, filter the reports for all the critical and medium attacks in my network. So hindi na ganun kabigat yung trabaho rather than from being manually and tedious way of doing things. All right. And with that, that ended my presentation. We can embark on the question and answer. Yeah, thank you so much. So if you are very interested in our product, we have a booth outside with our Revolve partner, and we're very much happy to assist you. Maraming salamat po again and happy anniversary.
Thank you very much, Engineer Rita Nicodemus. So is there any question from the group? So by the way, ma'am, you actually mentioned a while ago with the mobile apps, right? So practically speaking, with that, there's a need for you to pay for that, right? So apparently, is it pocket friendly for the Filipinos?
Definitely. That's why we are here, our Revolve partner. We are offering this in 2 ways, right? You can have it via subscription, pay as you use, or you can acquire the whole technology itself as a purchase model. So that is what we're offering. Very pocket friendly. Yeah. But of course, titingnan natin kung ano yung mga savings na makukuha ninyo sa features ng ating Enviseron technology. Yeah, we designed it and offer it for our Filipino market.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Any questions from the group? Any queries from the group? Is there any questions from the Coast Guard or from our friendly partner from PNP or maybe with Nika? By the way, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our friend from National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, who is with us today, no other than Mr. Alfred Kalikdan and Mr. LLT Paitan. Thank you very much for being with us here. Any questions from the group? None so far. If there's no more questions, once again, thank you very much, Ma'am Rita.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Moving on with our next presenter or lecturer speaker. He is a graduate of AMA Computer University with a degree of Bachelor of Science, major in Computer Engineering. Started of its career 25 years ago as an IT veteran and has been involved in providing various IT solutions to different enterprise customer as well as public sector vertical. He started its networking technologies and solution and has worked with different IT companies and vendors like Cisco Philippines, Philippine Data Business System, DTSI Philippines, Computer Trade Philippines, and NetTrust Philippines Incorporated. He has now transitioned its learning from recent companies involving around cybersecurity and has developed a keen interest in delivering solutions from different cybersecurity platforms that addresses different threats happening in our industry. He will be discussing OOSTO, a facial recognition and artificial intelligence. Allow me to introduce our next presenter speaker. It's no other than Mr. Nick Angondong of a graduate of AMA Computer University. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Hello, good morning. I guess ito yung pinaka-challenging time sa lahat. Ano? I'm just, ako na yung hindrance ninyo before lunch. So, it's just a few minutes that I'm going to take up your time regarding this presentation. So, let me ask first, no? Ano ang pinaka-common na ginagawa natin with Facebook? For me and with my kids, manood ng videos. That's very common. Now, as together with that, I'd like to ask also, how do you access your Facebook or other social media accounts? It's either by fingerprint, by login username and password, or sometimes right now, if the technology permits us to use so, we're using facial recognition. So yung mga phones natin now are equipped with facial recognition. So how many amongst you are using that one? Can you raise your hands? Okay, so we have a few. So, napakadaling i-adapt ng facial recognition, no? But right now, as we go through this technology, we're seeing a lot of threats going about with facial recognition. And later on, I'll be showing you some examples. I'm using this. Okay, so let me tackle first what is facial recognition. I guess amongst all of us, we've known facial recognition. We've seen this one in movies. We've seen this one in things like what we access through our laptops. Mga laptops natin ngayon are also using facial recognition instead of using the username and password. Then the next question is, are we really aware about artificial intelligence? I guess the first speaker before me was also using artificial intelligence as part of their technology, as part of their solution. Now, we go through facial recognition because facial recognition is very vital nowadays. No? We've seen a lot of threats evolving around facial recognition, and I'll show you later on in one of my slides. Then of course, nandiyan yung artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is we're trying to teach computer to act and react similar to the minds natin. So it's just like that. Na minsan, it could be very beneficial or sometimes it's also threatening on that aspect. Now, let's combine both facial recognition and artificial intelligence. This becomes a new breed of solution that now can address the reactiveness of facial recognition similar to what a human brain is doing. So it's now capable of identifying and verifying a person using facial features. Now, when we use our phones or cell phones for facial recognition, what do we do first? It gives the phone an access to our facial imprints. Meaning, ini-enroll mo yung facial mo to become your thumbprint do sa mobile phone. So similar to that one, it now becomes a facial recognition. Now, let's identify ano ba yung mga nakikita nating threats sa facial recognition. Ano? So, do you happen to see this kind of video? Sino nakakita na nitong video na to? Raise of hands. Wala pa? O meron. Okay. Kilala nyo kung sino to, di ba? I guess everybody knows this guy.
It's a little embarrassing, you know. It reminds me once in the Russia ran into Gorbachev. He said, you know, Mr. Movie Star, are you nervous? I said, no, Mr. Gorbachev, I'm not nervous. He goes, well, remember how much a polar bear weighs. Polar bear? He said, enough to break the ice. It's the last time I've ever seen Mikhail Gorbachev. What's up, TikTok? You guys cool if I play some sports? I love it. More for the audio experience. As much as the momentum. Hey, listen up, sports and TikTok fans. If you like what you're seeing, just wait till what's coming next. I'm going to show you some magic. The real thing. I mean, it's all the real thing.
Okay. So you may find this one funny or probably entertaining. This is actually a mimic of Tom Cruise using deepfake. So yung deepfake kasi is basically you're just trying to overlay a video of somebody, but it's something different right now. Here's another one, another example.
We're entering an era in which our enemies can make it look like anyone is saying anything at any point in time.
Jordan Peele created this fake video of President Obama to demonstrate how easy it is to put words in someone else's mouth.
Moving forward, we need to be more vigilant with what we trust from the internet.
Not everyone bought it, but the technology behind such frauds is rapidly improving, even as worries increase about their potential for harm. This is your Bloomberg Quick Take on deepfakes. Deepfakes, or realistic-looking fake videos and audio, gained popularity as a means of adding famous actresses into porn scenes. Despite bans on major websites, they remain easy to make and find. They're named for the deep learning artificial intelligence algorithms that make them possible. Input real audio or video of a specific person, the more the better, and the software tries to recognize patterns in speech and movement. Introduce a new element like someone else's face or voice, and a deepfake is born.
It's actually extremely easy to make one of these things. There were just some supposed, breakthroughs from academic researchers who work with this particular kind of machine learning in the past few weeks, which would drastically reduce the amount of video you need actually to create one of these.
Programs like FakeApp, the most popular and widely available for making deep fakes, need dozens of hours of human assistance to create a video that looks like this rather than this. In August, researchers at Carnegie Mellon revealed software that accurately rendered not just facial features, but changing weather patterns and flowers in bloom. This advance is not yet available to the public, but with increasing capability comes increasing concern.
This is kind of fake news on steroids, potentially. We do not know of a case yet where someone has tried to use this to perpetrate a kind of fraud or an information warfare campaign, or for that matter, to really damage someone's reputation. But it's the danger that everyone is really afraid of.
In a world where fakes are easy to create, authenticity also becomes easier to deny. People caught doing genuinely objectionable things could claim evidence against them is bogus. Fake videos can also be difficult to detect, though researchers around the world and at the US Department of Defense have said they're working on ways to counter them. Deep fakes do, however, have some positive uses. Take Cereproc, a firm that creates digital voices for people who lose theirs from disease.
Speech synthesis is the artificial production of human speech.
There are also applications that could be considered either good or bad, like the many, many deepfakes that exist solely to turn as many movies as possible into Nicolas Cage movies.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Yeah. So those are just some of the examples of deep fakes, no? And it's being getting to be rampant right now in the movie or even in the entertainment world. Now here's another one. This one is quite new, no? I've seen this one in live audition in America's Got Talent. So manood muna tayo sandali.
Hello, welcome. What's your name?
So I'm Tom Graham from Australia.
And I'm Chris Yunay from Belgium. How did you meet?
So actually, we started a company about a year ago, and because it was during the pandemic, we only actually met in person 2 days ago.
Oh.
Oh.
And what is your talent?
So our company is called Metaphysic, and we use artificial intelligence to create hyperreal content. And so we're going to invite our good friend, Daniel Emmett, on stage, who you guys are familiar with from a previous season.
I remember who Daniel is.
And we're going to show the audience something kind of amazing.
How are you, everybody? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. You were on how many years ago? 4 years ago.
And you were amazing.
And you're a very good singer. So how did you meet?
We met because, of course, I'm fans of what they do online and they're fans of AGT. And when they asked me to be a part of this wonderful, unique, original thing they're going to do, I couldn't say no.
Well, look, you're very mysterious. I don't want to ask anything else. Good luck. Okay, Daniel, take it away.
Thank you, guys. What did they put together?
That is quite a camera.
Sino gusto komentar?
No, our love was meant to be. And I want you here with me. For tonight until the end of time. You should know. Everywhere I go, always on my mind, in my heart, in my soul. Baby, you're the meaning in my life, for the inspiration. You bring a feeling to my life. You're the inspiration. I wanna have you near me. I wanna have you hear me say.
Okay. So you've seen how deepfake, no? What deepfake is. It can be very entertaining and it can also be life-threatening. So that's the problem with deepfake. You don't know really right now if the video that you're watching, even on Facebook or even in other social media, is real or not. Now, there are also some underlying issues right now when we face about facial recognition. Just imagine one of the US company called Clearview AI, which is actually a Facebook company, also faces the same threat, wherein their data was actually being breached, and there are about 17 million pounds worth of data that was actually extracted from them, which is basically facial recognition data. So to what extent they're going to use that, we don't know. So that's the problem right now that we're facing. Also, there's another company wherein they breached a social security system in the US, wherein they were able to capture personal information as well as biometric data. So now, cyber hacking, it's not only basically data or information, but it's also facial recognition data or facial imprints that's being now as a threat, treated as a threat. Now, some of the other challenges that we're facing on facial recognition right now. Of course, if we're going to talk about 1:1 detection, that can easily be processed. But what if you're looking at a very huge volume of data or information? Will that be processed immediately or not? Will you be able to detect somebody of person of interest within a certain videos like this? Much more so if it is on a public crowd. Just imagine our MRT stations. One of those persons of interest might be loitering around or probably taking a train ride, going from one station to the other. So that's one challenges that we're facing as of this day. Now, let me present to you one of our solutions, which is actually Usto. It's a company formerly known as Anyvision, wherein this is a quick introduction about Usto.
Always be yourself. Unless you can be a superhero. Then, always be a superhero.
At Anyvision, we believe in keeping things simple.
We believe that technology should serve you by giving you the right information exactly when you need it.
Above all else, we believe that technology should be available to everyone.
From big retail stores to small business owners. To anyone with a smart home. Using your existing cameras and infrastructure, we can give your sensors superpowers.
Okay. So Usto is a company called previously an Anyvision company. So they're actually a company based from Israel, Holland, Israel. And they were founded way back 2015. So their primary focus is basically focusing on facial recognition. And they already have a couple of international patents awarded to them, coming from artificial neural networks, feature detection, or even machine learning as well. Now, just to add some facts about Usto, this is actually an international company backed up by highly quality growth and strategic investors, international, as well as we've deployed a couple tier 1 companies around the globe. Our main focus is basically playing around these territories from transportation, gaming, corporate buildings, and even the government industry. We were also certified by a couple of certification bodies internationally, from ISO certification, and we even follow the GDPR process for that one. In case it's similar to our DPA or Data Privacy Act here in the Philippines. And these are some of the clients. No, I'm sorry, I won't be able to present to you more clients or installed bases of Usto because of the privacy commitments that we have for that one. But these are some of the companies that we've already had an agreement wherein we can present this one as a use case. Now for Usto, before I go into the in-depth of the solutions for Usto, let me show you this one first as a summary.
In today's world, organizations face evolving threats to safety and security, and an increasing responsibility to protect employees, customers, and communities. From frictionless access control to real-time watch list alerting, at Usto, we're all about protecting the people that propel your business. Powered by Usto's Vision AI, our solutions provide actionable intelligence to keep employees, customers, and visitors safe. Keep your premises secure, and deliver operational insights to streamline experiences for the people you serve. Usto On Access delivers frictionless access control using ethical facial recognition to open guarded points of entry for authorized people. No more fumbling around to find credentials. No more lost, stolen, or shared key cards. A simple look at the camera and access is granted. Usto On Watch identifies persons of interest in real time so security teams can respond rapidly to potential threats, even in crowds or when obscured. And Usto On Patrol is the revolutionary PLI alert system for law enforcement and military personnel, helping to instantly identify potential threats. Security and safety teams around the world rely on Usto technology to transform passive security systems and manual safety practices into smart protection solutions. Partnering with leading manufacturers and technology providers, Usto puts the power of Vision AI where it's needed most, protecting people and propelling organizations. Discover the full range of Usto solutions at usto.com.
Okay, so you've seen a quick summary of the solutions of Usto. Let me go through that one on a much detailed approach. So we have the on access for access control. We also have the on watch for watch list alerting, and we also have the on patrol. For on access, this is actually part of the entry points wherein we provide coming from the biometrics side, whether you're using fingerprint, door access, and things like that, to become more innovative by using your facial recognition or facial features. Here, we can provide automated entry screening. So coming from the pedestal pa lang, pagpasok pa lang ng tao, you can already do a screening on this one and actually authenticate that person to come into the premise. At the same time, it also prevents bottlenecks, touchless contacts, so you don't have to use your traditional cards or probably your fingerprints and things like that. So it actually automates the process of entering into a premise. Now, nowadays, one of the issues that we're facing is we're still at the liberty of using face mask. So with this, we can actually still detect the facial recognition or facial imprints, even if the person is actually using a face mask. Whether they're allowed to enter or not, we can still allow that one to process. Now, here's a sample of the access controls that we have. So here, you get to see that the person is just facing a tool, which is actually an Usto device that allows the person to have a touchless contact using facial recognition to enter a premise. Now, the other one is actually using a turnstile. So instead of using the ID badge to enter, you can now allow that person using facial recognition to enter the premise without using any badges or anything like that. Now, here's a technology wherein we try to prove that facial recognition can bypass or probably prevent anti-spoofing, that's what we call it. So here you get to see a person trying to mimic using his mobile phone, or in some cases, a printed picture. So you now get to prevent that from happening. Probably about 2 years ago, when the pandemic happened, how many of you are downloading those e-wallets that we're using? I guess a lot of us are using that one. But in some cases, when I get to introduce this type of technology, I try to play around with that. And there are some of the e-wallets that I can bypass using a picture of mine, even without using a facial recognition. So those are the things that Usto can now prevent from happening. So again, we're trying to innovate the approach that we're going to do when it comes to our access controls, having touchless, what they call this one, touchless access, as well as sub-second authentication, which is very fast in terms of that one. Now, for the on-watch, it's basically now for a command center approach, meaning you can have a volume of probably persons of interest within your database. And now you can use your CCTV infrastructure or video infrastructure to monitor whether that person enters to your premises or not. Now, this provides you more accuracy in capturing those persons, even if they're using face mask. Now, also, some of us are very much concerned when it comes to deployment. Now, USTO can have a centralized approach when it comes to the deployment, and you can have all the branches of agencies right now having those interfaces together with USTO. So we can deploy that one actually as a centralized approach. So what we can do for this one, even if it is a crowded or very opulent places, we can now detect persons of interest on a much faster scale. Now, the last product that we have is basically On Patrol, which is actually, as mentioned earlier, it was intended for military and policemen. Now, this is an offline solution wherein you can use a mobile phone to download all the databases and use that one in front. Now, together with a body-worn camera, you can now deploy this solution to your field personnel and roam around the place and now capture or probably detect those persons of interest. So this is a tactical surveillance solution, very much applicable for real-time alerts. So even if you're in the field, walking around, once you have this tool, anybody na madaanan lang ng camera gets to capture that one. Now, some are actually questioning this one when it comes to data privacy. So you can actually do a lot of things with this one, probably blurred other persons, except for those persons of interest being captured. Let me jump through the video so that you can get a more simplified gist of the solution itself. So here, we support a broad range of infrastructure. So coming from a body-worn camera, so I guess for our PNP folks, we're already using body-worn camera in some cases. We can also use drone, or we can even use wearable cameras in this aspect, and then together with the USTO solution. This is the user interface that you get to see when you're using this one on a mobile phone. So coming from the list of persons of interest, the detection and probably the profiling for that person, you can have that one on a single platform, particularly on a mobile phone.
On Patrol is a tactical facial recognition application for mobile devices that protects law enforcement and military personnel by connecting mobile video sources such as mobile phone cameras, body-worn cameras, and drones to analyze video streams in real time. On Patrol processes the streams offline and hence does not require back-end connectivity. It provides real-time alerts when it recognizes a person's of interest even when they are wearing face masks. With up to 99.9% accuracy, it can detect up to 1,000 faces within 237 milliseconds to helping frontline officers de-escalate potential threats in real time.
So this is a sample tool or the interface that we're using for USTO. So you can now upload up to 10,000 persons of interest on the database for USTO. And you can run this one offline. Here's the quick detection. So from a checkpoint, they were able to detect that person with real-time alert. So coming from the body-worn camera together with the tool on your mobile phone, you can easily detect those persons of interest. Now here is using a drone feed. So if you deploy this one on the field, you can now use a drone to practically detect the person itself. Whether the drone is basically way too up high, you can still detect that person, and it's using a different technology on facial recognition and sampling.
USTO provides an extensive REST API that allows partners, manufacturers, and end users to integrate their products with On Patrol. Let us look at how CEISSAFP has integrated their solution with USTOs on patrol.
First sensor uses VMD to detect body movement. Once body is detected, the second sensor zooms in using OSTO body re-ID system and attempts to identify the body in the frame. If the body is not in the DB, its coordinations are sent to a second drone which zooms in until a face is detected. This drone will then add the face and body to the DB. So within few seconds the person is identified from high altitude.
Okay, so that's the technology right now that we're using when it comes to facial recognition. Whether you're using a drone, way up high, I mean, kahit nasa pinakamataas siya na parameters mo using that drone, you can still detect that one because it's using an artificial intelligence that will now give you a better match of the person that you're trying to look to. Okay, so our key differentiator when it comes to this one, it's using artificial intelligence, machine learning as well. And then we can now identify real-time alerts for this particular person if you're looking for those persons of interest right now. Okay, so that's it. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, you may raise it now.
Thank you very much, sir, for gracing this time with us. Is there any question from the group? Partner, I was able to be amazed with that a while ago with the presentation of sir. Parang nakakagulat din na talagang we should really be careful, sir, no? Kasi lalo na with the facial recognition, yung ginawa kanina dun kay Simon Cowell, di ba? So mamaya, baka mamaya partner, mamaya maging si ano ka na, si Angel Locsin, hindi mo alam, mamaya may magnakaw ng ano mo, identity mo.
Parang may tanong ka sa akin kanina, partner, pwede na siguro nating i-brought up kay sir.
Ano na nga yun? Nakalimutan ko rin yata.
What if a person daw, sir, ay nag-undergo ng reconstructive surgery, ma-identify or ma-recognize pa rin po ba yung facial feature ng isang tao?
That was actually a question thrown to me before, no? But the problem is right now, I think yun yung technology na hindi pa natin kayang gawin right now to identify that one. When you do facial reconstructive talaga, it's totally, you're putting in a different imprint of a different person. So I guess right now, kung tatanungin mo ko, the answer might not be no, but probably in the future, there could be some newer technology that would now imprint that one.
And in relation to that, as a follow-up as well, so talaga we should really be careful, sir, kasi there are, nowadays, if I'm not mistaken, there are other, what you call that kind of surgery that the same replica of your facial features that could actually use your facial features in order to do bad things, right? So with that kind of platforms that you have, that means that it might really give a result pa rin na kung halimbawang ako ginaya niya yung mukha ko, and he could still have the access to those matters, right?
Yes, that's why what we're trying to say here, it's a complementary solution to what existing infrastructure you have. Let's say, for example, biometrics. If you're using iris recognition, then yung eyes is very much difficult to replace. So you may be able to replace the face, but not actually the iris. Fingerprint is also something that probably you could give it at a 50-50 case right now that you can replace a fingerprint, but still the technology, I guess, is far beyond happening right now when it comes to replacing your fingerprint. So I guess that's the answer to that question.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions po from our audience? Partner, mukhang wala na yatang magtatanong.
Masyado silang na-amaze nung kay Simon Cowell. Siguro iniisip ng ating mga participants na parang maganda rin yun na. So ating mga IT expert, never do that just for the sake of being popular, okay? So thank you very much. And with that, may we ask again, Ma'am Rita to be together with Sir Nick to receive the plaque of appreciation. And may we request our very own Lieutenant Colonel Corpus Signal Corps Philippine Army to hand over that plaque of appreciation. And may again have the honor to read the citation on the plaque of appreciation. Headquarters, Communication, Electronics, and Information System Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Com General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. Plaque of appreciation is hereby given to Revolve Solutions Incorporated in the person of Mr. Angdong and Angodong and Miss, or rather Engineer Nicodemos, for their valuable participation during the CEIS Service AFP Technology Update Forum 2022. Signed, Marcos Y. Imperio, Captain, Philippine Navy General Staff Corps, Commander of CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Let's give our speakers a big round of applause, please.
Thank you very much again to our speakers and to Lieutenant Colonel Corpus. Gising pa ba lahat kaya ang ating participants, partner?
Parang magigising sila sa portion na to, partner.
Oh, syempre naman. And with that, we will be having a 4 minor prize sale that we are going to give away to our participants. So gising na siguro sila, narinig nila yung raffle prize natin. So, sa
Lahat
atin,
po ba nakapagpa-register na?
O,
Kasi
kaya nga
yung
po.
bubunutin po namin na name ay mga galing dun po sa pinagpa-register nyo, dun sa may entrance door po natin.
at saka actually, there are actually QR codes on top of your table kung hindi pa kayo nag-register. Kung hindi man kayo palagit at hindi pa kayo nakapag-register, you may do it so para mamaya on the coming other raffles na meron tayo. So this raffle is actually all for those on-site as well as those who are joining us through online. Okay po? So Sir CJ, are we ready for the first set of our raffle? Partner, alam mo, ang generous daw talaga ng ating mga ano.
Oo, balita ko nga parang may major prizes
Oo,
tayo
oo.
marireceive dito.
At saka actually, pagpapagilig din natin to sa ating mga proponents. Baka may mas mababait pang proponents. Magbibigay ng pa-raffle later. So Sir CJ, are we ready for the raffle before we move forward?
Ready na daw, partner.
And the lucky one is no other than... Okay, binibitin po kayo. Gising pa po ba yung mga nasa bandang likod? Yung nasa kabilang bandang kanan na likod. Gising pa po ba yun? Wala na yata, ayaw yatang manalo. Ay, yung ating pong grupo ng mga Sergeant Major, gising na gising pa po ba? Ay, yung ating mga taga Coast Guard. Oh, sabi. Okay na. Ay, yung ating pong taga-ombudsman. Yes na yes yan, kahit nag-iisa si Sir. Ay, yung ating pong taga-nika, gising na gising din po yan.
Yung ating mga civilian personnel na present dyan.
Oh, yes. And while we are waiting for our raffle, hayaan natin magpasalamat muna tayo, partner. And we wanted to take our proponents for this activity. The Ardent Networks Incorporated, the Cisco System Philippines.
Beyond Data Incorporated.
Connex Philippines Incorporated.
Fiber Home Philippines Incorporated.
One Commerce International Corporation.
Revolve Solutions Incorporated. Data OEM Solutions Integra Systems.
Secure Age Technology Private Limited.
Secrid or Quick Hill Technology Limited.
Trellix.
Triton Communications Corporation.
Netplay Incorporated.
88 Electronics.
Contact Point Incorporated.
Delta.
Globe Telecom.
Handlink Incorporated.
Redenta.
Netplay Incorporated.
Globaltronics.
Citrix.
Financial Institutions.
And last but not the least, Armscore.
Oh, ayan na po. Nakikita na po yung makukulay. Oy, tinago uli ni Sir CJ.
Ayan na,
para
nasa
medyo
screen na
ma-excite
natin.
kayo. And the lucky winner is no other than... Ikaw ba, partner, nagpa-register ka rin?
Oo naman, partner. Oh, from our civilian human resource.
So again, So it's for Mr. Alben
Ayun,
Pisico.
tumayo na, partner.
Ayan. Dito na lang tayo sa baba para makita.
Napakaswerte naman ang una natin.
Sir, alam ko estudyante kita eh. So sa tingin mo, yung ating pinag-uusapan ba ngayon is really very applicable for this event na nagda-timing talaga siya?
For me, oo, kasi with the technology growing, so mas kailangan natin i-advance din yung security natin.
Thank you very much and congratulations.
Partner, ang hirap naman manalo dito sa harapan.
Oo.
May pa-impromptu speech
Oo,
pa.
ganun talaga. Last Cybersecurity Summit, medyo magaan lang. And our next winner is no other than a partner, dito ka. Malay mo tayo na yung kasunod. Okay.
From the Philippine Air Force.
Magdiwang ang mga himpapawid. So may we call on Airman Second Class Jeric S. Corralde, Philippine Air Force. Huwag ka pong mag-alala, hindi ko na kayo tatanungin.
Sabi ko sa'yo.
Kasi naghahabol tayo ng oras. Is there any kung wala po, any representative for A2C Corralde?
Ka-office mate na lang po, mga sir.
Kasi baka nasa online siya.
Wala na pong impromptu speech.
Sige, A2C Rala, pakitanggap na lamang po. Okay, mag-alala, hindi ko na itatanungin. Maya-maya na lang pag medyo mahaba-haba pa yung oras natin. Sige po, paikutin nyo na uli ang ruleta habang tinatanggap po ito. Sir, pakipicture po, baka sabihin mamaya na papunta na kay Sir J. At saka kay Miss Jam. Thank you. And the next winner is SK2 Noriel Silelang, Philippine Navy. Andito po ba siya?
Ayun si sir, ayun si sir. Congratulations, sir. You're one of the luckiest winners that we have.
Okay, for the last winner for the first set of for raffle. Last winner lang po yun sa first set, kaya stay lang po kayo dyan, baka mamaya kayang swertehin. Wow! Another Navy. CPO Loreto D. Aranda Jr., Philippine Navy. Congratulations. Ang ganda ng ngiti ni Sir, sabi niya, salamat na lang. Kasama ako doon sa mga nanalo na hindi na ini-interview. Thank you very much, sir. So, kaya stay lang po kayo, baka mamaya kayo na yung kasunod na winners. So moving forward, after we have talked about robotics, after the defense forward, after we have actually
features of facial recognition,
as well as about the product that has been demoed to us by the advisor on. So napakaganda. That's the reason why we are going to forward about the data center, modular, and container. And with that, allow me to read, or rather to introduce to you our next speaker for this activity. Our next speaker is a registered electrical engineer here in the Philippines and has been 15 years of experience on data center design, build, and rehabilitation, having worked at companies with business interests on systems integration, office fit-out, architectural design, ICT company, and data center equipment manufacturer, gave him full understanding of the data center requirements and offers holistic solution with unique value proposition. Be it greenfield or brownfield, his design highlights efficiency, scalability, availability, flexibility, and cost effectiveness. His bridge the gap approach ensures that rehabilitation of existing and live data centers avoids unnecessary disruption on the operation and compliance on standards and best practices. Again, to render us or to give us to give the things about data center modular and container solution, join me in welcoming Mr. Jundi Sarcado. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think it's already lunchtime, but allow me to present our solutions. My name is Jundi Sarcado. I'll be presenting our data center modular and containerized solutions. Maybe this is the first time that you heard about Delta Electronics. We're not related po sa Delta Airways or whatsoever na nakikita ninyo na Delta brands. Our brand is a Taiwanese brand. We were founded sorry. Yeah. So we were founded way back in 1971. This morning I'll be discussing more on our technology, latest technology on data center infrastructure solutions. So our previous speakers talk about cybersecurity. So we treat them as the logical world. So ngayon po ang i-discuss ko is on the real world naman po. So it is basically the house of all the IT equipment, including power solutions and cooling solutions. So we were founded way back in 1971 by Mr. Bruce Cheng. We are a Taiwanese company, and we are the world's leader in switching power supply and DC brushless fan. From the smallest fan ng MacBook up to the biggest fan na ginagamit on our precision cooling, we manufacture and provide it. We also do OEM doon sa mga other competitors of when it comes sa yung uninterrupted power supply, and we also do design and OEM also for switching power supplies of the known brands for network and server equipment. So that's the main reason kung bakit hindi nyo kami masyado naririnig even though we are already 50 years old. And we pioneered on power electronics. Yung amin pong company started as a power electronics manufacturer. We are found globally. So from Americas, EMEA, APAC, we have offices, we have hubs, and we also have manufacturing plants. So here in Southeast Asia, we have a plant in Thailand, and our hub is in Singapore. So we are divided into 3 business categories. We have the power electronics, automation. So under automation, we have industrial automation and building automation, as well as infrastructure for ICT and energy infrastructure. So if we correlate it to products and solutions for ICT infrastructure, we have DCIM or the Data Center Infrastructure Management Software. We have the UPS. We have the cooling solution, specifically precision cooling solutions, as well as we have prefabricated both indoor and outdoor solutions. And then we also have solutions for telecom power. So, hindi nyo lang napapansin, we are also one of our clients as well are those telco companies here in Philippines. For energy infrastructure, we have energy storage system. Ano po bang ESS? So it's a battery contained on a container van and is being used by some of the utility companies. So the BESS or the energy storage system is used mainly to augment. Kung nagkakaroon ng dip doon sa demand, bumaba yung demand sa certain area, ito yung magpo-provide ng emergency backup. Now, during off-peak hours, sinacharge siya, but during peak hours, binibitawan siya. So tumutulong siya sa grid para ma-compensate yung pagkukulang ng mga power plants. We also have building infrastructure. As I've mentioned, we have building automation, and we also have industrial automation. So we also have our own IP cameras. So it's another brand of Delta, which is Vivotech. It's also a Taiwanese brand. So we are also found on manufacturing infrastructure. So from industrial automation, machine automation, and even SCADA management system. We have actually a project in Singapore wherein it's a vertical smart farming that has two output. So yung isa is vegetables or the plants, and then the other one is yung fish. So we could develop it along with our partner. So since maliit yung space sa Singapore, we call it a vertical smart farming. By using our sensors, controllers, frequency drives, we were able to provide them a very efficient solution. Next is logistics. We also have our own EV chargers. So if you go to Nissan dealerships, you will find our EV charger there. Also, I think sa Robinson na rin, Robinson Malls. Now, ICT infrastructure belongs to Communications Infrastructure Solutions Business Unit at Delta. Sa dami po kasi ng product namin, we also grouped it in such a way na magkakasama yung mga products and solutions to provide a better and efficient proposal and products to our end users. So our motto is keeping pace with AIoT world. What is AIoT? So it's artificial intelligence of things. We go beyond na doon sa Internet of Things. This is already artificial intelligence of things. So, as I mentioned earlier, we have telecom power solutions and we have data center infrastructure solutions. So this morning, I'll be talking about our modular and prefabricated data center solutions. So we are also provide in total of around 1,800 megawatts combined capacity all over the world when it comes to projects. So you can find us on Singapore, Australia, Americas, even China. But here in Philippines, we started to fully offer our solutions. Medyo late kami dito sa pag-provide ng complete solutions because the funny thing about Philippines is the Philippines is the only country in Southeast Asia which has 60 hertz. The rest of the Southeast Asian nations are all 50 hertz. So imagine of having yung developing or keeping up with the storage, with the spare parts management, magkakaroon ka ng dalawang types of motor or compressor. The other one is 50 hertz and the other one is only intended for the Philippines. So to cope up, we also embraced yung paggamit na ng mga inverters. So whether or not this compressor will go to a 50 hertz nation or 60 hertz nation, it still can be used whenever through doon sa paggamit ng mga inverter drives. Okay? So these are some of our worldwide clients. Now, we have a complete, I would say complete portfolio of products and solutions. We even have our own switches. So if you log on to our website or visit our website at deltapowersolutions.com, you can find us na hindi lang pala UPS, hindi lang cooling solutions. We even have OEM. We also do OEM, a certain switch, a certain model ng isang switch sa isang malaking company. And of course, the rest, DCIM, as I mentioned, a cooling system, as well as the power system solutions. Now, to give you again an idea, ito po yung complete range. Our UPS, from the smallest 650 VA, yung ginagamit po sa desktop, up to the 1 MVA, yung ginagamit po ng mga data center, even telco, banks, even hospitals. We have specific UPS model for that. Next is lithium battery. we have a lithium battery po. Ang ginagamit po naming element is NMC, nickel, magnesium, cadmium. Hindi po kami gumagamit ng lithium iron phosphate, but we also have a partnership with another battery company for us to have a better and more efficient or practical, cost-effective solution. We have busway, we have STS. So STS is basically a static transfer switch wherein you have two inputs and one output. So it's static, meaning it's around less than 20 milliseconds yung pag-transfer. Hindi po siya ginagamit sa generator. What we are using in generator sets is automatic transfer switch. This one is static transfer switch. So from the smallest 16 amperes na rack mounted, our biggest is around 1,000 amperes. So for a big data center, hyperscaler, colo, you can found this type of solution. Next, containment system, CCTV, and of course, DCIM. So these are our prefabricated, modular, and containerized solution. From micro data center, so we have data center in a rack, data center in a row, data center in an aisle. So when you say row, rack, a row is composed of say 20 racks, and then a row, an aisle is composed basically minimum of 2 rows, so on and so forth. And then for outdoor type, we have an all-in-one containerized data center solution, and then we also have power container. Yet we are also supporting brick and mortar o yung traditional build of data center. So if you heard about PLDT Vitro, and then the one that they are building right now in Laguna, they are called brick and mortar or traditional data center. There is a faster way of building a modular data center in few months compared to building a traditional data center, which is around 2 or 3 years. But this morning, I'll be discussing our micro data center up to the power container only. Okay, so what's the value of having a modular, whether it's indoor or outdoor or containerized data center solution? It's all in one, pay as you go. Meaning, from day one, you have certain X number of racks, say 20 or 30. And then on day 2, you found out that your existing racks can no longer support your demand. So you add racks. So by having a modular data center, you don't need to build another data center, another room, or build another infrastructure just for your additional racks. You just add racks, scale the UPS, and scale the cooling system. Okay? High flexible and agility. So for this type of solution, we actually have a client in China, wherein they use this solution, a containerized data center, as their rolling backup data center. So they have so many manufacturing plants along on a certain province. And then there was one time that that specific location of their manufacturing plant was isolated. I think it was flooded. So naapektuhan yung IT nila. So by having this kind of solution, from certain location, dinala nila yung container van doon sa manufacturing plant na yon to serve as the IT system for the time being na ginagawa or nire-restructure yung kanilang affected na IT system. So ganun na ng ganun, which I think we can also do it as maybe on disaster recovery or disaster calamities. So for a faster transaction, for a faster communication, this can be mounted on a trailer truck, yung buong container solution or container van. So this is our data center in a row and in a cabinet solution. We call it micro data center vari row. So it's a complete solution. When we say complete, it has cabinet, it has UPS, it has cooling system, and it also has HMI or the DCIM. So, for a single rack, say isang rack lang muna yung kailangan ninyo for a certain building. So, single rack, single UPS with single PDU, and then single row cooling. So, sa labas po yung cooling niya. It won't take space within the rack. Now, what if lumaki yung demanda ninyo during, nagdagdag ng equipment? Are you going to transfer this one or bili kayong bagong set of this one? No. By having yung original natin, we can grow it into a data center in a row. So, pwede tayo magdagdag ng racks. Tatabi lang natin doon sa existing setup. Now, as you go along, lumaki ulit yung demand ninyo. Nagdagdag ulit kayo ng mga IT equipment. And then, you now require to have a redundant system or redundant solution for UPS and cooling. So, by also using the same setup, magdadagdag lang kayo ng UPS and cooling system or row cooling unit. So, on the, yung sa bottom right, it can be N+1 or 2N. Okay? Now, we're talking about row. What if mas malaki yung demand niyo? You don't need a row. You all need an aisle, data center in an aisle. So we also have, just to give you an idea, so it's a fully enclosed system, meaning hot air and cold air is contained doon sa loob ng row. And if there's a problem with your cooling system, there is a fan located on the front and at the back that can be integrated to the DCIM of the smart or the Vari row for it to activate. We can also include fire suppression, a rack-mounted fire suppression within or inside the Vari row. Now, for a bigger requirement, which is data center in an aisle, lumaki na yung inyong requirement. So we call it POD. So for our POD or point of delivery, basically the same concept. Everything is already on the solution. We have UPS, a bigger capacity. We have cooling system, DCIM, and we can now integrate CCTV to the DCIM. Even environmental monitoring system. So it's part of the POD DCIM system. Now, it comes with 3 standard configurations. So we have 50 kilowatt, 125 kilowatt, and 175 kilowatt. But still, we can customize it according to your needs. So you don't want to have a UPS inside that aisle. We can separate it on another room. Also, if you don't want to have a cooling system within the pod, we can also provide it on another room as well. Okay? Now, for all-in-one containerized data center, so it comes on a 20 or 40 footer. When we say all-in-one, basically the same concept with the previous indoor solutions. So on a container, you have the UPS, you have the racks, cooling system, fire suppression system, so on and so forth. Now for this specific sample, all-in-one, we include yung generator set doon sa loob. This is the sample I mentioned earlier, wherein ginamit ito ng isang manufacturing plant sa China. So it's a mobile data center actually. And you can also connect it to a, say, smart pole, or even have a smart charging for EV on this setup. How do you play it? Okay, let me show you kung paano ginawa nila yung kanina. So it's a modular data center. So this one, they're actually installing the cable containers inside a 40-footer van. Sa loob po ito ng container van. So these are the racks. And then that's the generator room dun sa other side. Now, pati cabling. And we are doing it sa factory namin. So before we shipped out, everything was already pre-installed, pre-commissioned, pre-tested before we deliver it to our clients. So, yan, the generator sets, nilagay na sa loob. Generator set. So you only need 3 things for this type of solution. One, yung kanyang platform, yung plinth. Second is internet connectivity. And then the third is power. So you don't need to build, a specific room just for this one. So the airflow containment. So at Delta, we practice hot aisle containment. Kinukulong po namin yung likod ng mga racks para hindi magkaroon ng mixing of cold and hot air. With that, we were able to optimize and maximize the capacity of our precision cooling units. So, ito na po siya. Now, what if for a bigger installation? We also have another project, very recent. I think this was around 2 years ago before the pandemic. It's a cable landing station. Yun pong pinaka-data center ng mga cables coming from abroad. So usually, ini-install po ito malapit sa seashore or at least sa shoreline, setback na ng konti para sa safety niya. So it has 7 modules. We have the IT module wherein IT racks are installed. We have the power module wherein all the UPS and the rectifiers are installed. And yeah. So to give you an idea kung paano ginawa. So same concept. Yung 7 module na yon, ini-install po muna namin sa factory namin along with the data cabinets or the IT cabinets, the UPS inside, even the cables. Sorry, I think I attached the wrong one. But basically, this is the concept. So this one is the power module. So pati battery. So from incoming power, say from Meralco, the cables are directly terminated inside the power module. DCIM is also included. DCIM is used to monitor and manage all the systems inside the data center. Even yung mga generator sets, the low voltage switchgears, as long as it has intelligence, our DCIM can monitor and manage those third-party equipment. Okay? So for power container solutions, that video is actually for power container solution. So for power container solution, inside the container van, we have the UPS, we have the battery, we have the cooling units, and transformer. So nandun na po siya lahat sa loob. This is being proposed and used by some of the hyperscalers or data center, big data center that doesn't have enough space. So sa Singapore, bentang-benta po ito. With their limited space, pinapatong siya sa taas ng containerized na generator set din. So with that, the building itself is only dedicated for the IT racks. All facility equipment are already inside these power modules or power containers. So our modular data center concept for all-in-one. For modular, it depends on the requirement. Our modular data center solution, containerized, can be stacked up to 4 floors. So instead of building the traditional build, say, an end user, or for you in your case, you wanted to have a 2-story data center. Basically, yung ground floor is being utilized for the facility equipment, generator sets, even parking areas, the offices. And then on the second floor, you have your IT racks. You have your data center at your second floor. So our containerized solution can be stacked up to 4 floors. Kung nag-worry po kayo about seismic, tested and proven po ito. It's not only here in Philippines, may mga ibang like the likes of Telco. I think some of them are here also that are also using modular containerized solution. So some of them are using like 3 floors para ma-address it's a faster way of constructing a data center compared to a traditional brick and mortar build. So this is what I'm saying about brick and mortar build of data center. So DCIM, we have operation, energy, slideshow, asset, capacity, work order, and asset inspection. So basically, customizable po yung dashboard niya. You can add modules depending on your requirement. Say you wanted to monitor kung gaano nakadami or kung gaano kalaki yung inyong consumption. So we have energy. And then you are planning to add additional IT equipment. So instead of having manually measure all the cables kung gaano nakalaki yung load, by having yung capacity module, you can easily, the DCIM can easily tell you which rack to put or which rack to install, and it will automatically provide you computation and what is the effect on cooling system as well as on the power system. So Delta will support you all the way from proposal, design, planning, manufacturing and validation, testing and commissioning, as well as after service. We have a complete range of products and services para ma-offer po namin sa mga end users namin. Now, talking about technology, ano po ba yung latest technology when it comes to data center? So, our UPS, this white one is actually intended for industrial UPS. And on other countries, it is also used sa mga radar stations. Even pag-provide ng UPS power doon sa mga, say, medical equipment or even conveyor belts, even elevator systems. So some of the companies abroad are using our NT-UPS para sa uninterrupted power supply nila doon sa mga equipment nila. DC power, so it's high voltage DC. So right now we developed a 10 kV, meaning 10,000 volts AC ang input, and then yung output niya is 240 or 336 volts DC. This is being used now by Alibaba. So instead of having UPS or transformer and then transformer UPS to power yung mga IT equipment nila, they are now using high voltage DC equipment. So na-eliminate yung dalawang equipment by HVDC. Input mo is 10,000 volts AC, yung output niya is 200 volts DC na. It's more efficient compared to the traditional way of having power transformer and UPS. You also have DC power, so by shelf naman siya. So that one kanina is malaki, ito naman by shelf. It's similar to a small UPS units. And then of course, our precision cooling. We are using the latest technology when it comes to fans, which we are also developing, as well as frequency drives, which are also developing. So lahat po ng mga products and solutions namin, we are integrating it to form specific systems. Busway, we even have our own busway system, both on the UPS distribution on the racks, as well as power. Instead of having cables from, say, transformer to the LVSG, we can use busway system. Power distribution unit, rack power distribution unit. So both are different. So they are different. The one is what we call in Philippines panel boards. This one is power strip. And then, of course, the remote power panel. So it's a rack mountable na panel board din. It's hot swappable, by the way. So unlike of having a wall-mounted panel board that if there's a specific circuit breaker that becomes defective, you need to shut down yung main breaker. This one, you don't need to. You just plug it out and then replace with a new one. Static transfer switch, the one I mentioned earlier, the biggest is 1,000 amperes. Yeah, the smallest one for this rack-mounted na static transfer switch is 16 amperes. So it has two inputs with one output. If one of the input fails, hindi po mararamdaman ng equipment ninyo na load niya yung pag-transfer. Because our SDS can transfer around 7 milliseconds. So ganun po kabilis. And this is my last slide. We have a virtual showroom. Sorry, I cannot show it due to limitation of our network sa company namin. But please try to visit deltathailand.com. It's a net zero container showroom. Hindi po siya connected sa grid. On itself, it has 11 sets of 9.6 kilowatt peak na solar power panels. And then it has a 40 kilowatt wall-mounted PV. So it's a self-generating actually. So inside you have the UPS, the usual, you have UPS, room cooling units para sa mga bisita. And then it also has yung smart pole namin and EV charging solution. So hindi po ito naka-connect whether sa generator set or sa grid. For as long as may araw, nagkukusa na po siya, nagcha-charge, and then sa gabi, from the battery, pinapower na yung mga CCTV systems, the UPS, the cooling units within the container van. This is also the same container van that we're using on our containerized solution. Okay, so that would be my last slide. Any questions po?
Thank you very much, Sir Cardo. So any questions from the group? I know, by the way, food has been served to all of you. Kindly enjoy that. And pasensya na po, working break po talaga tayo. So for us to enhance more of the knowledge that we will have for this technology update. So meron po bang katanungan mula sa ating mga grupo? Baka po merong gusto magtanong. Huwag po kayong mahihiya. Libre lang magtanong. Pero pag nagpaano na kayo ng kanilang platform, doon kayo magtakot na.
I think we only have the UPS, sir, right? But sir, if you can visit, sir, I can demo yung sa showroom namin later on doon. Yeah.
So mamaya daw po, we could actually visit their stall over there outside if ever you wanted to. So any questions so far? So I think naman yung kanilang product is really secure. That's so muchly secure. Tama ba, sir?
Yes, definitely.
On a percentage scale, it would be 100%. Am I correct with that?
Yes, correct.
Thank you very much. Anyone from the group? Wala po. So with that, let's move for. By the way, may I ask Major Abinoha to hand over the plaque of appreciation. And again, let me have the honor to read the citation. Headquarters Communication Electronics and Information System Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines, General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. The plaque of appreciation is hereby given to Delta Electronics International Private Limited in recognition of their valuable participation during the CIS service, AFP, during the Technology Update Forum 2022. Signed, Marcus Y. Imperio, Captain, Philippine Navy General Staff Corps Commander, CIS Service, AFP. Thank you very much again, Sir John D. So moving forward, to make you more alive for this very sleepy afternoon, sabi ho ng ating point of contact for this event, tutuwa naman po ba uli kayo? Parang ayaw nyo naman eh. Parang si Ma'am Siguro na yata lang yung nagagalak. I think from the Coast Guard, kanina sabi nila eh, Sir, papapanalunin nyo naman sana uli kami ah. Kasi the last one, parang binuhat lahat nila yung prices maliban doon sa isa nilang officer. Sabi siguro, tama na muna. So masaya ba tayong lahat ngayong hapong ito? Okay, so with that, magpaparaffle muna tayo. So let the roulette rolling para sa another set of our raffle. Sino kayang mapalad na mananalo uli ngayon for our second set of raffle? Nasa grupo kaya ng Sergeant Major? Nasa grupo kaya ng mga Civilian Human Resource? Sa grupo kaya ng Philippine Air Force, ng Navy, o kaya ng Army? Or maybe from our friendly government? Okay, so I think tamang-tama, kababanggit ko lang. Our winner is no other than Coast Guard SN1 Romel A. Pabros. At ready agad si Sir, di ba? Okay, Sir. Kala mo, Sir, bibigay ko agad ng kaka. Yung lagi, ikaw pinakaswerte ngayon. Single and available ho ba? Kasi meron pa kami mga civilian human resource dyan. Ay, married na daw. Pasensya na daw po ah. Oh, congratulations, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Again, kung sino pong kasunod, pakiikot na po uli. O partner, ayan na naman. Nagagalak ang ating mga civilian human resource dahil ang nanalo is no other than Mr. Norman S. Avelia, Civilian Human Resource. Kung wala po siya dyan, a representative from a Civilian Human Resource, even though I know for myself I have a Civilian Human Resource, parang iba naman ho. Parang i-award ko ba to sa sarili ko? So maybe may yung lagi niya kabady, Kuya Bobby, dahil wala yata si Sir Norman, andyan ba? Sir William Moreno, please do the honor to receive this prize on behalf of Mr. Norman. Partner, dalawa pa. Kuha pa tayo ng dalawa. Oo. Kuya Bobby, ikaw lang po ang natin pinakuha. Yan. Sir, picture daw. Baka ma-interview ko pa siya. Thank you very much, Sir William. Kasi pag in-interview natin si Sir William, baka maikwento ang buong CEISSAFP, ang CIS service history.
Partner, may nanalo na ulit.
Bam, ang bilis naman. So please do the honor to declare the winner.
Our next winner is Miss Jennifer Peñarroyo.
Is it from the online or from on-site?
Ma'am Jennifer.
Is it also a civilian human resource po ba natin yan? Or parang...
From business partner siguro.
Baka business partner. Okay po. So take charge na lang po pa-note kasi sabi wala naman tayong binigay na rules na pag wala ma-avoid di ba? And the next winner is... Or baka may nakakakilala kay Miss Jennifer? Maybe from sino pong nakakakilala kay Miss Jennifer? So if there's from the hindi po ba wala? Sige. Wow, another winner from the civilian human resource.
Swerte ng mga civilian natin
So may we call on, kitang-kita niyo naman, Engineer George Henry S. Ligaspo, civilian human resource. Wala rin po.
Representative na lang from ISG.
Or anyone from ISG.
To claim his prize po.
Ayan.
Ayan si SM.
Si Master Laria na lang po pala kukuha. Sam, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So nagkaroon na tayo uli ng isang set. So masyado daw masama naman pag binibigay lahat ng biyaya. Intay-intay lang tayo. And with that, dahil may mga nagbibigay ng biyaya, pasalamatan natin yung nagbibigay ng mga biyaya partner. And again, we would like to acknowledge our proponents. No other than Ardent Networks Incorporated, Cisco System Philippines.
From Beyond Data Incorporated.
Connex Philippines Incorporated.
Fiber Home Philippines Incorporated.
One Commerce International Corporation.
Revolve Solutions Incorporated. Data OEM Solutions and Integra Systems.
Secure H Technology Private Limited.
Secrete or Quick Heal Technology.
Trialix.
Triton Communications Corporation.
88 Electronics.
Contact Point Incorporated.
Delta.
Globe Telecom.
Handlink Incorporated.
Redenta.
Netplay Incorporated.
Globaltronics.
Citrix.
Financial institutions.
And last but not the least, Armscore. So napakadami sa atin nagbibigay ng biyaya. At alam mo, napaka-generous yung mga proponents na yan. Mamukat mo, baka mamaya or bukas, magdadagdag yan sila. Diba po, mga proponents? Kaninang umaga, before we have this afternoon session, we were able just to do a recap. We were able to talk about robotics, ano pa to partner, defend forward,
facial recognition,
and as well as the product demo of Inviceron. And for the second half of this afternoon, we just have actually about the data center modular and container solutions. While we're waiting for our next speaker, so napakaganda rin na pagkakataon nito na matanong natin sila. Let me go over as we are waiting for our next speaker. Kasi syempre nandito yung taga-Nika. Sir, so do you think this kind of event, especially with the CEIS service as well as with the Coast Guard Signal family, is very related na pag-usapan, lalabat, ginaganap din talaga to, mga gantong pagkakataon?
Hello, good afternoon. Actually, this is the first time na mag-attend kami ng ganito. Yes, it's very helpful, especially dun sa amin. And we are much very interested dun sa mga ibang product demo na binigay nila. May mga technology kasi sila na actually meron na rin kami. Pero yung iba kasi dito tinitingnan namin kino-compare namin yung product nila dun sa existing namin at saka yung wala sa amin. Kaya meron kami mga, siguro may dalawa rito kanina na take consider namin na yung product nila. Maybe in the future, ma-invite namin sila sa office for demo.
Okay, thank you very much. Pero sir, hindi pa po tapos yung tanong ko So as being another organization in the government, what could actually be your assistance or maybe the contribution you could actually give with the AFP as we go on and as we move forward with technology update and moving forward for the growing fast forward of technology. Kasi di ba po, if I'm not mistaken, NICA is the national interagency national intelligence coordinating agency. And I think with having the intelligence, hindi naman sabi nga kanina ng robotics at saka nung kaninang isa rin nagsalita na when we talk about intelligence, it's not just only by merely taking some information just to get that. And part of that is already the outgoing technology that we have. So bilang kayo po, parang you are actually the umbrella of all the intelligence. Ano kaya yung pinakang maiambag ni Nika sa AFP, sa Coast Guard, or whatsoever government agencies in the other near coming future, sir?
Actually, right now we have a small working group with partners sa AFP and other intelligence community. Now we have a monthly meeting with regards to the monitoring on cyber security, especially on the CTG and LTG activities and plans and programs, yung mga ganon. We are sharing information with other intelligence community. And aside from that, we are also catering yung needs ng mga AFP natin, especially on the ground, na nasa mga nasa kanayunan. Now we are giving free giving free assistance when it comes to drone activities. Alam na ng mga katropa natin kung ano yung mga. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And we're really grateful hearing that from our representative coming from NICA. Kasi yun po yung kagandahan talaga, dapat tayo ng mga sa government agency. We will work together in order to combat those other our opponent from the other side. Di ba po? Di ba, partner? Dapat ganun talaga. Kasi sa panahon ngayon, partner, hindi lang naman laging ground ang labanan. As time passes by, ngayon nga sabi nga nila, we really have to outgrow our capability when it comes to cyber thing as well as the information technology thing. Kasi dyan maaaring mapapasok na magiging war pagdating ng araw.
Now, partner, let's ask questions from the sergeant majors naman.
O, pwede, partner. Kaso nga lang, hindi ako makalapit. Kuha muna ako ng mic. Low marks.
Yan. Ang question ko naman sa mga napipitagang SM natin ay, sa lahat ng, sa mga previous na nag-present po, mga SMs, mga sirs, sa palagay niyo, sir, ano yung pinaka-helpful sa groups nyo or sa respective units nyo yung pwedeng ma-acquire na present ng mga previous proponents natin? So, example, from IMG, from ISG, ano kaya yung best products or best item na pine-present ng proponents natin? Yung mga previous lang.
Actually, partner, all of those proponents are really good and they could really be considered as best. However, maybe our group sergeant major could actually choose among those proponents who could actually be fitted on their respective groups.
Yung magmamatch sa capability.
Oh, yes, that's good. Nila. So, by the way, sabi siguro ni Sir SM Laria, talaga itong si Sir J, kunwari po, pero ako yata talaga yung gustong tanungin. Dahil alam ko talaga, SM Laria is actually the Sergeant Major of Information System Group. So palangay mo, sir, well, alin yung pinaka nababagay para sa inyong grupo na maaring maiparating natin sa nakatataas sa atin na they could actually acquire that in order for us to be more updated with our technology?
Siguro, sir, yung related dun sa firewall, sa Invisitron, Siyempre, kailangan natin yung cyber defense doon sa ating organization, lalo sa CEISSAFP. Yun yung nakikita ko, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Sa bagay naman, partner, actually, we just only have few proponents that have just laid their products, or they just demonstrated their products. Gusto ko sanang lumapit dito sa ating mga mandaragat din.
Pwede naman, partner.
Oo, kasi alam mo, ito talaga yung swerte na grupo. At nandito yung pinakaswerte nilang si
Istorbohin
ma'am.
natin yung paglalunch.
Oo. Kaya nga, kasi pasensya na, ma'am, working break talaga to. So sa inyo po, ma'am, with the Coast Guard, do you think those, hindi ko po kayo papipiliin, those products that been demonstrated as well as the things that has been discussed are actually also fitted with your own organization?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that question. Anyway, sir, the Coast Guard information system where the four of us belong is still young in its existence and in its capabilities. So this opportunities, sir, such as the technology update, is very helpful to us to come up also with the system and the solutions that will protect our unit and the headquarters Philippine Coast Guard in general. So if personally, sir, I would like to spend money talaga to have all these solutions. However, with the since everything is budget dependent, we have to make sure, or we have to at least have 3 canvas before procuring. So we should have these collaborative efforts as to what solution will benefit or will protect our unit. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So sa ating mga proponents, ligawan na agad dapat nila si ma'am. Kasi kung siya nga lang daw talaga yung may pera, partner, pwede bibilhin na lang niya lahat.
Mag-invest talaga siya.
Kaso nga lang, partner, talaga, tayo naman in the government, we are budget dependent based on kung ano lang yung binibigay sa atin. So alam niyo po, mga proponents, andito lang representative ng Coast Guard. Malay nyo. Diba po? So, kanina, alam mo, partner, may mga estudyante rin tayo. At alam mo, very attentive listener ang mga estudyante ng CEIS Training Center. Kaya po, dito, lalo na yung mga taga-CCNA or the computer networking, sa tingin mo, ano yung correlations nitong mga pinaparating or pinag-uusapan natin dito ngayon sa technology update A1C de Los Santos, Philippine Air Force? Kasi alam ko talaga magagaling talaga ang estudyante ng CEIS Training Center.
Oo naman, masasagot niya yung tanong mo sigurado.
Oo, kasi read my lips and read my eyes. Just kidding around. Oh, sir, alam ko naman very attentive listener ka. Sa palagay mo pa, sir, yung ating pinag-uusapan ngayon na technology update na yung ilang mga na-present, is there a correlation to the course you are actually taking right now with the computer networking?
Yes, sir. Bali, merong isang proponent kanina na actually, sir, related sa amin sa CCNA, yung sa para siyang ano, sir, yung product nila is parang firewall. Kasi sa amin, sir, sa networking nga, sir, kasama rin yun, sir, yung sa security ng ano, sir, sa network. Kumbaga, sir, vital siya para sa ano, sir, cybersecurity. Actually, yun nga rin yung sabi niyo, sir, sa amin na after namin ng CCNA, ang karugtong talaga ng course namin is yung cybersecurity. Kaya doon ako nag-focus kanina, sir, nakinig ako doon, sir.
Thank you very much. Dahil dyan, plus 5 points siya dun sa
Di ba sabi ko sa'yo,
just kidding, para at least ma-motivate din yung estudyante. Pero actually talaga naman, everything that flows in with and flows out of this conversation that we're having, talagang interconnected nga. Sabi nga, hindi naman talaga mabubuo-buo ang isang bagay kung hindi natin mapag-uusap-usapan yung mga bagay-bagay din na nandiyan.
Tama ka dyan, partner. At dahil dyan,
partner, ikot-ikot ka muna at i-check ko lang din kung nandiyan na ba yung ating next speaker.
While waiting for our next speaker, you can have your lunch for the meantime.
What makes us one? Is it the structure or is it the powerhouse? We have a powerhouse community that we are proud of. Passionate engineers, account and project managers, and backhaul personnel. When the sphere turns, we evolve.
Okay, as our next presenter or our speaker is preparing, again, let's thank our proponent for being with us for this afternoon. Partner, simulan mo na.
We would like to thank Arden Networks Incorporated, Cisco Sim Systems Philippines,
Beyond Data Incorporated,
Connex Philippines Incorporated,
Fiverr Home Philippines Incorporated,
One Commerce International Corporation,
Revolve Solutions Incorporated, Data OEM Solutions, Integra Systems,
Secure Edge Private Limited,
SecRite Quick Hill Technology Limited,
Trellix,
Triton Communication Corporation,
88 Electronics,
Contact Point Incorporated,
Delta,
Globe Telecom,
Handlink Incorporated,
Redenta,
Globaltronics,
NetPlay Incorporated,
Citrix,
financial institutions,
and Armscore.
This could not really be possible without their support, as well as especially without the support of our head of this unit, no other than our commander of CIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines, Commander Imperio, or rather Captain Imperio, Philippine Navy General Staff Corps. So without his blessings, this activity won't not be possible, partner. Diba? So again, just sit back and relax as we just wait for our next speaker. Hopefully po, na even though it might be really information overload, however, sabi nga nila, let's always look on the positive side of everything that comes in. And the positive side of having this kind of information overload is the gaining of knowledge as well of information para po sa ating lahat. Di ba po mga sirs? Di ba partner?
Oo, tama yan partner.
And we would like to acknowledge Colonel Marbel Sabilion, Philippine Air Force, our XO of J6. Thank you very much, sir, for coming.
$1 trillion. That was
Okay, may I ask everyone to settle down, mga sirs and ma'am, because we'll move forward with our lecture or maybe with the discussion for this afternoon. Again, may I ask everyone to settle down for the meantime at mamaya na po natin balikan yung ating mga generous na mga proponents na magbibigay ng mga parapol maya-maya or mga sa susunod na araw. Our next speaker for this afternoon is a lawyer by profession, has always had a passion for information technology, starting off her career with a graphic design and web development business and an app development company. Wow. Where her claim to fame was designing the MMDA application. This led her being hired as their IT consultant, giving her free hand to design their current logo and develop their website. After passing the bar, she joined the ICTO, which is now the DICT, as the chief of staff of the ASEC for E-Society, leading the group that launched the Tech for Ed program, among others. Specializing in government projects, she was recruited to move to a German IT company based in Singapore, where she pioneered government procurement opportunities in ASEAN and closed numerous enterprise accounts such as MBS and Swellig Pharma. With an opportunity to come home and work with the Philippine government as Microsoft's public sector lead for non-enterprise accounts, she relocated back to the Philippines. Now she is the Cisco's public sector lead, managing the entire government business of the Philippines. Join me in welcoming Attorney Laura Noel Gilliot. A big round of applause for her, please.
Ayan daw sir, nakukuha ko kasi hindi po ako nagbigay ng paraffol. Bukas po sir, huwag kayong mag-alala. Magbibigay po si Cisco. Ayan sir, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Laura. I handle public sector for Cisco Philippines. Today, ang gusto ko pong ipahiwatig sa inyong lahat ay yung crisis response po ni Cisco. I'm not sure if all of you know, but si Cisco actually has a group called the Tactical Operations Team, or we call them the TAC Ops. They're based in the US, but meron na po silang ginawang mga groups na dinedeploy all around the world. Right now, what they've deployed in the Philippines are tactical operations gears. This was following the successful provision of communication equipment after Yolanda. So what are the crisis response opportunities or help that Cisco provides to different countries around the world? One is your financial support. Second, of course, you have your technical resources like our communications equipment. And last po is the actual product itself. So what are financial supports? In Cisco, if you are an employee of Cisco, you are given the opportunity to donate your own time, your own monetary provisions, and Cisco actually matches your donation. So kunwari magbigay po ako ng $5, si Cisco po will give $5 as well to the foundation that I selected. For the technical resources, these are the actual deployments that Cisco has given. So as an example, during Yolanda, si Cisco po nagpadala po sila ng TAC Ops, pinadala po sa Palo, Leyte, tapos sila po yung nagtayo ng Bigan. Yung produkto naman po, during the actual deployments, the government or the countries, they have the option to keep the actual gear. Yung napili po na option ni Philippines is itatago po nila. So actually, the gear that Cisco provided during Yolanda is still in the government of Palo. So in case we ever need it, we can always tap them for help. So ano po yun? It's a provision for communication that will utilize the satellite connectivity. To be more exact, what has Cisco did for countries around the world? Financially, we've launched 15 disaster campaigns since 2003. And we have raised over $5 million in donations. Likewise, as mentioned earlier, this $5 million was also matched by Cisco itself. So in reality, $10 million na po in donation yung kay Cisco. For the technical resources, we have our critical response we have our crisis response team that have deployed in the Afghan refugee resettlement. We've also done the Venezuelan migrant crisis. Of course, your usual US-Mexico border crisis. And then for the actual products, we've provided almost $8 million in product grants to strategic partners. Some strategic partners, as an example, would be your usual NGOs or would be military partners around the world. So just to show you how we segregated our funding, the donations itself, most of it were given to multi-year strategic partnerships. So Cisco is actually usually looking for different partners globally, may it be national government agencies like the defense agencies of different countries or non-profit organizations. That's where a bulk of the crisis response funding of Cisco goes to. And then you have your usual global impact grants. So these are your climate change projects. And then you have your usual disaster grants. So these are your usual disaster projects from from nonprofit organizations. A very brief overview of what Cisco Crisis Response has done in the last almost 20 years. We've responded to 73, to be exact, 73 responses since 2003, not 2005. We have built more than 100 global partnerships with different government agencies and nonprofits around the world. So as I mentioned, we have our tactical operations team based in the US, and the full-time employees are 11. But we have more than 500 plus community volunteers. So these are your usual Cisco employees that have volunteered to be part of the crisis response team. I have volunteered to be part of the crisis response team for the Philippines. So for the Philippines, we have 6 members at the moment, and I am slowly pulling more people to join our CRT. And of course, we have more than 55 project grants around the world. So for the crisis response community, the crisis response team, we don't just sit down in our office, tapos nagpapadala lang po kami. Hindi po ganun. sila po mismo yung pumupunta dun sa lugar kung saan sila kailangan. Tapos, nagbibigay din po kasi sila ng subject matter expertise or ng training. Kasi di ba yung mga pinapadala po namin na equipment, hindi po siya yung mga simple lang. Ang pinapadala po nila are subject matter experts, not just in the field of crisis response, but also in the field of the specific equipment that will be donated to the different countries around the world. Now, how do we engage with the crisis response of Cisco? One is capacity building. These are more towards your collaborations on the different projects for different countries around the world. We also have training on specific solutions architects, cybersecurity, your customer experience. When you say customer experience, ito po yung actual deployment on the ground. And then, of course, we have your logistics. Second is the actual incident response. Yung incident response naman po, ito na po yung actual pagpadala po ng mga tao. Tapos yung kasama po na training doon. And of course, you have your usual advocacies because before and after a disaster, you have to prepare your team and the people around your team as well. These are the different partners that we have, to name a few, but we've actually built more than 100 already globally around the world. So as you can see, we have FEMA, Habitat for Humanity, UN Refugee, we have Mercy Corps, and we have Net Hope, which is actually very big in the Philippines as well. So since 2003, we have responded to 73 global incidents around the world. From 2003 to 2008, on the first 5 years of Cisco's crisis response, we've responded to 8. But as you can see, in the last 5 years, from 2017 to 2022, we've responded to 35. Part of the 2003 to 2008, when Cisco's crisis response team was just built, yan po yung sa Yolanda. So, isa tayo dun sa 8 na nirespondan nila. Now, what are we specifically doing, or what products do we have to respond to disasters in the Philippines, to be exact? We have 3 portable communications kits. One is your rapid response kit. Second is your mesh response kit. And third is your critical crisis response phone kits. So, yung rapid response kit, ito po yung pinaka-basic po natin na kit na meron po tayo in the Philippines. We localized this specific equipment. Ang tawag po natin dito ay konektado. Yung konektado po, available po kay Ardent. So if you would like to demo the actual portable communications kit, we just have to communicate with Ardent, sir. Now, the mesh response kit is more for the extension of your communication. So ito po yung, kunwari, meron na po kayong base station. Yung mesh response po yung nagpapalago ng communications ninyo. Yung CCR phone kit naman po, ito po is usually more for command centers or contact centers on the ground. What are our other mobile communication solutions? One is our biggest, which is called the Nerve in the US, but we've localized it and we're calling it Serve in the Philippines. We built a prototype and it will be arriving in your parking lot in about 1 hour. So we will do the demo as soon as it arrives. So the Serve is called the Strategic Emergency Response Vehicle. I will show you pictures shortly. We also have our emergency communications unit, which was the one that was deployed to Palo, together with the VSAT trailer. So yung VSAT trailer, ito po yung nagdadala ng mga satellite dishes natin. And then we have the actual satellite terminals. So this Nerve is a hybrid power system for technology. It is an all-Meraki network stack. It is fully redundant. It also has enhanced compute. So this is basically fully Cisco. It's It's like your micro Cisco in a vehicle. Ito po yung actual prototype na makikita niyo po sa labas in 1 hour. So ginawa po natin to together with Ardent, our partner. This is a Ford Transit. It is also fully customizable. Right now, we're using it as a light command communication center. So we have your on the upper right portion of the screen, you will see your video endpoints, WebEx po yan. Tapos yung actual vehicle, nagtayo po sila ng pole mast. Para po sa taas, meron po makikita kayong access points and CCTV cameras. That's a Meraki CCTV camera. And then you have, it's a fully functioning power generator that can help you power your entire equipment inside the vehicle. And then actually, which you cannot see here, and it probably will not be in the van kasi it's under repair. There's also a filtration device that can create water out of air. So that one is what will be deployed in the next prototype that we are creating for the Mindanao Development Authority. So there, these are the actual deployments of our SERV. And this was physically deployed in Bohol and Cebu during the last Odette. Yes, during Odette. So our team from Ardent and our partners Azimuth, they celebrated Christmas and New Year with the people of Bohol and Cebu. So makikita niyo po, nakapila po talaga yung mga tao dyan sa labas ng vehicle kasi yung vehicle po namin, nakakabit siya sa satellite tapos nag-broadcast po siya ng connectivity. So dyan lang po sila nakapag-message sa mga pamilya nila, hi, hello, nakapag-Facebook ng konti. Pero nakapila po sila kasi na-max namin siya at 50 users per hour. So in-arrange na lang po yan ng city mayor. So dito po makikita niyo po, ayan po yung satellite kung saan namin kinukuha yung connectivity. So yan po, more pictures po of the actual deployment of SERV. And then there. So if you need more information, please don't hesitate to let me know or approach our friends from Ardent in the back. And again, in hopefully the next 50 minutes, our actual vehicle will arrive in your parking lot. So please don't hesitate to approach us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Laura. Sa partner, nakita mo naman, our stakeholders and proponents are not just only here, just only always to sell their products, but always also outreaching themselves to be of help to our community. Yun ang pinakamaganda rin. So tamang-tama din naman talaga na itong mga tinatawag natin na proponents at kasama natin ngayon, naaasahan natin sa lahat ng panahon. Hindi lang sa saya, kundi ultimo kita mo naman sa mga kalamidad nandyan sila. So with that, may we request Lieutenant Commander Bilbao to hand over the plaque of appreciation. And may we call over again, Attorney?
Let me read first the citation. Headquarters, Communications, Electronics, and Information System Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Camp General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. Plaque of appreciation is hereby given to Cisco System Philippines in recognition for their valuable participation during the CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines Technology Update Forum 2022. Signed, Marcos Y. Imperio, Captain, Philippine Navy, General Staff Corps, Commander of CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines. Once again, let's give our speaker a big round of applause.
Thank you very much again, Attorney Gilliam, for being with us. By the way, ma'am, since pababa ka na dito, meron lang ako katanungan. Since you're part of the Cisco and CAS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines actually have this called course, computer networking with the parenthesis Cisco, computer certified Cisco network academy. So with you, having asked you here, can we actually ask if there could be some other assistance that you could actually provide, not just with the CEISSAFP, but as well as with other government agencies that we have here? And what could be those other freebies or maybe help assistance that you could actually give to our government agencies?
Wala kasi akong paraffle, no? Kaya ako nagagano.
Na-hold up ba kita, ma'am?
No, so for the other government agencies that I have not had the pleasure of meeting yet, as an example, what we did for CSAF, we conducted Cisco Day for them. So Cisco Day is a whole day training or whole day tech update, but it's more focused on your specific architecture. So para po siyang free road mapping session from Cisco. So that's one of our freebies, if you can say.
How about those other voucher for schooling and programming of other courses?
Also, when we conduct our Cisco Day, we can assess yung level po of understanding nyo ng Cisco technology. Tapos galing po doon, pwede po tayo mag-isip ng mga projects para pwede ko pong isalpak doon yung free certification courses nyo.
Para tuloy ko talaga na-hold up si ma'am. At least.
Pero sir, please don't hesitate to approach us because we really genuinely and sincerely want to help you.
Oh, thank you very much, ma'am. With that, with those words that comes out from your mouth, nakakapagpagaan talaga ng loob. Siyempre, alam mo kasi, di ba, partner, tayo kasi sa government agency, we do have our scorecard. And part of the scorecard, lalo na sa atin sa CEISSAFP, is actually having a certified industrial and government certification. Eh, si Cisco, maraming ino-offer yan ng mga courses.
Yung mga trainings,
Trainings and courses, whereas they are actually certifying individuals. Kasi if ever especially our military personnel, halimbawa mag-retire yan, or maybe if ever they plan to go out of the service, they could have a fallback then. Pag halimbawa, pumunta naman sila sa private entities na. Kasi syempre, hanapin sa kanila ng mga private entities.
Pero wag naman sana.
Oh, syempre. At alam naman natin na yung ating mga kasamahan dito sa CIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines have the integrity to stay longer as much as they could serve the armed forces of the Philippines. Tama yan, di ba?
Oo, tama.
So with that, I think ang ating kasunod na speaker nandito na kaya. So I think habang hinihintay natin ulit, let's do a random call again as a way of acknowledging our proponents. And we would like to acknowledge and thank our proponents, starting with Ardent Networks Incorporated, Cisco System Philippines,
Beyond Data Incorporated,
Conex Philippines Incorporated,
Fiber Home Philippines Incorporated,
One Commerce International Corporation,
Revolve Solutions Incorporated, Data OEM Solutions Integra Systems,
Secure Age Technology Private Limited,
Secretor Quick Hill Technology Limited,
Trelix,
Triton Communications Corporation,
88 Electronics,
Contact Point Incorporated,
Delta,
Globe Telecom,
Handling Incorporated,
Radenta,
Netplay Incorporated,
Globaltronics,
Citrix,
Financial Institutions,
last but not the least, ARMSCORE. So yung ating pong ibang proponents nasa labas. So after our discussion here, you could actually go out. Mamaya na lang po nga lang yun. Huwag kayong mag-alala, yung previous sila nandyan lang din. Kaso nga lang kanina inunahan ko na po kayo habang hindi pa nagsisimula. Nakatago lang yung akin dito. So partner, ang dami na natin na pag-usapan ngayong araw na to, no? And actually, there's a lot of things to be talked for this coming afternoon as well as bukas pa. So, Partner, ikaw kung halimbawang medyo IT inclined ka talaga.
Oo nga, yun nga yung concern ko kasi na-overwhelm ako sa mga IT terminologies.
So, sa tingin mo, yung lahat ng yan, sabi nga natin, what we have here right now this afternoon are the best of all the best na nasa IT world natin. So, may napipintasan ka na, ano ba yan? Napipintuho ka na kung halimbawa may sarili kang kumpanya na para gusto mong kunin.
In my point of view lang, parang I'm interested with the facial recognition.
Bakit partner? Baka gusto mo bang maaaring magbago din yung mukha mo kung hindi kasi angel looks?
Yun nga, hindi nga pwede yung pag nagbago yung mukha so hindi na ma-recognize. So parang masyado lang siyang high-tech na when it comes to facial recognition na pag maraming, pag nasa mass or nasa crowd, ma-identify niya agad kung sino yung target or that specific person na
sa bagay. Para at least mabilis talaga mahahanap yung ano. By the way, kanina may nalimutan tayong tawagan. Nasa na yun kanina, partner? Yung ating ano po, ito, nasa na yun siya. We also wanted to thank Miss Meg Hagos. Nandyan po sila sa likod. If you wanted to have your picture. However, there's a minimal amount lang naman. From my 40 PH. Yun po yung sa photo booth doon. Thank you very much for being with us this day. By the way, partner, we are actually live via Facebook as well as via Zoom. So sa atin po mga kasamahan na nanonood via Facebook, maybe via YouTube as well pala, good afternoon po and hope you are enjoying being with us with this CEIS Service AFP Technology Update. Diba, partner? So while we are waiting, magpaparaffle uli muna tayo, partner. So partner, dito ka naman para medyo expose ka nila, para nakikita natin yung mga mukha nila. Yan. So sa ating ano?
Let's have a raffle first while waiting for our next speaker.
Ate mo, parang nagigising na uli yung ating mga participants, narinig yung raffle.
Baka may pa-impromptu speech ka na naman, ha?
Hindi naman. So, sino na kaya yung ating kasunod na mananalo?
Ayan na ang ruleta ng swerte.
Napakaswerte naman.
Oo nga. Parang puro Navy na nanalo, no?
Hindi naman kanina may nanalo naman
sa bagay, may Air Force. Ayun, tumayo na si Sir kahit di mo pa minimension yung name. Acknowledge mo na si Sir.
Okay, our winners no other than SKC Nolito, C. Briones, Philippine Navy.
Yes, Sir. Congratulations.
So, huwag ka mag-alala, hindi na po muna ako magtatanong. Medyo naubusan na rin ako ng pantanong muna eh. Congratulations, Sir. So partner, ikaw ba wala pa rin pangalan natin?
Para nakapag-register naman ako dyan, ba't hindi ako nabubunot?
Parang yung ating taga, ano dun, no? Search yung totoo. Tinanggal nyo yata yung pangalan namin dyan, ha? Hindi naman. Lahat naman daw lahat na nag-register.
Fair naman sila. And for our next winner, ang next winner natin ay si Lieutenant Colonel Corpus, ma'am. Ang si C1, nasa si C1. Wala si ma'am. Representative na lang po from Office of C1 to claim her prize. Wala pong taga C1 dito. Partner, wala si Ma'am Corpus. So, itago na lang muna siguro
itago
natin
na lang
to.
natin yan. So moving forward, partner, alam ko nandito na daw yung ating next speaker at hindi na natin patatagalin. And let us introduce our speaker for this afternoon. Our speakers for this afternoon who will be tackling about microturbine genset network in a box, lighting protection system, and remote monitoring system are actually, we do have two speakers for this topic. And partner, unahin ko muna ipakilala yung ating unang speaker. Then after that, introduce mo rin yung pangalawa agad para magkasabay na natin sila introduce. Our first speaker for that said topic that I have mentioned have reviewed current engineering policies, align and delete duplications, and create universal engineering manual of policies and procedures. He has been responsible for the OneCom accreditation to vendor ensure timely renewal of accreditation requirements and documents to be submitted or accomplished in accordance with the schedule indicated in the permit or by the law. He conducted technical presentations, trainings as requested. He actually conducted technical presentations training as requested. He implemented control measures for the completion and success of the project. He supervises, reviews, and coordinates the work activities of technology personnel, continues build up research and launch of new products of the time, understand the features and functionality of the products jointly with the engineering support. Our speaker for this afternoon is the Department Head of Senior Solution or the Senior Solution Officer and Product Expert of Remote Monitoring System, no other than Mr. Arvin A. Satparam.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Arvin A. Satparam, Senior Solution Officer from OneCommerce. So for today, I'll be presenting solutions that we have presented already with our booths. So I'll be tackling our solution for lightning protection system, remote management system, and our network operation centers, and our MTG. So to start with, so I'll be presenting to you our lightning protection system. So for the first slide. Sorry. So I'll be we'll have a short ADP for the presentation on how the solution works. Yes. Play lang yung icon.
DDZE, Innovative Lightning Suppressor, prevents the impact of lightning on protected structures. Lightning is a phenomenon in which electrical charges accumulated in clouds or in the ground or buildings are instantly concentrated and discharged as an enormous current. This concentration of electrical charges is called neutralization or compensation of the electric field between the clouds and Earth. The shorter it takes to neutralize the field, the larger the current becomes and results in a large lightning strike. Conventional lightning conductors have points that easily accumulate the electrical charges and guide and shunt the lightning to the ground. Direct lightning strikes on people and buildings can be avoided, but the powerful high-frequency current that is generated can travel through the building's metal sections and ground and cause damage to electronic devices, electric apparatus, and to people in the area. Since the high frequency significantly reduces the dissipation of the electrical charge, the impact of the lightning increases greatly. Damage from this induced lightning is a serious threat to people's daily lives and businesses. DDCE's technology reduces these risks. DDCE first collects the positive charges in the immediate environment in the same way as a conventional lightning arrestor. The negative charges are also collected from the clouds and atmosphere. The collected positive charges and negative charges are slowly neutralized inside the DDCE system. The weak current generated at this time is gradually returned to the ground. Continuous repetition of this process prevents accumulation and saturation of the electrical charges and prevents the production of an ascending streamer. This deters direct impact of the lightning onto DDCE and the protected structure. Since sudden neutralization or sudden compensation of the variable electrical charge does not occur, the direct impact of lightning can be basically suppressed. This function has been verified by testing agencies including the University of Pau in France, a well-known authority on lightning research and electromagnetic tests conducted at different frequency spectrums, the Laboratorio Central Oficial de Electrotecnia, LCOE in Madrid, and the Instituto Nacional de Técnica Aeroespacial, INTA, in Madrid. 0 lightning strikes were recorded even during harsh verification tests conducted at lightning hotspots. DDCE has been implemented at a variety of facilities in 37 countries around the world. DDCE guarantees peace of mind to all of our clients with innovative technology and solid guarantee service. DDCE, variable field compensator and technology for preventing the direct impact of lightning by slowly and continuously neutralizing electric charges.
Okay, so yung solution namin for the LPS, it's more on preventing lightning strike to happen on your communication site. So preventing the lightning strike, it's already protecting your infrastructure and personnel on site, and it also provides security on your operations. So yung difference ng solution namin compared to the traditional lightning protection, yung traditional natin na lightning protection, it attracts yung lightning nasa kanya mismo tumama instead to the equipment that's on their perimeter. Then siya yung i-divert niya sa ground. Pero for that solution, na traditional solution, it's still inviting the lightning strike. So once na nagkaroon tayo ng lightning strike, we cannot prevent na magkaroon ng damage on your infrastructure. So I think you already know that during those cases na meron tayong lightning strike, it affects your operation. So pwede tayong magtamaan ng microwave radio na magkakaroon ng interruption sa services natin. So with our solution, we commit that there will be no direct lightning strike on site. So there are 2 different sources of lightning strike. There is a direct lightning strike and indirect lightning strike coming from the surroundings then. So we have both solutions for those cases. So since there are no lightning strike, no damages and no delays of operations do sa facilities natin. Secondly, it also minimizes failure caused by electromagnetic pulses. Then it also protects all kinds of infrastructure. So yung lightning protection namin, it can covers up to 200-meter radius, 200-meter diameter, as long as all the infrastructures are within the protected area and they have connected on a common ground. So later on, I can show you how we do design the system. So it avoids risk, it meets labor risk regulations, and compliant to international standards with respect to lightning protection system. So as you can see on the bottom right part of the slide, we have one tower, Las Pardinas. So previously it was frequently hit by lightning strike. So after the installation of the solution, so there are no recorded lightning strike, so 0%. Then as you go further from the center of the installation, so may mga cases na nagkakaroon ng lightning strike. So we comply different certificates. We have the CE markings. We have different certifications from NATO, from European company company. So the solution is based in Spain. So it also passes or has the different UL certifications. So we have different field studies that have already deployed. As presented also on the ABP, there are 37 countries already using this solution. Then it passes all different laboratory tests for simulation of lightning protection, certifications, and scientific reports from different universities. So how it works for our solution. So normally, pag nagkaroon ng potential difference from the negative and positive charge, na mag-reach sa 500 kilovolt, that's the time na magkakaroon ng discharge or magkakaroon ng lightning. So what we do is, ina-accumulate namin yung negative charges from the atmosphere. Kino-collect namin yung negative charges from the atmosphere. Then also the positive charges from the ground. So once na magkaroon ng potential difference of 12 kilovolt, dini-discharge na namin sa ground. So walang accumulation na nangyayari within that atmosphere. So hindi niya nare-reach yung 500 kilovolt para magkaroon ng lightning strike. So that is how we do prevention of lightning strike to happen on your site. Okay? So as we increases the potential difference, the current discharge also increases. But the range of current that we are discharging on the ground is ranging from milliampere to microampere, which is not affecting the performance of the site. So any clarifications or questions on how the system works in preventing lightning strike to happen? Anyone? So if there's none, so just to continue, this is just a comparison with the traditional lightning protection system. So for the conventional, that's the Franklin rod system, there will be an immediate compensation of electric field. So immediate lightning strike. Once na ma-reach yung barrier na 500 kilovolts, potential difference. But for us, since ang threshold namin is 12 kilovolts lang, once na ma-reach yung potential difference na 12 kilovolts, continuously na dini-discharge na sa ground. So wala na nag-accumulate na negative charges on the atmosphere. Secondly, there's ascending tracer on conventional. Then for our solution, there's no ascending tracer. Then lightning strike, as mentioned, sa conventional is always available. So magkakaroon ng lightning strike on the traditional, then i-divert niya sa ground. Pero there are cases na yung nagkakaroon tayo ng spillage nung coming from the lightning strike. Then current leakage is very high. That impacts yung equipments natin. Sa amin, very low voltage that again, it's not affecting the total operations. So this is how we design the system. So from the position of the lightning arrestor, so we still install the lightning arrestor in the top of the tower. The minimum height of 26.79 meters. So we are protecting 200 meters diameter na location. So we are using a rolling spear method. We are running at fictitious spear of 200 meters. Then itong blue side, ito yung protective area natin. So do sa protective area, we can run up to 200 meter diameter. So we can protect all other infrastructure within that protection area as long as they are all connected on the same ground. So yung principle kasi is all infrastructure connected on the same ground, kino-collect niya yung positive ground para wala siyang upward tracer na nag-a-attract sa lightning. So for that matter, kino-collect ng DDCE yung mga positive charges, then pag nagkaroon ng potential difference with the atmosphere negative charges, dini-discharge niya. So that is how we protect infrastructure within the coverage area. So kung makikita nyo itong item 1, itong 3 na to, lagpas na siya doon sa protective area. So high risk na siya for the lightning strike. Then similar for the tower, item 2, lagpas na rin siya sa protective area kahit same potential difference siya. So highly probable din siya for the lightning strike. So yung number 5 lang na tower, they are within the protective area and they are connected on the same ground. So yun lang yung mapoprotection na natin for the lightning strike. So again, this is just another data. So this came from the Meteorage. So it's a weather bureau company. So they are the one who's monitoring sa mga lightning strike within the particular area. So when we do investigation, if there will be a when there's a lightning strike on the particular area, ito yung company na tinatag para makita on a particular area how many lightning strike happened. Cloud to cloud, cloud to ground. Then we have already installed base in the Philippines for this solution. So we have done already installation. It's a it's a cell site company. So we have done already installation. So if there are cases that you will require lightning protection system, we are happy to provide you solution. So we are not just providing the lightning protection system. We are also providing the grounding system and surge suppression system. So 3-in-1 system siya para we are protecting your infrastructure for any issues or impacts ng lightning strike. So we have solution for direct lightning strike and indirect lightning strike. So any questions po with reference for my lightning protection system?
Any questions po, sirs and ma'am?
So there's not. So I'll be moving to the next part of my presentation. I'll be presenting to you the remote management system. So remote management system, it's a system that monitors your facilities remotely that we can monitor and control. So we can monitor, control your AC parameters on site, the grid, the generator. We can monitor the kilowatt hour, the voltage, ampere. We can also monitor your fuel consumptions on site and the fuel quantity on your fuel tanks. We can also monitor your DC parameters if you have some rectifiers on site. And we can also monitor your environmental sensors. So if the temperature, the flood sensors, smoke sensors, then we have option also to provide you savings on the operations of the aircon. So we have done already installation of more than 2,000 sites. Di na updated tong slide. So 2,000 sites for one of the telco here in the Philippines. So we are already remotely monitoring and control that's the sites. So what does the system do? It is efficiently provides preventive and proactive maintenance. So preventive proactive maintenance in terms of your generators. So we can see alarms monitoring on your generator. So we are integrating the system to your generator. Then makikita natin if there are some alarms that's coming from the generator that limits the operation of the generator. For example, there's our oil pressure problem, low oil pressure problem that will prevent from running the generator. Then total site security. So we are providing environmental sensors. We have door sensors and energy management. So from the system itself, we can provide you automation on what's the best power source on site. So we can run the site from generator to battery to grid. So we also have saber logic wherein we can delay the genset operation. Normally kasi pag nagkaroon ng brownout on site, tatakbo kagad yung generator. But for our solution, we can prevent or delay the genset operation. So we can run the site from the battery. So from that matter, we are already saving fuel consumptions on your site. So that is what we do for the energy management. So it has hybrid energy efficiency schemes. So intelligent environmental management. So we can monitor the temperature on site. So from our ACU controller, so once the temperature is less than 29 degrees, walang aircon na tumatakbo on site. So for that, we are saving on your OPEX. So once na mag-reach yung shelter temperature ng 29 degrees, tatakbo yung aircon 1. Then kung ma-reach na naman yung second threshold natin, na for example 32 degrees, that's the time that tatakbo naman natin yung aircon 2. Then until it cools down the shelter, then mag-off na yung aircons natin. So we are saving heavily saves on the electricity bill. Then effective asset management. So mamomonitor natin yung mga assets natin on site. We can take pictures and upload on the system. So makikita natin kung ano na bang rectifiers yung installed for this site, particular site, yung batteries natin, kung kailan siya na-install, anong asset tag niya. So we can monitor those parameters. Then we can also correlate yung different alarms coming from different sensors natin on site. So makikita natin kung ano yung dapat gawin on site. So we're not just sending personnel na hindi siya fully aware kung ano yung dapat niyang gawin sa site to rectify the issue. Then it also monitors yung workforce natin. We also have a mobile application wherein we can track yung mga personals natin sa ground. Okay? Less expenditures from damages. So total site security. We can limit the wear and tear. So as I mentioned, with our solution of Saber genset delay, so we save the running hour of the generator. Normally kasi yung generator is ginagawa natin siya ng preventive maintenance based on the running hour. Then for the aircon, if we are saving the operation of aircon, we can also extend the life of aircons. Unified, and it has also financial analysis. Then typically ito yung different sensors that we can integrate to our system. So as long as your sensors is generic, or the sensors that you want to be installed on site, we can easily integrate it to our system. So we have we have the AC energy meter and AC current transducer to monitor the grid's consumption and generator consumption. We have the access control. We have the environmental sensors. We can also integrate camera. So we can provide you snapshots. Okay. Then all information coming from the sensors, mag-home siya doon sa controller natin. Then yung controller natin yung magko-collect ng information at ibabato niya doon sa server. Then from the server, it will already present the solution. Okay, so these are different features of the solution. So site monitoring and management, so we can easily see if someone is getting unauthorized na personnel na kumukuha ng fuel natin on site. So mamomonitor natin siya. Then we can also provide you preventive maintenance schedule para malaman natin kung kailan ba dapat na i-maintain yung battery yung generator natin. If already, for example, yung generator natin already exceeds 200 running hours, so that's the time that should be already provides preventive maintenance. Then alert management. So since we have installed different sensors, we can set different alarm parameter. For example, for the temperature, we can set high temperature para makita natin doon sa system that yung temperature natin sa site is already reaching 40 degrees, that we already need to augment yung cooling system natin sa site. Then makikita rin natin, for example, yung site nyo is, yung AC voltage natin is fluctuating, that's creating problem to your equipment. So makikita rin natin siya from the system. Then, if the smokes activates or flood sensors activate, so makikita rin natin siya from the alert management. Then asset management, as I mentioned, you can easily put pictures of your assets on site. So mamomonitor natin which assets are installed on sites. So from the generator, from the batteries, from the rectifiers. So yan, pwede natin i-take pictures from the mobile application. Then we have the geographical information system. So plotted na siya sa map ng Philippines. So it's also interconnected to Google Maps. Then we can set different user admin. So someone can only view credentials. Then some personnel can already control the systems on site. So any questions po for the remote management system namin? The solution?
Are there any other questions though, Paul?
Okay, so if there's none, so part of the remote management system namin is yung NOC, someone that who's monitoring the total operations of site. So we are also offering NOC services. So for cases that you have some facilities that you want someone to monitor remotely para mag-escalate ng mga issues coming from sites, we can provide you the NOC services. So from the NOC services, we can provide you reports, various reports according to the data that we gathered from the system. So we can provide you 24/7 or 8x5 solutioning. Then we can provide you the inventory management of your assets. So that is one of the solutions that we can offer to the AFP. Now, so for the next deck is I'm going to present to you the MTG, the micro turbine generator. I'll be playing a quick ABP. Sir, play lang ulit, sir. So MTG stands for micro turbine generator. So this is the difference between the solution versus the traditional generator. It's basically using already aero turbine na ginagamit sa mga eroplano. So with this solution, this can be primarily used to your off-grid sites because it can run continuously for 1 year. Or 8,760 hours. So continuously. Compared to other generator na merong mga limitation to run the generator, then yung maintenance ng mga traditional generator is only 200 running hours. So every 200 running hours, kailangan na natin magkaroon tayo ng oil, change oil, palitan natin yung mga filters, then interrupts yung operations natin on site. But with our solution, continuously we can run the generator for 1 year. So no service interruptions. So for that, we are saving yung preventive maintenance. Then secondly, it's a fuel agnostic. So it can run from diesel, it can run from kerosene, it can run from mixed diesel and kerosene. Pag minix na natin yung diesel tsaka kerosene, we are already solving yung mga theft issues natin. Then it can also run in HVO, hydro-treated vegetable oil, so biodiesel. So using the generator, using the HVO, it also reduces 90% of carbon emission. Then variable speed siya. So kung yung load natin is medyo mababa, so yung konsumo natin is medyo mababa rin compared to the traditional na all throughout, mataas o mababa yung load, yung konsumo niya is the same. Okay? Then ultra low emission, so as I mentioned, low carbon footprint na siya. So it also provides you 40% lesser of nitrogen oxide emissions. Then using the HPO, we can reduce up to 90% carbon emission. Then we can run 24/7. It also has remote monitoring system. We have an application that you can monitor yung operation natin ng generator. So makikita rin natin doon kung ilang running hours na siya para magkaroon tayo ng preventive maintenance. So it's also 3 times quieter than a typical diesel generator. So meron kaming booth sa labas. So we have a demonstration of this MPG para makita nyo by your personal yung equipment and makita nyo na kung gaano lang kalakas yung ano niya, yung ingay na nag-generate from the generator. Then since isa lang yung component namin na gumagalaw, mechanical component on site, so less issues na magkaroon yung site compared to the traditional which has 200 mechanical components na are na highly susceptible na magkaroon ng issue. Then fuel flexibility. So again, it depends kung yung area natin is mas mahal yung diesel versus kerosene. So we can use kerosene as our fuel. So may ano tayo dito, meron tayong flexibility. Then we can also use to combine the kerosene and diesel. Then it can also tolerate water in the fuel compared to the other traditional generator. Pag naglagyan na ng water yung fuel natin, it can already damage the generator. So this is just a typical layout or outlook of the generator. We have the heat exchanger, the combustor, the electronic subcomponents and softwares, the microturbine engine, and bearings. So basically, if we want to upgrade the system, so hindi natin siya totally tatanggalin natin yung buong system. Yung some components lang natin yung papalitan, like the boards, electronic boards, and some engine component. Pero the rest of the component, we can still use if we want to upgrade the system. So yun yung kagandahan ng solution. Then, ito yung mga typical deployment. So mga off-grid sites, mga remote sites natin. So kung remote site siya at regular siya pupuntahan para i-maintain, costly siya. So yun yung ina-address ng solution. So for remote site, once a year nyo lang siya pupuntahan, now we can only send 2 personnels and we can already maintain the system in 1 hour time. So I need to add also we can also use aviation fuel. So for cases na mura yung aviation fuel natin, we can also use it the system. We can also integrate to some renewable energy like hybrid and wind turbines. Ito rin yung kanina. So we can lower the port emission. So as you can see on the right side graph, so yung blue one, ito yung sa may MPG, yung carbon emission natin is mababa. So just for reference purposes. So nasa roadmap din to further reduce the noise yung ini-emit natin. So for the traditional generator, 75 dB at 7 meters yung normal na noise na ini-emit ng traditional generator. For us, less than 60 dB lang siya at 7 meters distance. So fuel flexibility, so yun, mixture, pwede tayo mag-diesel and kerosene. Then fuel confidence, so for cases na nagmamahal yung diesel, for example, for generator, parang ayaw mo na siya gamitin dahil mahal na yung diesel fuel. So hindi siya dependent. So pwede tayong gumamit ng kerosene o different mixtures. Yun, so eliminate theft. So we can blend. Then yun, remote monitor, control, same lang naman siya. So future proof. So currently we have 230 volts AC output, but we have also roadmap to have 48 volts DC and 400 volts DC. Parang pwede na siyang DC generator. Then modular fuel and combustion reactor system. So as I mentioned earlier, so in a 1 hour time, pwede na yung personnel natin na mag-maintain ng generator can already conduct preventive maintenance. Then additional roadmap is to further reduce the OPEX natin, and ang talagang target ng Bladon is to have a 100% carbon emission na zero footprint. Then we can also increase the power. So currently, yung available natin power is 12 kilowatt, but in the roadmap, we will have 20 kilowatt in a year time. So this is just a comparison with the available power source on the market. So we have diesel generator, we have fuel cells, we have hybrid generator and battery. So comparing with comparing this available power source in the market, still the microturbine genset still has advantages. So lower emission comparing to the diesel generator, still lower total cost of ownership and fuel flexibility. Versus to the fuel cell naman, we have the lower total cost of ownership, high reliability and fuel flexibility. Then for the hybrid generator plus battery, we have lower emissions, lower total cost of ownership, and simpler installation. Then these are the roadmap of zero carbon emission 5-year time. So by 2026, as you can see, 100% ano na siya, zero carbon emissions yung target namin. Then we have also target B20 biodiesel by 2022 and early 2023. Then we can also use methane gas, e-methane, and biomethane. Then other biodiesels available on the market. So any questions po with regards for the microturbine generator? So if there's none, so we are inviting you to visit our booth. Lahat ng mga products na pinresent po today are all available para mas makita nyo po and mas ma-appreciate nyo in personal po. So I think that's all from my end.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing wonderful information about your product. And apparently, if I'm not mistaken, sir, just please stay there. I think that's actually pwedeng-pwede yan sa mga nasa field units, lalo na yung may lightning arrestor kung tawagin pa rin, di ba? So maybe for those other office units, you might have to think about to propose it to your higher ups para rin, di ba? Kasi nga, mostly about the genset, about the lightning protection or the arrestor. So with that, may we request again Commander Matinong to hand over the plaque of appreciation to our speaker for this afternoon. And partner, please do the honor to read the citation, please.
Headquarters, Communications, Electronics, and Information System Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Camp General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. Plaque of appreciation is hereby given to One Commerce International Corporation in grateful recognition for their valuable participation during the CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines Technology Update Forum 2022. Signed, Marcos Y. Imperio, Captain, Philippine Navy General Staff Corps, Commander of CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines. Let's give our speaker a big round of applause, please. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. By the way, partner, alam mo ba that One Commerce actually have a good news kasi kanina, during the registration, kung halimbawa napadalaw kayo sa kanilang booth kanina at nakapag-register sa One Commerce, they actually pre-drawn 5 individuals who are actually lucky to have prizes on their booth. So, tawagin na natin sila isa-isa, partner.
So, here are the 5 lucky winners dun po sa booth ng One Commerce.
Partner, yung unang nanalo ng one of the 5 lucky prizes na binigay ng One Commerce. Alam mo ba kung saan branch of service? Magdiriwang ngayon, partner, ang may 2 letra sa branch of service.
So wala na yung Air Force?
O, wala yung Air Force. So yung ating unang nanalo. So nakangiti na si Serge Cabayaw, oh. Dahil sabi niya, may pagkakataon ako kasi Philippine Army ako. Lalo na rin yung mga ibang Navy dyan, nakangiti din. However po, paumanhin sa mga sa Philippine Navy.
So
dahil ang nanalo natin na una ay?
From the branch of service of Philippine Army. So our lucky winner is Corporal Aldof Garcia, Philippine Army.
Okay, mamaya po. I-claim nyo na lang po yan mamaya dun sa booth nila mamaya
Ng
po.
OneCommerce, sir.
Yung ating second winner coming again from OneCom is pasensya po ulit sa Philippine Air Force. Nakadungaw pa naman sa akin si Technical Sergeant. Paumanhin po, hindi po kayo ang pinala.
Parang masiswerte ang mga taga-Philippine Army ngayon sa raffle ah. So ang next winner natin ay galing sa branch of service ng Philippine Army.
At ang ating nanalo ay, lalaki ba to o babae?
Lalaki.
Lalaking lalaki. So ang ating hong sumunod na nanalo ay walang iba kundi si Sergeant Vincent Terencio, Philippine Army.
Yun o.
So mamaya po, pakiklaim. Parang halos nandun yung nanalo, dalawa na yung nandun. At ang ating pangatlo, matuwa at magalak ang mga kababaihan, kasi kanina puro lalaki tinatawag natin. Ngunit, hindi po siya civilian human resource. So enlisted personnel siya. At matuwa at magalak uli ang mga kababaihan na nasa branch of service na may dalawa lang letra sa branch of service. Pag pumanhin mo, Sarge Limbaga, hindi ka kapasama doon kasi Air Force ka. At ang nanalo ay walang iba kundi si Sarge Marlene Rojas, Philippine Army. Kanina pa naman binati niya yun ako, partner, sabi niya, ay, andyan na naman si Sir J, mananalo. Nagdilang anghel nga siya.
Parang
nanalo
magkasabay
na naman.
nag-register si Sarge Terencio tsaka si Ma'am Maylene from ISG parehas.
Oo nga, napansin ko, almost yung tatlo nating tinatawag po galing na ng ISG.
ISG.
Eto naman, partner, matuwa at magalak ang mga bago pa lang sa serbisyo. So, ibig sabihin, mga apprentices po natin yan. Kaya pag paumanhin na po sa mga Philippine Air Force at Philippine Navy. Dahil matutuwa at magagalak ang isang lalaki na apprentice natin. At ang nanalo sa pang-apat na papremyo from OneCommerce is no other than
Apprentice Seaman Marl Justin Simon.
Philippine Navy.
Philippine Navy.
So mamaya nyo na lang po yung i-claim ha. Yung mga taga Coast Guard.
daw, partner.
Partner, sabi ng taga Coast Guard, parang inaalat kami ngayon ha. Samantala, sir, wag kayo mag-alala, meron pa tayong bukas. Baka nandun kasi yung madami pang papremyo.
Huwag kayong mag-alala, sir. Inaalat din po kami ng partner.
Oo, inaalat din po kami. Huwag kayong mag-alala, mamaya. Kasi baka tinatabi-tabi lang ng mga proponents natin na galing sa eto mga proponents ulit natin. Okay, dahil medyo kailangan din muna natin maghabol ng oras. Banggitin ko na nga po yung panglimang nanalo at pwede nyo na maklaim mamaya yung inyong prize. Ang ating pong panglimang nanalo ay walang iba. Galing na naman sa Philippine Army. Sinaswerte ngayon ng mga Army. At ang nanalo ay walang iba kundi si
Corporal John Moises Bico, Philippine Army. So,
Thank you very much po sa ating OneCommerce for that 5 individual prizes. By the way po, tayo pong lahat ay inaanyayahan munang lumabas and we have to be back at around 3 in the afternoon for the demonstration of the Cisco. So tayo po, let's go out of this premise and let's go forward the area where the Cisco will actually demonstrating their van. Maraming salamat po. Doon po muna tayo sa labas at atin pong saksihan yung demonstration ng Cisco.
Connectivity as 5G is booming. Broadband access networks with such unique characteristics as high stability and bandwidth unveil brand new life experience. However, new applications such as 8K video, AR or VR and smart home set high bars on broadband access networks, including high bandwidth and low latency. In the context, Fiber Home rolls out a new generation high-performance OLT platform to meet different requirements of various applied scenarios in the future. By means of the distributed forwarding architecture, the ultra-high slot bandwidth, the highly integrated boards, the superb intelligence, the impressive switching capacity, and the flexible uplink. The new platform enhances the performance of broadband access networks in all respects for a better user experience. Besides, the new platform ensures gigabit-level broadband network upgrades in home for carriers based on 10G PON combo solutions and intelligent network O&M tools. As one of the world's leading broadband product and solution providers, Fiber Home is ranked in the top 4 on the global market. Its FTTX access ports shipment is total over 100 million. The business landscape covers more than 50 states or regions in the world. To create a bright future of broadband access through cooperation with carriers, Fiber Home will continue to consolidate its technical strength and render customer-oriented quality service.
And achieved by well-rehearsed teams from multiple military branches, federal agencies, and governments located around the world. But devices don't determine the right person for a role. Networks can't define the right place to position, and coverage won't dictate the right time to move. Your planning, training, and situational decisions determine that. And the odds of success dramatically increase when operational leadership can establish a command structure in which mission partners across the globe can communicate, across any network, application, or device. So when your teams are truly connected, you come together as one. Teams can rapidly deploy mobile environments that are assured the highest levels of security, even from the back of a convoy, so ground troops can receive and share information with command the very moment it is required. And you can arm each team member with combat-ready devices, all purpose-built for use on even the most challenging missions in the harshest of operating environments. When teams are seamlessly connected, all of this is possible and more. Think control, collaboration, adaptability, readiness, and resiliency consistently across a common operating picture, providing the platform that integrates all mission-critical communications tools across all operations is how Motorola Solutions helps military teams get jobs done. United, you stand together. With Motorola, you band together.
is expanding into the infrastructure, cloud platform, and cloud application fields to build a foundation for digital operation. Looking ahead, Fiber Home will bring zero-carbon DNA into the network energy. Fiber Home's network energy, all-domain solution signals a new generation in data center solutions, effectively combining zero-carbon along with efficiency. The fit-on electricity solution makes efficient use of the data center by operating the voltage level on the power generation side, directly connecting bus bars on the distribution side, reducing the number of power conversions and increasing the power storage density. The Fit Neo cooling solution caters to the data center's low, medium, high thermal density cooling demands. Room-level precision air conditioners introduce natural cooling sources and combined with centralized condensing technology, revolutionizing the traditional air cooling model. The Enro precision air conditioners are designed with high return air temperature, which dynamically responds to the cooling demand and easily meets the energy consumption index targets. The Fit Neo liquid cooling solution can be deployed in extra high density, optimize energy consumption, and lower noise. The Fit Neo indirect evaporation cooling solution is another breakthrough in low carbon cooling. It excels in practical application. With a PUE below 1.25 energy saving and emission reduction. Fiber Home's intelligent micro module, Fit Atrix, consists of the precision power distribution cabinet, modular UPS, Enro air conditioner, cabinet, IT equipment, and closed aisles. Only a simple on-site assembly is required to complete business delivery. It cuts off half of the lead time and manpower input of traditional modes. The cold and hot aisles are separated to bring the overall PUE value below 1.3. Data management, AI-based self-optimization, and cloud data have greatly reduced the workload of operation and maintenance personnel. Targeted at marginal consumers, the Fit Atom single cabinet solution offers all data center needs in an area less than 1 square meters and can complete full delivery within 1 hour. To handle the exponential growth of marginal businesses, the Fit Array single row solution is highly flexible and can be expanded from 2 to 8 cabinets. Where the data center is largely decoupled from the building, the newly invented Fitberg container data center solution has no need to be concerned about harsh environmental factors. This solution is fully engineered and product-oriented and is highly flexible for mobile deployment, with a protection rating of up to IP65 and level 9 seismic resistance. Additionally, the solution introduces clean energy PV, making possible operate off-grid to reduce land resources occupation. The Fitberg solution supports the multi-layer stacking of boxes and defines the boxes by function. Through cloud computation, the Fiber Home's Fit Design intelligent monitoring solution puts all subsystems under unified monitoring and management, forms massive operational data, refines, integrates, and reorganizes data, allows for automatic, refined, and targeted management of data center resources, and utilizes AI technology to optimize system energy consumption. This can save up to 10% of energy as a result. Robot O&M and mobile O&M are adopted to make the operation of the data center more intelligent and low carbon. Fiber Home's digital infrastructure zero carbon solution overcomes every challenge to sustain your business. At present, the solution has been applied to succession of projects to assist users in completing digital transformation. Unrelenting innovation in the name of perfection. The fight for zero carbon never ends. Fiber Home keeps the value of digital connection by building low carbon data centers.
community that we are proud of. Passionate engineers, account and project managers, and backhaul personnel. When the sphere turns, we evolve. We are in the business that moves forward day by day. We have continuously growing teams for our various solutions. So we propel the community to tag along their dreams and goals in every shift, in every turn of circumstances. Systems are built from productive work processes and team huddles. When we make connections, we operate as one system. We are in sync. By forming the strongest bonds, the circle expands to accommodate new knowledge, new opportunities, and new victories. The synergy that we share is part of the positive force of technology. The tides of time have transformed connectivity into utility. With this change, we dream of a community where everyone is connected. Perspectives matter, and for us, it's the 360-degree perspective in service to anticipate the needs of our clients. When you look at the different angles of circumstances, you find both opportunities and challenges. One Commerce chooses to reframe these challenges to commit to change and innovate. We set the roadmap. We navigate through the end-to-end solutions that we offer. They make us intact to our vision to enable overhaul improvements and updates. When things change, we can reinvent the wheel. We will benefit from it. Our clients are assured to benefit from the 360-degree value of our pre-planning all the way down to service support. We deliver solutions to set things in motion. And services to clients like telco networks, government and LGUs, utility companies, and enterprises. To produce connection, we stay focused on the signals to transmit, the frequencies to reach, the pathways to form, to trace the line back to our purpose as a systems integrator by bridging technology. Through highs and lows, we continue to move forward, develop our facilities, and search for new devices. Technology evolves each day, and our engineers formulate plans to connect one innovation to the other. Wherever you may be, shift gears and you will never be left behind. Whenever you decide to pivot to new beginnings, you are one with technology. Trusted by partners and clients, recognized by institutions, the community, the perspective, the technology, and our purpose have been our stronghold for the past 20 years. Whatever keeps us together makes us one, making us One Commerce International Corporation. We are one with technology.
The solution is designed to operate without an IP or a MAC address, which renders it invisible to hackers, because you can't attack what you can't see. With full automatic threat detection and mitigation, Invisiron's platform thoroughly screens packets entering and leaving the network, scanning for potential threats on a very minute level, with cyber threat intelligence provided from highly reputable international sources, as well as intelligence collected from our own network of honeypots. Most importantly, all this is done in real time, ensuring your network performance remains unaffected. Where old-school reactive defense solutions focus on manual detection after the network perimeter has already been breached, Invisiron provides proactive defense, preventing would-be attackers from even laying foot into your system. Win the cyber war at the front lines with Invisiron. Introducing the Invisaron Cyber Defense Platform, your first and last line of cyber defense. The core of Invisaron is C3X, which features
So may we request now that can you please settle down at para po moving forward with our next presenter or next lecture for this morning, or rather for this afternoon. Actually, our lecturer this afternoon is actually joining us via Zoom. Partner, please do the honor to introduce our next speaker who is actually present with us through Zoom.
So for our next presenter, he is in International Business Development Manager from February 21 to present. He headed and directed new business and strategy development within the Middle East and Japan. He is head of business development and strategy manager from June 2014 to March 2020. He spearheaded operations of a mixed team of U.S. military and civilian consultants, 12 civilian analysts, and 5 military to produce the intelligence architecture from national level agencies of U.S. and UK, to provide the 14 special operations task forces throughout Afghanistan with targetable intelligence, produced and implemented new strategies to enhance public safety, including military, police emergency services, and government security services through the ASMs across EMEA region. He managed operations of strategic marketing and research into new territories as well as government department as per company requirements. He created new vertical routes to market to police and military agencies, resulting in a new sales of 1.2 million in first 18 months. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me introduce our next speaker, Mr. Mark G. Harrison from 88 Electronics of Business Development Manager of Enterprise Control Systems of UK ECS. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me okay.
You're coming loud and clear.
Great, thank you. I was wondering who you were talking about there for a minute. I don't believe I've done all of those things in my life, but anyway. Thank you for giving me the time today to speak to you. Good afternoon to all of you there, and it's a very good morning here as it's 7 a.m. and it's still dark in the English winter. What I want to do is go through a presentation for about 30 minutes on the current ECS capability that is in service in the Philippines, proposed changes under the Horizon 3 program, and to introduce you to other capabilities that the ECS and our sister company TCI are able to present to you today. So I just want to go in and find the presentation. Yeah. Can everybody see that okay?
Yeah, it's clear.
That's fine. Okay. So a lot of names on the first slide. TCI, Enterprise Control Systems, and SPX. The overarching company is SPX, which is a US-based company based in South Carolina. As part of the Communications Technology Division, there are two companies currently in it, which is ourselves, Enterprise Control Systems, and our sister company, TCI, who are based in California. So I will run through the capability that we've currently got as ECS, first of all. So ECS. ECS is a company which has been in existence for over 30 years. We're based in a very small village in Northamptonshire in the centre of England called Wappenham. Established, as you can see, in 1987. And it's been in the business of solving difficult radio frequency problems in very challenging markets. We've got two main product lines, and that is RF data links and RF inhibitors. And I'll briefly cover the RF inhibitor bit through the presentation, but principally I want to talk today about the tactical data links that we currently have in service with the Philippine military. The company is relatively small. There's 50 plus employees based in Wapenham, but we have put a huge amount of money into investment in product design, development, manufacturing, and testing of capabilities. TCI, our sister company, quick overview from them. They have been owned by SPX Corporation for a number of years. They're headquartered in Fremont, California, and they have support offices in 13 different countries. Their principal capability is communications intelligence or electronic warfare comment, civilian spectrum monitoring and management, and broadcast and communications antennas. And I'll go through in more detail about the communications intelligence part towards the end of the presentation. So ECS is a company. It was a privately owned UK company until last year when SPX bought it. As I've said, it's covered, it founded in 1987. It is a List X company. That means in the UK that we have to have 100% security cleared staff because we do work for the UK Ministry of Defence, and we're allowed to hold up to UK secret on our premises to do research and development work for the UK MOD. Our core competencies are co-FDM data links and RF inhibition. We've won a number of what was then Queen's Awards and now King's Award for enterprise innovation. We're a major supplier to the UK MOD and the US Department of Defence and to other UK government departments. We're also a major aircraft supplier to Leonardo, Bell and Airbus, and principally Leonardo. We are working with them very closely on a number of projects across the world currently. If you go to Leonardo and ask them for a data link system, it will be ours that they install. We currently have 2 engineers in Qatar who are working busily away to fit out their AW109s and NH90 helicopters for the security for the World Cup. So all of those aircraft are currently being fitted out. There's something like 12 AW109s and nearly 40 NH90s which are currently being fitted. We also do, as you can see, a combat-proven counter-drone, counter-UAS capability, and I'll briefly cover that in more detail. And we have been manufacturing software-defined radio capability for a number of years. You'll find that if you wander around exhibitions, there will be some companies who are claiming that software-defined radio has only been around for a couple of years. We've actually been manufacturing software-defined radio systems for over 8 years now. And our capabilities in use in 50 plus countries. We design, manufacture everything in the UK, and everything has to be, because it goes on an aircraft, DEOS certified as a capability. So what is the threat? This is a very busy slide, as you can see, showing what the current situation is in RF in the electronic warfare market. And as you can see, it is a contested and congested platform that needs to be sorted out in a number of different methods. You'll see that there is a huge number of anti-radiation, HF communications jamming systems, different means of communicating either by SATCOM or RF signals, the counter ID capabilities. And the problem is cutting through all of this to actually, first of all, give you clear and good video communications from airborne systems to the ground, and then principally to actually collect communications intelligence on the RF capabilities of a number of different assets or enemy capabilities that are placed around the battlefield, or the battle space as we now call it. So it is a congested area and is becoming more and more congested all the time as new capabilities are actually brought to the fore. I want to briefly cover what we've got in current use. So if we look at the Philippines Navy, for instance, currently there are 2 two ships, PF-15 and PF-16, which have our data link ground station installed. And the AW109s and 139s of the Navy also have the air data terminals installed on them. Those capabilities are downlinked from the aircraft to the ships and in many instances to the Marines on shore who have a ruggedized video link system that they can see it. And then the information is then passed from there to the naval headquarters. And the ships are used as essentially floating command posts for operations when they're being used in the south of your region. And currently that's it. So it's a simple downlink system, aircraft to ship and then ship to headquarters, or aircraft sharing the video capability with the guys on shore. So that's what's currently in operation. This is what's proposed under the Horizon 3 system, is that we're looking to upgrade the capability in a number of different ways. So the first thing is that we have in production and due out of production at the end of this month, 2 more ground stations, which are to be fitted into FF 150 and 151. And then the proposal under the Horizon 3 is that the downlink then becomes bi-directional. So what that capability gives you is the ability to actually pass information from the ground stations or the headquarters directly to the aircraft. Number of reasons for doing this. It gives better situational awareness for pilot and crew. It also gives situational awareness for anybody who's been carried in the aircraft as well. And more importantly, the whole system becomes encrypted. So we would be putting encrypted systems into the current data links so that they cannot be interfered with. And even if they are intercepted, which actually is quite difficult, they can't actually be seen by a unauthorized user of the capability. So that's the current situation, or the proposed situation we have with the Navy going forward. And it's going to give them a much greater capability than they've currently got. This is the way that we're trying to paint the architecture of the whole system. As you'll see, there are a number of different ways of actually passing the information. And we can do it from fixed wing aircraft. There is a proposal under the Horizon 3 to fit out a couple of caravan aircraft, which are being done as an FMS program in the US. And we're working with Sierra Nevada, who are an American company, to put our bidirectional links into the fixed wing aircraft. Current system obviously has the capability from the rotary wing aircraft to the ships. And the future is UAVs and unmanned surface vessels. You know, the capability is there. We have developed a small capability to actually put into UAVs to provide video data links from the UAVs to the existing ground infrastructure. And that's also part of the proposal under Horizon 3. And the next development of that will probably be unmanned surface vessels. And that information, as you can see, can be passed down to the ground, or it can be passed to ribs that are actually approaching the shore by a number of different things, by a number of rugged receivers, as you can see down on the bottom right-hand side of the capability. So that's the architecture that we are trying to paint. And the important thing is that all of this information is then sent back to the headquarters analysis and operational planning cells to give greater situational awareness to the commanders who are sitting at the headquarters themselves. For the rest of the ground infrastructure, this is currently what we have. The blue dots are the ground stations which are in existence currently. The red dots were the ground stations which were being proposed under Horizon 2. Unfortunately, this project is currently stalled. And it's going to have a knock-on effect on a number of different capabilities going forward. So the proposal was to link all of these capabilities on what we call a network voting system, which allows the aircraft to move from one ground station to the other and have the system actually pick the ground station with the best coverage automatically on the aircraft, because currently the pilot is having to change from one ground station to another as he moves across the area. So that system was going to be an automatic system whereby if you flew from the north down to the south, as you passed over the ground stations, the system would automatically pick up the system with the greatest coverage. As I say, that is currently stalled at the moment. We were hoping to actually have this put through as part of the Horizon 2 program. Whether it gets through before the end of the year or not, we're not very sure. The knock-on effect is that if you look at some of the capabilities going forward, for instance, the Super Tucanos that are being fitted out for 15th Strike Wing are looking to have bidirectional links on the system. And if the ground stations are not there, they are not going to be able to get that information until they actually reach the southern part of the country. But that's another day's work. But you should be aware that this system is not currently scheduled to actually be installed for. It's probably at least going to be another year or more before we actually get to this point. And that's the network voting system as a picture of the capability. Give you an idea of what we actually can do from the capability that's installed currently is you look at the center of the picture where the even load transmit receiver is actually on the aircraft. There are a number of different things. We obviously currently send real-time video from the EOIR cameras that are fitted on the aircraft, but we can do more than that. We can send information from mapping systems, various other radio and data systems. And we can also provide, if you see the small thing called WCM, which is a wireless module that can be fitted into the aircraft to provide Wi-Fi capability for the crew and passengers. This is especially important for special forces when they're moving towards a target, so that they can be updated continuously on information on the target as they go towards it. So that is a capability that is there. And once you have bidirectional links, as the Navy are designing to do next year, that capability can be fitted in as well. What it can transmit to the ground, the even load ground station has the capability of passing information in a number of different ways. Once it hits the ground station, it can be loaded by IP into your network, or it can be passed up by SATCOM or by troposcatter, and the system is actually agnostic as to the way the information is then actually passed through the system. What it can give you is it will give you a display of the video and other data information that's being passed in, and it can even be displayed onto ruggedized iPads, iPhones, any other way that you want to actually do it. So it's a very diverse and customizable, if that's the right word, something that you can actually present the capability by a number of different methods. So it's very flexible from that point of view. So that's then we'll cover the data link side of it. If we don't cover the counter UAS side of the thing, so we have been manufacturing counter UAS, counter UAV, counter drone capabilities for about 8 years. Originally, we were part of a US program, and we were designed the capability to a US military program for use in Iraq. So the capability on the pictures you can see, all of those pictures are actually from Iraq. And if you look at the middle picture on the left-hand side, where it looks like there's a system mounted on a building, that's actually a picture of Mosul in Iraq. So to give you an idea, when Daesh was in Mosul and the US military had the task of clearing them out, Daesh had actually hijacked a number of container loads of DJI drones and were flying them as suicide drones to the US forward operational base. They deployed the Claw system as a capability and started to take those down in large numbers. And as you see from the results side of it, at the end of the operation, the US military confirmed that we had one system alone had actually been credited with over 3,000 drone kills of the capability. So what they did is they stopped the suicide drones coming into the forward operational base. And then as they pushed forward into Mosul itself, they took the capability and mounted it on that MATV, which is the picture in the middle. And you can see on the right-hand side, that is actually the inside part of that particular MATV with an active defeat in progress as the capability. So what they did then was they pushed the counter-drone solution out into the forward areas. And as they moved down street to street, this was the first capability that actually went down. So they cleared out the threat from the drones, and then the infantry moved in behind it to secure the area. So it was a very successful operation. And since then, they've been using it in a number of different areas. You'll see at the bottom left-hand side, it mounted on trucks. Bottom right-hand side, it's inside a container. This is how the Americans deploy the capability to guard their major air bases around the world. And the capability has been in service with them now for some considerable time. It is in service with a number of other nations as well, NATO nations. And more importantly, this year, we've received orders both from the UK MOD and from the US Department of Defense to deploy the capability to the Ukraine. The system has now been deployed to the Ukraine and is being used to actually take down everything up to class 3 drones. And when I say class 3, these are the sort of systems that the Iranians are using or supplying to the Russians to hit long targets and strikes. The capability can be deployed in 2 different ways. It can either be deployed as a radar detect capability, or it can be deployed as an RF detect capability, and we have supplied both of those systems to the Ukrainians and are now in active service. So they give you a number of pictures again. The pictures on the right-hand side actually are at Heathrow Airport. So we guard currently both Gatwick and Heathrow airports with our capability. And as it said, it will detect, fix, and defeat anything up to a class 3 drone from ranges between 3.5 to 15 kilometers. It will identify fixed and rotary wing drones and will give a high definition color camera capability during the day and thermal imaging during the night. And then the most important bit is it will defeat the UAS, and typically between ranges of 2 and 10 kilometers. And the range is important, principally because if you try to defeat a class 3 drone, which is moving at 150 kilometers an hour, under 2 kilometers, you're too late. It's going to hit the target anyway. You need to be taking these things down at 5 kilometers plus, and that's what the system is designed to do. Moving on to TCI capability, communications intelligence has been a big part of their capability for some years. It's a tactical system. It's used to deploy in areas where it's very difficult to get large vehicles into. It will do a number of different things and is designed to actually intercept everything from HF all the way through to, it will actually detect up to 40 gigahertz, depending on the capability that you want deployed. And what it's there to do is obviously to give you capability of search, detection, position fixing, and direction finding of UHF, VHF, HF, comms intelligence. It will also interface to cellular intercept systems as well. The UK and the US are not allowed to sell cellular intercept to other countries, but it doesn't stop you actually having a third-party cellular intercept capability fixed into the system. And you'll see it can be deployed in a number of different ways. It can be a man-portable capability. The capability weighs about 25 kilos, including batteries and laptop. It can be installed in the vehicle, and the vehicles can be anything from a standard civilian 4x4 truck vehicle all the way through to an armored system. And it can be deployed as a fixed location site. Obviously, with a larger antenna base, it can give you much greater ranges. And normally it's deployed as a mix of all those capabilities. And the system here, as you can see, dismounted vehicle system as well. and the fixed system, communications intelligence fixed system as well, is all the same system. So the training burden is actually extremely light. The capability is very automatic. Once you switch it on, the capability then starts to do its searching. And once you pre-programmed it with signals of interest, as soon as one of them pops up, it automatically alerts the users on the system. And if it is being networked, it will alert the systems either side of it to then do an automatic direction find and then position fix of the capability. And it's extremely easy to use, very easy to deploy, very easy to train people on it. The skill of the electronic warfare operator that used to be used about 10 years ago is now all being done by the system itself. And there is a degree of artificial intelligence in the capability and learning modules that allow it to actually do this capability. So from switching on to detecting and then actually position fixing a signal of interest in the VHF, UHF band, for instance, is a matter of seconds now as a capability. This gives you an idea of how the system fits into it. There we have 3 systems, network systems, which are tactically deployed on the ground. They can be fixed in also with the vehicle systems and the fixed system. But what are you trying to do? Well, what you're trying to do is obviously get all of this information back to the Joint Operations Center so that you've got communications systems architecture and a capability that is producing, solid information for the commander on the ground. And the main goal of it is to give you a common operational picture. So all of this information is fed into the system, and it will then actually start to do the detect, identify, and actually classify the signals that are coming out. And it is set to do a number of different things. It can identify individual handsets. It can actually give you locations of headquarters, air defense systems, in a counterinsurgency capability. It has an element of link analysis in it as well, where it will start to give you an analysis of the cells that are operating in the area and who's talking to who. So that's what it produces as a capability at the end. And this system is also currently in use in Ukraine and has been used by the Ukrainian military for some time. And this is what they're using, were using to identify the senior Russian generals in the battle area. And it has been credited with actually directing targeting capability for the Ukrainian military against those particular targets. And that's it. That's fairly much half an hour's run through of our capability, and I'm more than happy to take any questions if anybody's got anything now.
Hello. Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions from our audience with regards to the lecture of Mr. Harrison? Once again, for our audiences, are there any other questions you would like to ask? No more questions, po.
Okay, that's fine. If anybody has any questions that they want to think of later, please contact our agent, either Roland Sanchez or Robert Del Rosario from 88 Electronics will be happy to engage with you at any time. I'll make sure a copy of the presentation is available to you as well, so you can go through it in slow time in the future. And I would thank you very much for your attention today, and I hope the rest of the conference goes extremely well for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Harrison. And again, very much good morning to you over there. And actually, from the 88 Enterprise who are actually with us right now, they're actually encouraging you to ask questions, because for those who would raise their question, you will get a prize. And actually, Sir Harry is still with us, am I correct? To answer your queries or your questions. So with that, let me have the first question, Harry, so that I could have the prize. Apparently, that platform or that equipment you're selling, could that really be compatible with the existing equipment that we have? So am I asking is that, would it work well with existing equipment or platforms that we have? So there would be no problem with the compatibility?
No, there's no problem at all with the compatibility. All of the ground stations are agnostic to whatever rotary wing or fixed wing aircraft or whatever data capability is actually sent in. So, for instance, if you're looking at EOIR cameras as a capability, our system doesn't differentiate between a WESCAM or a FLIR or another manufacturer's capability. So it doesn't matter what signal or what capability or what data is being sent through the system. Our capability is able to send that information and is completely agnostic to the type of equipment that is being used in the first place. So really all we're doing is we're providing the pipe between the aircraft and the ground to the headquarters as a capability.
Thank you very much. So there would be no problem with compatibility. And in addition to that, is it really cost efficient if the AFP or maybe some of the organization would procure that kind of product or the equipment you were actually demonstrating with us?
Yes, it's. I mean, there's obviously an initial cost to everything when you actually set up these systems, but once you have actually procured the system, there is no extra running cost to it. Clearly, there has to be maintenance on the capability, and because of COVID, we haven't been able to maintain some of the Air Force's capability as well as we should do, but that is being rectified. But once you've got it, unlike SATCOM, where you have got continuous costs of actually running through the satellite, the information, it is your system. You own it. You are able to use it when and as often as you like, basically. So when you actually look at the capability and the cost of the capability over a 5-year time period, the amortization of the whole cost is actually quite small as a capability. So it's, from that point of view, it is very cost effective.
So that's the reason why I actually asked that, because we just undergone so much pandemic, some tragedies, and other disasters that the Philippines have actually experienced. And that's the reason why I actually raised that one. And there's another question that, since there's no other question being raised by the group, so that all the prizes would be for me, there's another question. So if ever there were other equipments or platforms that you would be selling to any organization of government agencies here in the Philippines, aside from the training that you would give to them, would there be a backup or a retraining as well as other support that would be provided coming from your company?
Yeah, very much so. So we're starting to develop new training programs. I think that obviously the pandemic had a long pause on a number of different things, which included maintenance programs and other capabilities. And we realized that, you know, crews and people and organizations change every 2 to 3 years in all military organizations, and therefore there needs to be a level of retraining. So what we're putting in place is an annual training program for the capability itself, the concept of operations, of how to use it, how best to get the best use of the capability out of it, And the capability of the equipment itself. Once the equipment is installed, essentially there is really very little that has to be done. Essentially, the pilot needs to turn it on when he gets on the aircraft. And once it's switched on, if you have a network voting system, that's the last act that the pilot has to do. The ground stations are all automatic. The information from the ground stations is being transferred currently from the south by troposcatter and from the naval ships by SATCOM. And all of that information is being passed up through the system. So there's not a huge training burden involved in actually using the equipment. The training burden is in how best to use it, the concept of employment, the concept of operations. And we're putting together a training program to actually run through this with a number of refresher programs as well going forward.
Thank you very much, Mark. So let's ask if maybe there's other questions on the floor. Anyone, any query for to be addressed to Mark Harrison? Anyone from the group? Hala kayo, 3 na yung premyo ko. May USB na ako, meron ulit akong note. Sir, kulang pa ho yan. Just kidding around. Kasi yung ballpen kasama doon sa notebook. So any queries from the group? Is there any question to be raised for Mr. Mark Harrison? Anyone from the group? Anyone from our officers? And anyone from our collaborators from other agencies? If there's none, so again, thank you so much, Sir Mark Harrison, for gracing us with your time and knowledge and for demonstrating your product. So in order for us to realize the importance of the product that you have, that AFP or maybe the other organizations could actually acquire for the useful usage of it. Thank you very much. Have a great day for you.
Thank you.
Malilimutan ko yung aking premyo. Thank you. Dalawa lang talaga to, sir. 3 yung tanong ko eh. Parang mas gusto ko yung laman ng bag, parang may laptop. Nakakadugo, sir, ng ilong, ha? Buti wala na doon si Sir Mark. Ayan, dumudukot pa sa... Anyway po, if ever there would be some other queries that you have in mind, don't hesitate to raise it so that it's for our own benefits, because we will be the one to use all those equipments that we might your offices might procure in the coming days, right? It's for the update of our technology. So partner, habang iniintay din natin ang ating kasunod na magpa-raffle muna tayo. O, di ba nabuhay uli kayo? Yeah, sabi nila partner. Patang mo dyan. We do still have 2 raffle items here. And another one from paabot daw niyan, partner. A prepaid Wi-Fi para mas lalong, ano nga ba ang tagline ng Globe? Parang nalimutan ko yung tagline. Faster and stronger, wider signal daw. O, tingnan nyo. This is actually will be given away for the lucky individual. So mamaya lang ng konti. Pinapasabik ko muna. Dito muna tayo sa maliit. Masama daw nabubuluunan. So, from our past facilitator, let the roulette rolling. At ang nanalo. Pwede itago mo muna, ha? Para may suspense naman. Pag malapit nang lumabas yung pangalan, sir, at lalapitan kita dyan. Sa tingin mo, mga sirs at ma'am, sa inyo na ba uli yung kaswertehan?
Eh, ma'am na pupunta.
Si ma'am na daw, kasi nung last time kasi walang nakuha. Eh, sa tingin po ng mga sergeant major, nasa inyo ba ngayon ang swerte?
Baka sakali.
Sakali. Eh dito sa iba pa nating mga Navy enlisted personnel, sa tingin mo, sir, ikaw na ba, dahil wala pa ako nakikita sa inyong nakakakuha ng premyo, sa tingin nyo nasa inyo na mananalo?
Yes, definitely yes.
Oh, definitely yes. At titingnan naman natin dito sa ano. Kasi talaga hindi pa nananalo yung mga ating mga taga-himpapawid. Sa sa iyong sapantaha, napakalalim mo sa pantaha. Palagay mo ba sa inyo ng branch of service ang mananalo?
Sana po.
Sana po. Oh. Dito sa ating mga civilian human resource, sa palagay mo ba, nasa atin na uli ang mananalo?
Yes.
Yes. Yes nga good. Okay na ba, Pas? Meron na ba tayong napili dyan? At ang nanalo, mamaya, ay, nakita niyo na ba? Hindi niyo nakita. Nakita nyo? Hindi, di ba?
Nakita na namin, partner.
Yun na bang lahat? Ikaw naman eh. Bibigyan pa natin. Magdiriwang na ngayon kayo mga taga Philippine Air Force. Dininig yung panalangin ni Sarge Cruza. At ang nanalo ay A to C Jeffrey P. Bernarte, 943722 of the Philippine Air Force. O first time may nabunot na. Ang lakas manalangin ni Sarge Cruza. Kaso nga lang hindi sa kanya napunta yung premyo. So ating second, at itago mo muna uli. Thank you. Congratulations. Partner, dito ka.
Sige lang, dito lang ako nakabantay.
Sige, dyan ka lang nakabantay. Baka mawala yung pa-premyo, no? Syempre, tanungin din natin yung ating other government collaborator. Sir Mayor, sa tingin mo ba, dahil kasama ang Coast Guard, na wala nga lang kanina yung Nika, ikaw yung natatanging civilian. Sa tingin mo, ikaw na ba mananalo ngayong hapong ito?
Sana nga.
Sana nga. Tingnan natin. Punta tayo doon sa mga medyo bata-bata. Bata-bata nung nakaraang 20 taon. Sir, sa palagay mo, ikaw mananalo?
Same, hopefully.
Same, hopefully. Sabi ni Sir, sana nga. Hopefully. Pupunta tayo dito sa medyo sexy ng CEISSAFP. Sa paningin mo, ma'am, at sa pakiramdam mo, ikaw na ba na dinlustre ng CEISSAFP ang mananalo ngayong hapong to?
Yes, definitely.
Ano ulit yun?
Yes, definitely.
Yes, definitely sexy. Okay? Siyempre, puntahan natin naman dito sa mga bata ng Air Force at bata na non-organic na Air Force, na non-organic ng CEISSAFP. Sa tingin nyo, mga sirs, kayo na ba yung mananalo?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. Kasi yung kanina, sana nga, hopefully, definitely, yes, sir. Claiming to be the winner, and the winner is, saglit, pupuntahan ko lang. Nag-exercise lang din ho ako. Kasi para lumiliit-lit na yung siya natin. Wow! Talaga namang, sa palagay nyo ba, Air Force, magdiriwang na naman ba kayo uli? Ang hina ng Air Force, hindi ko marinig. Sa tingin nyo, taga-Air Force, kayo bang mananalo ngayon uli? Papayag bang taga-Coast Guard? Papayag kayo na sila yung manalo? Yung mga Army, papatalo ba na hindi kayo ang manalo? Yung mga Philippine Navy. Parang giveaway na daw. Sige na lang. And our next winner is no other than Technical Sergeant Emmanuel B. Pastrana of Philippine Air Force. Okay. In absence of Sir Pastrana, it would be handed over to the Sergeant Major of PCISBN, no other than Master Sergeant Alberto Vuelta, Philippine Air Force. Or rather, Senior Master Sergeant Vuelta. Yan po, pakibigay na lang po. Salamat, sir. Para lalong lumalakas ang koneksyon natin sa ating pakikipag-ugnayan, dahil ngayon is actually we are updating our technology, and part of the update of technology is having the Wi-Fi. Glo, baka naman. Diba? Bukod doon sa ipamimigay, baka meron doon sa MC-ng dalawa, kahit nananahimik ng kaunti yung co-MC ko. Kasi medyo iba lang yung nararamdaman niya. Kasi wala nga connection minsan. So dapat para lalong lumalakas, tumitibay ang pagsasamahan, kailangan natin minsan ng Wi-Fi, lalo na't kayo napapalayo ng ating lugar. Pero kala nyo ibibigay ko na agad, maya-mayang kauntian lamang. Baka kasi malay nyo dagdagan, halos na isa ibibigay ngayon, maging 3 agad ngayon, pagkas bukas, 5 na. Di ba, Globe? Tanungin natin yung mga proponents natin, are you enjoying being with us?
Yes.
At dahil dyan, mamaya ipabigay na natin itong 3 ba, sir? 3 na agad ngayon, pagkas bukas, 5 naman.
Bahala na yung papalitan bukas.
Siguraduhin mo lang bukas mayroon pa ibibigay, sir, ha? Sisingilin kita. O, yan. Magbibigay tayo ng isa at nakapang... Magaling din ako hold upper, di ba? Ay, friend naman tayo. Bukas na kita sisingilin. Balik tayo dito sa... Ay, ito friend na friend ko to. Ma'am, baka naman meron dito may makukuha dito ang CEISSAFP. O, pwede to sa equipment namin. Just kidding around. So, are you enjoying being with us? And you are enjoying having a collaboration with CIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines. Looking forward that not with us, but also with the other government organization that we have here, you would also enjoy being with them. So with that, ikakapul na natin tong isa muna. Wow, ayun daw. Sa tingin niyo, Philippine Air Force, kayo ba uli makakakuha nito? Wow, biglang lumalakas yung Philippine Army. Yung Philippine Navy. Yung Coast Guard. Yung taga-ombudsman. Sige, lumaban kayong lahat. Kung gusto niyo pa sa serbisyo. Sa tingin natin, wala. Taga-NPC, di ba? Yung Privacy Commission, okay? Pakiikot na po.
Partner, nalimutan mo yung mga taga-civilian human resource natin.
Yung civilian human resource, naniniwala ba kayo para lalong lumalakas ang inyong pakikipag-ugnayan sa paggamit ng Globe prepaid Wi-Fi? Baka naman nakailan na Globe, ha? Ay, wala talaga. Mahina talaga yung civilian. Mayroon na po bang nabunot?
Dapat yata may speech yan, no? Impromptu.
Ay, syempre.
Para worth it yung pag-receive ng prize.
O sa tingin nyo po, sino bang nanalo sa inyo? Sa tingin nyo, Coast Guard, kayo na? Alanganin, yes. Philippine Army. Ay, nag-alinlangan din. Ang Philippine Navy, sa tingin nyo, sa inyo napunta? Ano yun? Parang no years? Ay, sa Air Force. Yes, then. Okay, at ang nanalo po natin ay walang iba. Matuwa at magalak. Matuwa at magalak ang tatanungin muna natin yung yung taga-Globe kasi sa kanila manggagaling. Sir, as being the representative of Globe, i-verify din natin yan kung online registration yan or on-site. Pag on-site siya, they should really be physically present. Sa inyo po manggagaling, hindi po sa akin is that what you want to happen before this prize could be given to that person? Pero pag online po, registration siya online, which means nasa ibang area
virtual.
Ibibigay. Sorry. At least sa inyo mismong boses manggagaling, baka mamaya si Sir J lang yung nagsabi nun. Sir, is that would be our mechanics for this raffle draw?
Actually, any mechanics naman, pwede naman siya. Kasi itong mga freebie na to is for raffle naman siya. Even dito, or nasa ibang site naman siya, pwede rin naman niya makuha to.
Pero nga po, pag dito daw, ano po sa inyong desisyon? Pag nandito at natawag at siyang nanalo, he should claim it right now. He or she should claim it physically. Lalo na yung nag-register that they should be on-site.
Yes.
Narinig niyo po ha, pag on-site registration ka, dapat nandito ka. Pag wala po siya, at the count of ilan po?
Uh, 10 seconds siguro.
10 seconds. At the count of 10 na lang, mamaya iba-iba yung ating So at the count of 10, amenable po ang lahat. Parang ayaw nyo Malay nyo, di ba at least may mag-raffle pa uli. Mapunta sa inyo kung wala siya. So our winner matuwa at magalak ang Civilian Human Resource. Pakitayo nga po yung mga Civilian Human Resource. Sana kayo yung matatawag. At yung nanalo is nag-on-site registration. So lahat ho ba yung mga Civilian Human Resource nag-on-site? Please reveal the winner. The winner is no other than Engineer Lucel B. Rional Civilian Human Resource. So we're gonna start the counting.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Okay, I'm sorry for that. Sahel din po yung napag-usapan natin at that actually comes from the sponsor. So let's do another one. Sir, kinakabahan ka na ba? Relax na relax ka lang dyan. Sige lang, relax ka lang. Master Antonio, sa tingin mo ba sa iyo na mapupunta to? Damahin mo sa iyo ba ito mapupunta?
Absolutely.
Wow, absolutely with conviction. Syempre yung ating pinakamamahal na Group Sergeant Major, rather, the Command Sergeant Major. Wow, inilagay pa sa tenga. Walang signal eh, parang kiling-kiling mo sir na wala sa'yo. Ikaw, Sarge Limbaga, dahil ikaw ay assign ng 4th group ba? Patas malayo-layo, di ba? At patas malayo ang iyong minamahal. So sa tingin mo, sa pamamagitan ni Globe prepaid Wi-Fi, na kung saan twice, faster, stronger, and wider signal, lalo ba kayong titibok ang mga puso ng iyong minamahal?
Yes.
Wow. At dahil dyan, ikaw ba talaga ang sa tingin mong mananalo na nito?
Siguro.
Siguro na. At least, yung isa word absolutely siguro sa'yo. Tingnan natin kung sino yung mananalo. Yung with ano lang, hopefulness or yung with conviction. Sir, kindly reveal the winner. Ay, sir, saglit. Wow. Alam mo, pati sila. Sir, ano yan? Naka-on-site or online? On-site pa rin. Mas swerte yung mga taga-on-site, ha? O kaya pakikalampag nyo na iba yung kasamahan na nawala bigla. Okay, kindly reveal the winner. Hindi ko rin siya nakikita. Matuwa at magalak ang Branch of Service ng Navy dahil ang nanalo ay Air Force. Matuwa at magalak ang Branch of Service ng Piotr Jalen M. Pascuhen, 877020, Philippine Navy.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Sorry.
Duty post? Duty post po talaga. So with that po, sir, talagang dun ako babalik. If that one has been actually on-site registration, but because of the tasking, will you allow this one to be given to that? Talaga po bang nakapost? Sure po. Baka mamaya kami sisihin, ha? So sa inyo po, sa inyong decision, sir. Kasi nag-registration ka sa may tasking, naka-duty post, nang tinawag natin wala, per duty post. Paano po? Wala.
Mas maganda na nandito.
Okay, sabi po ng Globe, mas maganda daw po nandito. So no exception to the rule. Oy, pumapalakpak ka naman. Ikot na po uli ng ruleta. Pasensya po. Kaya po pakikalampag na po yung inyong mga kasamahan, mga kaibigan, o ang iyong mga iniibig, o ang iyong iniibig lang, para kung kayo'y tawagin, lalong lalakas gamit ang Globe at Home prepaid Wi-Fi. Paulit-ulit ako, sir. Nandito lang kami ng partner ko. Dito tayo pupunta kasi from Mindanao to. Dahil sa Mindanao, syempre minsan nagkakaroon tayo ng problema. Sa tingin mo sa pamamagitan ng Globe prepaid Wi-Fi, lalakas na ang connection mo sa pakikipagkomunikasyon sa iyong minamahal, sir. At ikaw na bang mananalo nito?
Yes, sir.
Sabi. Tama mo, yes na yes. Balik uli naman tayo dito. Pakinggan natin yung dalawang nananahimik dito na officer ng Air Force. Kasi dalawang piraso pala yung nanalo. Kanina yung Army nakailan na. Sa tingin nyo mga sirs, para lalong lumakas ang connection nyo doon sa mga higher officer nyo para makuha nyo yung mga mensahe ng utot nila, kayo na ba ang mananalo sa Globe at Home prepaid Wi-Fi na ito?
Yes, sir. Kailangan namin yan, sir.
How about, sir, ikaw po, Sir Credito?
Yes, sir.
Parang sabi ni Sir Credito, yes, sir na lang. Parang ayaw niya makontak siya ng officer niya. Sige, thank you very much, sir. May napili na po ba yung ruleta natin, sir? On-site po siya, online. On-site pa rin. Matuwa at magalak ang branch of service ng 2 letra. So sorry po para sa Philippine Coast Guard at Philippine Air Force. Matuwa at magalak pa rin kayo para sa mananalo, di ba? So matuwa at magalak, grabe yung tingin sa akin ng mga Navy. Kami na kaya? Ngunit datapwat, pag pumanhin niyo po Philippine Navy, ang nanalo natin is from the Philippine Army. At ang isang Philippine Army ay isang lalaki ng Philippine Army at walang iba kundi si Corporal Roel Garcia, 891-174, Philippine Army. Nandito po ba? Okay. From Mindanao din nga po ba kayo naka-assign, sir? Okay, sir. Sir from Globe, may you do the honor to hand it over to our winner.
Ako, partner, kailangan ng impromptu speech yan.
Mamaya natin kukunan, hindi ko palalagpasin yan. Sir Garcia. Sir, sa Mindanao ka nga ba assign?
Yes, sir.
Tamang-tama nga naman. Para pag medyo nagkaroon ng meron pa rin siya connection sa kanyang pamilya. Ganito po talaga kami dito. MC ka na, cameraman ka pa, mamaya waiter ka na. Sir, saglit
Sir,
lamang po.
Wait lang.
So moving forward, after may dalawa pa tayo doon. So, huwag kayo masyado matuwa muna. Let's move forward with our speaker for this afternoon. Our speaker for this afternoon, we do have actually 5 years in cyber industry, 5 years in security, 15 years in technology sales, CEISSAFP course completion. She's actually an MS Certified Solutions Associate. She has a passion to impart cybersecurity best practices to enterprise customers to protect their most precious asset. And Executive Master of Business Administration, the Regional Sales Director of Secure Edge Miss Island Tan. Together with her is the 12 years in cyber industry, 1.5 years in Secure Age CISSP course completion, excel in knowledge and experience of the emerging cyber technologies to fight against the bad actors, gained an advanced diploma in IT technology. The regional pre-sales consultant, Raymond Teo, together with them is no other than our very own former officer of CIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines, Captain Julimar Ramos, Philippine Navy retired, their customer solution consultant of ASEAN. A big round of applause for them, please. Hi, Miss Island Tan and Mr. Raymond Teo. Good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everybody, for listening in, dialing in to this session. So can I just share slides now?
Yes, you may do so.
Okay. Right. Hello, everybody. So welcome to the Secure Age session. Thank you for your patience. I hope you had your good lunch, a good coffee, because it's right in the afternoon. But I'm sure that this session will be very interesting for you because it's about protecting your most precious data. Your most precious assets, which is your military data. Okay, so Secure Age is all about end-to-end encryption, and the core strategy in any core strategy in encryption should be your cyber defense. What am I saying? The core strategy in cyber defense should be end-to-end encryption for your data at rest, in transit, and data in use. All right, so you've been introduced to my team already. My name is Ailan Tan. I'm the Regional Sales Director. So let's move on about something about Secure Age that I'd like everybody here to get to listen on, right? We are about ultimate data protection for every file and every folder. And the solution must live inside your endpoint, your desktop, your laptops, your servers, your databases, to achieve an end-to-end encryption. Secure Age is a software house for encryption, and we are specialists in working with military and government crypto teams and cybersecurity teams since 2003 when the company just started. And our flagship products are, the very first flagship products is Secure Email, which is email classification and email encryption. Secure email encryption solution. That's our first flagship. That will enable your end-to-end encryption. Our second flagship product is file folder encryption, and that protects every file in your folder as well as in your desktop, and wherever you share it and store it, let's say in the network drive, that can remain encrypted to share. Right? And the third product is Secure File. Secure File allows you to digitally sign every email, sign every document so that you can authenticate that this document is written by you and signed by you. And it can also offer encryption and many more things there. Today we will have two sessions, two parts to this session. One part is for me to present to you about an overall view, and the second part is to see the live demo by my colleagues, ex-Captain Juliana Ramos, whom you guys already know so well, and also Raymond Teo, who is our pre-sales consultant for this region. Secure Age has been in the market for 19 years, and we have a consistent reputation in building encryption applications for mass deployment. That is the whole country or the whole military, and we are proven in that space. So we have one homeland security agency such as Vietnam Police Force, Japan Police Force, Hong Kong Police Force, and Singapore Police Force. In government agencies as well, Indonesia military is also using us. Hey, your very company, CEISSAFP, is also using Secure Age today, and many more that are coming up in the Philippines. Right? So beyond the government sector, we also sell to enterprise customers like Airport. Japan Airport is using us, document management solutions, and so forth. All right, Let's move on to the next page. This is just a sample of who our customers are in this region. And just to give you an example of what end-to-end encryption is, take, for example, the central bank in the Philippines. You need to print dollar notes and coins, right? Now, the central bank need to instruct its supplier to print the number of currency, the denomination, how many pieces of the 1,000 pesos, the 10,000 pesos, 5,000 pesos, and how frequently it should be printed and when it should arrive, into which port, into which province, into which city, and who they should meet. Now, all these are confidential information. All these are sensitive information, and you don't want to let this message that passes through the internet to the printers to be exposed to man-in-the-middle attack. So what does central bank do? They need to encrypt their emails and digitally sign their email so that it is not possible for the man in the middle to make sense out of the messages. They couldn't read it. Not just the man in the middle, your IT administrator also cannot make sense of what are the secret messages that are written by the central bank to the supplier. Yeah, so that's what end-to-end is. So let me again illustrate on animated way how the end-to-end encryption works. So you have a computer on one end, the user. Without encryption, data is in plain text. He could send it through a VPN into the internet space. It could be a leased line or the World Wide Web. And then when it reaches the recipient, the recipient company's existing firewall, the VPN will terminate its services when it reaches there, and whatever data that transmit after the firewall in the intranet local area network of the company, it will remain plain text. And when it arrives into the laptop, it's still plain text. And when it's plain text, it is not secure. Why? Because man in the middle can attack. Anybody go to your laptop, can take a thumb drive, extract that file, and it's plain text. It's readable. I know how much pesos is going to arrive on which day, what time. What would happen? You can imagine, right? So let's say if you have encryption. So encryption is installed in your endpoint and data is encrypted. You can continue to use your VPN. VPN is just a channel encryption, but the data that passes through the VPN is still in plain text. But when you have it encrypted, which is the green line, it will be the data will be encrypted, traveling in VPN channel encrypted. It will pass through the firewall, the VPN terminate its services, but the data continues to be in encrypted form in your local area network until it reaches the inbox of the laptop of the recipient, and in the inbox, it remains encrypted. Later on, you get to see it in the demo. Okay, that's what end-to-end encryption is about. Now, let's move on. Encryption is the last line of defense when other cybersecurity fails. This is one of my favorite slides because it demonstrates exactly what every company is facing today, right? You would invest in multi-layers of defense to protect your most precious data, your crown jewel. So you have your firewalls, multi-layers of firewall, you have your SIEM, your SOC, your SAOAR that you invest in. However, phishing attack and the bad actors, the cyber attackers can still bypass every layer of defense. What should you do? Right? The best way is that if the data is in encrypted form, the bad actors cannot make sense out of it. But if it's in plain form, then if they are successfully tearing down every layer of defense, the data, the secret data, the military data will all be easily siphoned, copied to their hacker's website. So a company that encrypts their data is still more secure than one with everything else. So hackers are always finding new ways and new methods of where are the vulnerabilities in every organization, and the military is not separated, right? So what is your defense strategy? Hackers cannot decipher encrypted data. If the data is encrypted, they cannot make sense of it anymore. In fact, encryption is a must-have military strategy for any country. Encryption was actually a military strategy back in 50 BC, but before Christ was born. So it was made popular by Emperor Julius Caesar. He had this Caesar cipher introduced when he tries to attack and conquer another country, another city. And in order to communicate secretly to his soldiers, he has to make his messages scrambled up, unreadable for people that's not supposed to read. But for the people that's supposed to read, he kept the formula of decrypting the information for them so that they know the instruction of what they need to do. So that's what encryption in its simplest and the beginning form during 50 BC during Julius Caesar time. Julius Caesar is pretty smart guy, right? Now, if encryption, now there are two types of encryption out in the market now. We fast forward to now, we are no longer in BC, not the ancient time till today, 2022. Now, there are two types of encryption I'd like to introduce to you, which is actually in the market today. Many of you could have heard about it. The FUDIS encryption and the file level encryption. Now, what's the difference? Okay, it spells differently, of course, but here are the differences. So on the left-hand side are the FUDIS encryption details and description, and the right-hand side, in my right-hand side, is the file level encryption, right? So FUDIS encryption uses only one encryption key, which is a symmetric key, to encrypt the entire full disk. Full disk means your whole hard disk, right? Whereas for file level encryption, it encrypts every file individually. So the encryption keys is unique for every file, right? There's no duplication of it. So that makes it even more secure, right? And number two, encrypts, FUDIS encryption encrypts only operating system, encrypts everything. So encrypts operating system, all the applications in the full disk, your data files that are not in use are also all encrypted, right? And on the file level encryption sites, it uses multiple unique keys to encrypt each file. It encrypts all types of file as well, but it encrypts even when you are in operation. The difference is FUDIS encryption happens only when it's not in use. File level encryption is encrypting all your data even when you are in use, which also means FUDIS encryption will have plain text when your computer is turned on. So it only protects files at rest when the computer is shut down. The moment it's opened up, all files remains in plain text when the computer is turned on. All right, so for file level encryption, it protects the file even at rest, in use, or in transit. Good. Everybody is okay? So the FUDIS encryption is not a complete strategy if you are in cyber defense. However, the file level encryption, and this is what we are recommending, is the best form of protection because even when I'm at use with the file, it still remains encrypted. In fact, right now, this presentation slide that I'm presenting to you is actually encrypted, but it's only read in memory, but actually the file at rest in my hard disk, it is encrypted. So if anybody comes to steal my information, hi back guys, if you try to steal my information, they will not be able to read it because it's garbled. But however, I can present to you in plain text because it's only read in memory, okay? So file level encryption is possible to coexist with the FUDIS encryption to complete a higher cybersecurity strategy for you. All right. So if file level encryption is so important to military, then why aren't people ready to really deploy it? So there are some misunderstanding that in the market that we need to address about encryption. So some people think that encryption slows down my machine, it's complicated to deploy, what if the key is lost or my employees disappear, and encryption is too difficult for my user to understand. Well, CEISSAFP solution address every level of these questions for you. It doesn't slow down my machine. You can see my software is encrypted. My encryption software is installed in my laptop, but it doesn't slow down because it lives inside the file system driver. So When it lives inside there, the only bottleneck is in its I/O manager. And for I/O manager, it's very difficult to create a workload that's too large for it for a desktop like mine. So there's always no slowness in my machine when Secure H is installed in the laptop. But I have it written here that in Intel and AMD, they created a dedicated chipset since 2008 that just do algorithm computation. And our software works with that chipset, meaning that any algo computation in AES needs to go through for every file that we are encrypting. It will be done at the chipset level. It is not done at your CPU level. That is a shared resource. So this is no longer an issue about slowing down machines. Okay. It's complicated to deploy, but it depends what product you use. Later on, my colleagues can show you how easy it is to do an installation of Secure H in your environment, in the laptop, right? So what if the key is lost or my employees disappear? So a proper key management is still very important for every customer that we have, and we will spend time educating it. It doesn't take very long to learn how to manage your keys. We have a central management server that is centrally having able to generate certs for you because it is a CA server as well. But it does a lot more things than that. And if you're interested, we hope to, spend more time with you, or you can watch our demo later. Key recovery, that management server can also do key recovery, key revocation, and backup your keys, which is the most important. If you lose your key, there's no way that you can recover it. Then you go back to the Secure H management server and recover from that platform. Encryption is too difficult for my user to understand, and that's exactly what's so special about Secure H is that we make our product very easy to use, and for our end user, you do not even know sometimes that you are using encryption. So you're not conscious of it because it operates in the back end. You do not need to instruct encryption to happen. It happens automatically and transparent to the users. So what's the use cases? If you are interested in looking at adopting encryption in your environment, this slide is for you. So you need to ask, where are my sensitive data stored? Usually sensitive data are not just stored in one place, right? Not just in the database. Data are stored everywhere, and your sensitive data travels everywhere in your network. It is not just at the network layer, but at the endpoint. So like the servers, the SharePoint, if you're using SharePoint, your file server, your network servers, which has many multiple department files that contains shared collaboration work group information. If those are sensitive, you need to have it encrypted, but the approach to encrypt it is not to buy a server license, but buy endpoint license. We can share more to you on that. Databases like MS SQL, MySQL, Postgres, Oracle DB, as long as they are running on Windows, we are able to encrypt the entire all the files inside for you, including the temporary files. Endpoint like the workstation and laptops, this is the norm. It's a basic thing that every workstations that contains sensitive files and emails should have it encrypted. And Secure H can help you with that. Removable drive. There's no need for you to buy a special solution, thumb drive or removal drive that does encryption at that end. With the same software that encrypts your laptop will also encrypt the files inside your removable drive. Okay, that makes the solution wherever you store it. Let's say if you want to store your files in the cloud, right? I know you don't use cloud, but just an example, like Dropbox or OneDrive, Secure H the same software can also enable your files stored in the cloud encrypted. Email encryption, as I showed you earlier, end-to-end, from the sender to the recipient, you can actually encrypt it. And the man in the middle has no way to make sense of the secret messages that is sent by the sender and received by the recipient. Yeah, point-of-sale systems. If they are running on Windows, they would have all the credit cards information inside, and therefore you can also have it encrypted. So you may not have that requirement in the military, but this is also what we have to offer. The same solution can be used in many ways. How keys are stored? Currently, my encryption keys are generated by the security management server and stored in my endpoint. So as a soft key in my endpoint, I just need to activate that key through a profile, a password, a secure password. So that's the simplest entry level that every one of you could just quickly be introduced and start practicing encryption. Now, if you have some others, very VIP or secret information by certain profession, then maybe you want to consider a smart card or USB token where the encryption keys are being exported out and stored in your smart card or your USB. So without the smart card or USB plugged onto your computer, there's no way you can work on encrypting your files or decrypting your files. Similarly, if the laptop get lost or the desktop get accessed by unauthorized people without the smart card and the USB token, the word is impossible for them to steal any meaningful information from that device. HSM is called Hardware Security Module. Hardware Security Module is the place where you can store all your encryption keys centrally and ensure that no tamperable. So anybody comes near to it or tries to copy the information out, it will self-disintegrate. So that's the ultimate form of protection of your encryption keys. Yeah, but of course it comes with a price. And the soft key is FOC. You come with our software, and we can generate as many keys as you need to have. Right. So having said all this, now what are we driving towards to? What is the ultimate secured environment for all types of digital data? So whether your data are databases or just files stored in the circulating in the network, or your endpoint sensitive files, because every military personnel are creating information that are sensitive, then those files are needing to be encrypted. So we propose that you encrypt even your projects and reports, your client's video or any videos that you captured from different space of your country, or even store in your cloud storage. The goal eventually is to keep all sensitive data confidential, and achieve a data integrity where no unauthorized personnel can access it and tamper those data. And if you have compliance auditors checking in your environment, encryption is usually highly recommended. Once you have encryption, it's easy to pass the auditor's test. So there are 3 products that we highlighted to you today, and these are the 3 products we will be demonstrating for you. Secure email, secure classified, and secret communications as a plugin tool to Microsoft Outlook. And the second product is Secure Data, which is our second flagship product. It protects every file, every folder away from unintended attackers like malicious insiders or man-in-the-middle attack as well. And the last product is Secure File, which is one of my favorite demos that I like you guys to pay attention to later on when my colleagues do it, because it allows you to digitally sign a document that this document originates from you. And should you receive a document from, let's say, the president of the country, there's a way to govern the recipient not to let them copy part of the information or even to print out that document. So my colleagues Ramos and Raymond will be able to demonstrate to you. So I'd like to turn the session back to see everybody. So I'm going to stop share. Yeah. So is everybody still there with me?
Yes, we're still with you, Alan.
Okay, great. So I'd like to invite Ramos and Raymond and open up your camera and start presenting the demonstration of the 3 products.
So maybe now call on Captain Gillimer Ramos for the demonstration as being asked by Alan, as well as Mr. Teo.
Yeah, Raymond Teo.
But apparently, I think Mr. Teo is not on the Zoom right now.
They should be here. Let me see where they are. I see Ramos here, Julia Ma.
Okay, thank you. Can I share my screen to show my
Okay, guys, take it over. Your stage. Thank you.
wala. Okay lang, okay lang. Okay, this is my screen and my laptop is installed with Secure Age. So as you can see all my files here, let me check, let view auto-arrange. Here, you can see the icon here, blue, indicate that the file is encrypted. So how could I know that? Getting the file information, it is self-encrypted with the filter encrypted as the path user TCRA desktop. So every file in my desktop is encrypted. So based from the policy created by me or the company, you can set everything as you wish, which file or file path you want to encrypt. For my case, my computer is encrypted with the following file path. So filter rules. So, okay, here. Oh, medyo maliit yata siya. Yeah. Okay. Here, any system that runs the computer smoothly must be plain, so that your Windows will run according to its functions. But for my files, documents, just like here, desktop, documents, download videos, pictures, music, desktop, and everything is all encrypted based from my filter. So as you can see here, let me close. So desktop is encrypted, and in order to decrypt it, it must be manually. The solution intends to avoid the human error that they forgot to encrypt before sending to anyone. Let's create a file. Here, document, new text. There's no icon. Why? Because this solution encrypt only the data. So anything that is created within that, so just a space is already a data. It considered, then let us put some words on it. Then look at this icon of document, new text document, and it will automatically, wait, let me close. Automatically encrypt. So in order to decrypt, as I have said, you have to manually decrypt it. So you can see it shows the red icon with the arrow up, then decrypted. So why it is automatic? So once you have edited some of the documents, just removing the space there, just it's already considered editing, and you close it, it will automatically encrypt. Okay, so that is the solution the secure data is offering, the automatic encryption. What if you save it in your devices, removable devices, and let me put my pen drive here. Host. So X, okay, new folder. So I will decrypt it first. Yes. So you can see here it's a red, which means the plain text. Filter is encrypt. the filter rule, it must be encrypt, but the status now is plain just because you decrypt it. So it's plain text. So if you drag it, save it into another devices or any file path in your computer, depending on the filter rules, it will automatically encrypt according to that. Okay. So what if someone took the files in my desktop and copy it in his pen drive, open it inter devices. So let's check that one. I have a virtual machine to show you the without secure age, transfer the removable device. Okay. And where is it? Open it. YG new folder. So the content here will be scrambled or decrypted and cannot be used by anyone once they capture the files from your devices. Okay, so document 2. So nothing else that you can read. It's just only a waste or garbage for some. So yes. So let's put back to our host. So ASS. And this is the content. So plain text siya pagka meron ka ng okay. Okay, so that is the secure data. Okay. Any questions for the secure data? Going further, this can be done also in your secure data. Okay, going further, we will proceed to a secure file. In a secure file, we will make this file. Okay, we will sign this file in for the sense that it cannot be denied that the document came from you. So it will generate a new document, and then you can see that the new document has an icon of a pen. So next, you could also create a file and you can also encrypt it. So sign and encrypt file. So in the process of encrypting it, you must have a public key of your recipient. So for my case, I will include Raymond, who is in the other side of this conference. And okay, see, new text document with a padlock in it. So then other than that, we have here the secure file. You can sign, then encrypt and wipe. So it means that once the document is signed and encrypted, then the original one will be deleted. So okay. Before I proceed that, I have to put a DRM because once I sign, encrypt, and delete, I could not use the file anymore. So before that, I will make a policy for this file that Raymond could not copy this file, no screen capture, cannot print, and it will expire, for example, for tomorrow. And I will make this document as a secret. So, okay. So going to Raymond. So it is signing, encrypting, and put some policies on it. So you could see it is in a shield icon in the document. Other than that, so this time I have to sign, encrypt, and wipe file. So let's check. My document now is gone. So all of my files are now signed. It's either signed, signed encrypt, signed with digital right management. And this once this document is already configured into this setup, you can send to him in any platform that you have. You can send it in via Messenger, WhatsApp, Telegram, or attach in the file that you any communication media that you have. For this time, I will use my WhatsApp to send it to Raymond. Document, attach, desktop. So these are the four desktop, the four files that I have. Shift, then send, open. Sending it to Raymond. So before I let Raymond see open his or share his screen, I'd like to share some of the features of the CEISS and on where I got his public key. Based from my files stored in my computer, all the public keys or peer certificate is stored in my computer. So where is Raymond? Raymond is here. So beforehand, we exchange our keys in order to exchange encrypted messages. That's why on his side, let us see if he can open the files we have just sent. Raymond, could you please?
Hello. Hi. Okay, Ramos, can you resend the file using Microsoft Teams or in fact you
Okay.
can
In order for us to see the documents and see the features of it. Okay. Raymond, I will share my screen first.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You can also send it through Zoom chat here.
Okay. Let us send via.
So those who is inside the online, they can actually try to open the file.
Okay. Maybe I will send to all so that anyone who are in the Zoom could check if they could read Dropbox, your computer. Okay, desktops. Okay. Raymond, could you check?
Yep, I can see the first document coming in.
So how many? First document, next attach.
Okay, second document downloaded. And third document downloaded.
Okay, I think all four files has been sent.
Yes. Okay, one. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, so I have downloaded 3 documents from Ramos. First document here is a signed document by Ramos, and I actually can pen in additional signature on this document to show that in some use case, like I need multiple parties to actually endorse on this document, I can actually add my signature in here as well. Okay, and I can actually open up the document to see the content of the document. Okay, so this is basically signed email. There's no encryption. Whereas we pen our digital signature on the file. Okay, on the second one, Ramos, I think you have sent a duplicate file of the same. The third one that is supposed to send should be the DRM sign and encrypt. But I received both the send file for encrypt, sign and encrypt.
Okay, let me check.
Yeah, so you can resend it. I demo on this. Okay, so this file is a sign and encrypted file. When I say decrypt and open, okay, first it will show the signature of Ramos, okay, which is Ramos' digital signature. And when I open up the document, then I can see the content of the document, and I decrypt it using my private key itself. Whereas when Ramos sent it over, he used my public key to actually encrypt the document and pen his digital signature using his private key, which create a hash algorithm and embedded into the file itself before it send it out and reaches me. Okay, so this is secure file. Okay, so Ramos, I'm waiting for your third document. Have you sent?
Yeah, I already sent in the chat, please.
Okay, so this is the third secure file document which Ramos has sent to me. So this document is highly secure and confidential, that it actually embedded with the digital rights management. So let's see, once I double click on the file, first of all, right, this is the content. Sorry, I think most of y'all should be seeing a black screen. Am I right?
Yeah, in our screen here, your screen is black. The portion that is in square, but not all.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't maximize the whole screen.
Would you mind to maximize that one?
Yep, sure. You should be seeing a whole entire black screen now.
Yep.
Okay, let me minimize it. Okay, so on this document itself with a DRM tag, right? I check. Okay, I can see on my screen there's a classification that is secret, there's DRM protected, and it has your signature in there. And I can see the permission that you have put in: no copy, no screen capture, no print, and expire on 16 December 2022, correct? Okay, so there is no way that I can actually print screen. Imagine I'm going to do a print screen and I put it in a WordPad, for example. Okay, this is what you are seeing now, which I believe so. And on top of that, if I try to copy the content, okay, whatever that is in the history of the clipboard, it will show my previous copy data itself. and you will not copy the latest data. Right, so this is all about secure file feature, that all documents that is sent through any communication platform, right, it remains in the security remains intact and no one can read it. Even you can try and download it from the chat. I believe you are unable to open up even if you have CEISS installed, because your public key is not in the document itself and is not exist in any of the document that is in the chat. All right, almost over to you.
Okay. Maybe you should open your command drive because that's our next
Oh, sure.
demonstration.
Okay, let me connect to my the VPN.
Okay. So for the meantime, let me share first. So
Yep.
that what okay. So okay, this one close. Anonymous. Okay. I will delete this first. Okay. In order to share, what you have just seen is just sharing a file through any social media platform, collaboration platform. For now, what if I want to share my file in my colleague within the office or within the company group or the command? So here first, I will create a folder where only those intended personnel can read the content of everything that is within this folder. So I will add Raymond to see the content of this folder. So you could see in this folder, there's no icon. When I click yes, and it will configure according to what policy. So it will apply to all current folders, apply existing folders. It depends upon what is your configurations. So for me, this folder is shared by Ramos and Raymond only. Okay, so I will create file again. So data on it so that it will be encrypted. Save. Closed. So open the folder. So as I have said, any movement of files within your desktop or laptop will be encrypted according to its filter or policy. So here, my policy desktop, it will be encrypted. Then next, I will proceed now to the common folder so that as our current setup, we have a file server and everyone here are accessing it. So in our company, we have a common folder and I will create a folder here just only for Raymond. So another policy. So as you share folder, add Raymond K. Lie. Yes. Then I will create also maybe Raymond, I have a folder here for Island and it's folder info. I think it's just only for Island and Ramos only. So okay. Wait, I just create. Okay. Just I will remove first. Share, remove. Okay. Delete first because I believe I discard the changes successfully. So I have a lag here because our server is in Singapore and I'm just using a VPN. Status here, just only Shrama shared. Okay. Your data, share folder, add, Raymond. Okay. Apply. Yes. Okay. Next. Then places. I will decrypt this first. Decrypt. Yes. Open it, this one. Drag it here. Then, as you could see in this document, all the policies of the folder will also inherited by the document. Secure data, file info, status. Let me check. It is also shared by Ramos and Raymond. Okay, Raymond, would you mind to check our common drive, if you can, and show us if you could access your folder, my folder, wherein you and Island has.
Okay, can you stop sharing? Okay. Okay, so on my screen, I can actually go to Islands folder, which by right I do not have access, and I will try to open up some of the documents in here. But first of all, I can actually check if the documents is encrypted. Okay, so by right, I do not have any rights to open, but I still try. Okay, so it will prompt me access denied because my public key is not within the document. Okay, so there is no way that I can actually open up any of the document within this folder itself, starting from the parent folder. So when I go to this folder itself, definitely I can open the document because in this document, or rather in this folder access right, my public key has been added. Okay, so when I double click it, it will open up the documents as per normal, daily normal operation. I do not have to do anything more. CEISS client will actually go in to my private key peer store and decrypt this file for me automatically. Okay, so in any case, I can actually create another folder, but this folder is created by Ramos, so I don't have rights to do so. Right. So Ramos, you actually can create another layer of folder in here.
Okay.
And you assign the rights to you and Island only, and I will try to open up.
Yeah, maybe just show your screen as create my
Okay, I'll stop share.
No, just show your screen there, and
Okay.
I will create a I will just edit my policy of my folder here, where in Raymond you could add I will add the island here, and okay. So would you mind to check if the policy has been updated?
Okay, in Islands folder, right?
No, in Raymond.
Raymond's folder, okay. Okay, you have added Island. Okay, what I mean is the second layer. You create one second layer and just put you and Island and remove me from the folder access.
Okay. So here I will create another folder. And the concept here is, for example, I am the one of the unit of the CEISSAFP, and I have a folder wherein only for C1 only. And within the C1 folder, I will create another folder and share it only for the moral department, another folder for the adjutant, for the okay. Would you mind if you had see? Can you see the document? Okay, I have already checked it.
The folder is currently empty.
Yeah, because I don't have just created a folder just only for Island and me. So I will create a document here. Next. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, the first document is 0 byte, so I can actually easily open it up because there's no encryption for 0 bytes of data. And for the second document, I should not be able to open up, right? So it give me some sort of error depending on the application that you're using to open up. Like just now, when it comes to Excel, it actually brought me FSP9, right? So every application or every different type of application, it will prompt out with different type of error when you try to open up the file because it doesn't recognize. Yeah, Ramos.
Okay. Yeah, the concept here is so that anyone who is not authorized to open the document within the designated folder could not open or given permission with it unless authorized by the originator. Okay, we have just shown the secure data,
Yeah,
secure
so
file, and secure folder, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, so now we have moved to secure email.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will be sending 3 email. Okay, the first email will be a signed email. Okay, I don't put in any classification, although I can do so, but I choose not to because this is to tell you that this is an email from me and not from anyone else. So this email cannot be forged by anyone with my signature, digital signature intact, and I will send it to you. On the second email is the confidential email that I'm going to send it to you. So I put in the classification to be confidential, and I put in a sign and encrypt security, which means I will pen my digital signature in there and encrypt the email using your public cert before I send it to you. So the encryption will happen right from my laptop before it actually leaves my laptop. So once the document leaves my laptop, it will be remain as an encrypted document. And you can only open up on your end when you receive the email. So this eliminates the man-in-the-middle attacks. Okay, second document send. On the third document, this is I'll put in a classification to be secret. Okay, I put in DRM sign and encrypt, which meaning digital rights management, and I sign on the email and encrypt the email as well. Right. So it seems like the secure file DRM, I can actually put in no copy, no print, no screen capture, and I can put in an expiry of this email. And on top of that, for email, I actually can prevent anyone or so-called the recipient list from replying or forwarding of this email except to myself only. Okay. So I have put in all the securities except for I do not expire this email. And I'll send it to Ramos. Okay, Ramos, over to you. I'll stop share.
Okay. Okay. No, okay. Okay. I will refresh. Let me check if your email. 3. So 4 now. Okay. So today, okay, I got 3 emails from Raymond. Here, signed email, private, confidential, and secret content. Is that right, Raymond? Okay. So for the original mail, this one, you could see a reading pane. But for the signed email, there's no reading pane. It's just, it so happened that my screen is black. So you have to double click it so that in order for you to read the documents. So my computer is now verifying the email on who sent the document. Okay. So this is what you have just sent. Hi Ramos, this is a signed email for me. All email with a digital sign. So how do you check the digital signature? So this is the digital signature signed by his private key, digitally signed by Raymond, and he could not deny that the email just came really from Raymond. So these are all the certificate information. So next email that we are going to open is the private and confidential with signature. So there's no reading pane, verifying the email signature, and now decrypting it. So because it is encrypted, so my private key will use to decrypt it. So this message classification is confidential, and the content here is also signed by Raymond. And based from the I can reply. So reply. So and you could see in the classification, you only have confidential and secret. It means that the message or the email cannot be downgraded. Or in the regular email, there is still a 5 choices wherein no classification, unclassified, restricted, confidential, and secret. But from Raymond's email, when I reply to that, where is it? It is just only confidential and secret, means that it cannot be downgraded. Okay. Next, the last email that Raymond just sent me is the secret confidential, okay, with the RM protected. So same, okay, sorry, it's hold. I have to minimize first. So this is the message. Message classification, secret. Hi Ramos. Yeah, something like that. I'm highlighting all the documents here, but you cannot see. And check again. Who sent this one? So it is signed by Raymond Teo and all the details. Since Raymond put a no forward, no forward pictures. Okay, let me minimize this first. Okay. Okay. Where is it? Forward. You could not. So Island, let's check. Where is it? Secret content. Let me close my files first. No. Close everything. Close so that you could see the difference. Okay, message. Forward to Island. Yeah. Okay, so Helen. Let us check Word. And Raymond also set a no screenshot. Okay, screenshot this one. Print screen. V. So in this side, the left portion is the message of Raymond, and this is the Word document, and this is the whole content of my screenshot. You could not screen it. And to include no print, because some of the file, the messages, there are a print option, file, actually it's black, sorry. You could not see my screen. That's why that's the problem with the DRM in a Zoom or any online meeting. Unlike in a regular mail, let us check for the signed email first. The print portion. Let me check. Okay, this one. So message, file. Okay, this is not. Close first. Closed. Okay. There's a print portion here wherein in the DRM it will be not accessible. So anything, Raymond, that you want to show or send so that before Island will proceed for the other for entertaining all the questions that our guest has. Raymond, do you have anything to add in our demonstration for secure data, secure file, secure folder, and secure email? Since none, so maybe the host could ask for the question for the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Marcos. Thank you very much, Sir Raymond Teo and Captain Ramos, Philippine Navy retired, for showing us a demonstration about the product that you have actually for securing the files and data. So with that, is there any questions from the group? From the Coast Guard, from Ombudsman, or from our group itself? Is there any question? I think there's no more questions so far. So that would be the call that would conclude this day activity, and see you again by tomorrow for the second day of our information technology update of CEISSAFP or CEIS Service Armed Forces of the
Yes.
Philippines 2022.
Yes, partner. But before that, may we request Lieutenant Commander Esther L. Surunay, ma'am,
to hand over this plaque of appreciation to Captain Ramos, Philippine Navy retired, to accept this plaque to further company secure Asia technology.
and let me read the citation. Headquarters, Communications, Electronics, and Information System Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Camp General Emilio Aguinaldo, Quezon City. Plaque of appreciation is hereby given to Secure Age Technology Private Limited in recognition for their valuable participation during the CEIS Service AFP Technology Update Forum 2022. Signed, Marcos Y. Imperio, Captain, Philippine Navy General Staff Corps, Commander of CEIS Service Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Once again, thank you very much to all our speakers for this day activity, for all the proponents who have been with us during the duration of this first day of CIS Service AFP Technology Update Forum 2022. So see you again tomorrow. My name is Jay.
And my name is Jam.
Signing off for today. Once again, good afternoon. Have a safe trip going back to your areas of responsibilities or to your houses. God bless us all.